would you
good.
like to say to concerned American members?
I would say thank you for all you did to help make this happen. Thanks for all you did to turn out the vote so we had a president to nominate such a great justice. And thanks for all you, Penny, and your members did to help confirm this great justice. It's a great day.
Well, I couldn't have been around if you said that better. So thank you, concerned women for America. God bless you. God save this honorable court.
Good morning, all.
Hey, Tim. How are you, buddy? Yeah, see? I plugged you.
That was good. Thank you. I see how you did that. How was
It was great. I wish you could have gone.
I do too.
Yeah.
And I should, if they do it again, should I go?
No
Oh,
other
absolutely.
turkey judge
Yeah.
left
Yeah.
to see their
It was
court
really.
I wish I'd gone
We're
with you all.
we're a big deal in Paul.
Oh, we?
Well, you know, they elected a right-wing Catholic pro-life governor.
Yeah.
And it's the first government system that has an absolute majority. So there's no
2
coalition.
years ago when the second
So they can do anything they want. And it was basically
he decided to want to do
really
the third member of the road
Polish equivalent of us.
Yeah. Wow.
It was really neat.
Was the weather good or was it freezing cold?
It wasn't that great.
Yeah.
It wasn't that great. We had one really pretty day. But we got to go to Krakow.
I know. I want to see that.
And, you know, the guy who took John Paul II's
he
place
reminded me
just retired in December,
during his
so I didn't get
testimony,
to
he
meet
said
him.
that I had
But I didn't get to
written
meet
my off
Archbishop
overruling my
Krakow.
final opinion.
And he was a phenomenal guy.
Called him, nailed him. What was the case where I
So
overruled?
hard.
It was a nuclear array.
And they're just like us.
Regulatory Commission regulations. Couldn't have any logical concept.
Yeah, we won. So anyway.
Well, good to see you.
Yeah, good to see ya.
Happy day.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming over.
Yep.
He had this would be the first time that a clerk has sat with a Supreme Court justice. On the right, hardly only shared his Lynn was almost John had been nominated for the presidency. So if he hadn't died, he would have got the second one first. But he died. Anyhow, we're proud today.
I have one guest without a seat.
Very proud today.
So, ma'am, you're welcome. Ma'am, you're welcome to come down this way.
Thank you for your help, ma'am.
No, just. So, ma'am, I'll have you grab this.
You're gonna be a busy man.
If we could just kind of leave it a show. Okay, we got Fred.
I just want to see my kids at some point.
Yep, so this one on the front right here. Super.
You're welcome. I hear Steve is dead. Hey, Judge, how are you? Good. I would love to
to bug you. What a phenomenal day, huh? I am looking forward to if I could impose on you. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Looking forward to it.
I think so. Got it?
He would be great. Amol Pamar from Kentucky. Don't feel committed to that spot. I see my wife here.
So you're right where that guy is. Yeah.
I should have thought that.
I think it would be a bit far away. Yeah. You need the biggest step to help. How do you feel? Like you're okay. Okay, fine.
I'm good.
Yeah, and you obviously see ranks up there. Oh, hi, yeah, now can I attach it there?
Can or the cable long enough.
Okay.
Yeah, I would leave it if you can. Are you there? Actually, we could try to like talk to him.
Guys, I gotta get in there. I don't want to knock Kristen down.
Definitely don't want that.
Right here? Yep, that's what I mean. Sorry to bother you guys. I'll slip past you here.
How's it going, man?
You're good, man. Thank you.
Garden, and you can say this is probably one of the biggest moments as well of the Trump presidency so far, Bobby. Kate, there have been some highs and lows, of course, throughout the first 11, 12 weeks of this administration. But the selection of Judge Gorsuch was certainly one of the highs, and now the fact that he is being sworn in is certainly part of the Trump legacy, no question. And he has Senator Mitch McConnell, the Republican Majority Leader, obviously, to help think for this. We saw last week they changed the rules of the Senate, which is historic as well. The Judge Gorsuch will sit on this Supreme Court for potentially 30 years or so, perhaps longer. 49 years old, he'll be here in the Rose Garden with the president. The last time he was here at the White House, of course, was when he was announced by this president. And it's one of the, in terms of the strategic choices, was viewed as the highlight of this administration. And now today is the culmination of all that. The fact about Justice Kennedy as well. Historic as well that he will be swearing in someone who worked for him on the Supreme Court as a young man, and now the judge will be being sworn in as the 113th justice. So, Kate, this is probably going to go down as the biggest accomplishment of the Trump administration in 100 days or so. We are nearing that benchmark here at the end of April. But one of the challenges, of course, is what else will they get done? But at least for now, at this moment, in this sunny day in Washington, the Trump administration is breathing a sigh of relief and smiling that they have their first appointment to the Supreme Court. And we talked to President Trump last week when he flew down to Mar-a-Lago. He said that he believes he will get other appointments as well. Justice Kennedy, his retirement.
Yep, hang on a second.
Talked about things here in Washington if he retires at the end of this Supreme Court session in June or maybe next year. But he has told his friends and confidants that he expects to. So this is the first of possibly many, at least a couple, Supreme Court appointments to this court by this president. Kate. Right.
Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome back, everybody. This is Fox News continuous coverage of a day in Washington and the first 100 days of the Trump administration, etc., etc. Lots of cameras, lots of people here as we await the arrival. Justices are walking in as we speak. Breyer, Alito, Ginsburg, Thomas, and the Chief Justice. Can they give me a sound test, so I can at least hear New York, please? Can I hear New York, please? Just want to do an IFB check, please. Here comes the president.
Kennedy and Justice Neil Gorsuch.
Gotcha.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Friends and distinguished guests, welcome to the White House. We are gathered here today for a truly momentous occasion in our democracy, the swearing in of a United States Supreme Court justice. In particular, I'm greatly honored to welcome to these grounds every sitting justice of the United States Supreme Court. Welcome. Thank you. Mr. Chief Justice and fellow justices, it's a privilege to have you here to join in this historic moment on this very beautiful spring day in the Rose Garden. Spring is really the perfect backdrop for this joyful gathering of friends because together we are in a process of reviewing and renewing and also rebuilding our country. A new optimism is sweeping across our land, and a new faith in America is filling our hearts and lifting our sights. I'd also like to recognize Senator Cory Gardner, Mike Lee, where's Mike? He's around here someplace. Thank you. And Mike Crapo. Good. Hi, Mike. Thank you very much and for all your work. Thank you. And although he could not be here today, I especially want to express our gratitude to Senator Mitch McConnell for all that he did to make this achievement possible. So thank you, Mitch. I'd also like to give my appreciation to Chairman Grassley for conducting such a fair and professional confirmation. Senator Grassley. Where is Senator Grassley? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Finally, a profound thank you to Louise Gorsuch and to all of the Gorsuch family. Thank you. And Louise, I've heard it firsthand. I know what a total inspiration you are to your husband and to your entire family. So thank you very much. Fantastic. Thank you very much. We are here to celebrate history, the taking of the judicial oath by the newest member of the United States Supreme Court, Neil Gorsuch. Justice Gorsuch, I just want to congratulate you and your entire family. It's something so special. In fact, I've always heard that the most important thing that a president of the United States does is appoint people, hopefully great people like this appointment, to the United States Supreme Court. And I can say this is a great honor. And I got it done in the first 100 days. That's even nice. You think that's easy? This ceremony has special meaning as Justice Gorsuch is filling the seat of one of the greatest Supreme Court judges in American history, and that's Antonin Scalia, who was a terrific judge and a terrific person. Justice Scalia was a patriot who revered our Constitution. He was beloved by many, very many, who are here today, and he is deeply missed by all of us. I want to, at this time, recognize his incredible wife, Maureen, who I got to know very well over the last short period of time. And Maureen, please stand up. Thank you very much. Thank you and your family. Thank you. Thank you, Maureen. Americans are blessed to have in Neil Gorsuch a man who will likewise be a devoted servant of the law. Over the past 2 months, the American people have gotten to know, respect, and truly admire our newest member of the United States Supreme Court. In Justice Gorsuch, they see a man of great and unquestioned integrity. They see a man of unmatched qualifications. And most of all, and most importantly, they see a man who is deeply faithful to the Constitution of the United States. He will decide cases based not on his personal preferences, but based on a fair and objective reading of the law. Today, we have all three branches of government represented at this event. It is a very special thing and a very special happening. And it's worth taking just a minute to remember what it all means. In our founders' incredible wisdom, they gave each branch of government a different role in our great republic. We have a Congress to write the laws on behalf of the people. We have a president to enforce those laws and defend our nation. And we have a Supreme Court to apply and interpret the law in a fair and impartial manner when disagreements arise. The founders separated power because they knew it was the best way to protect our citizens and keep our Constitution secure. Justice Gorsuch, you are now entrusted with the sacred duty of defending our Constitution. Our country is counting on you to be wise, impartial, and fair, to serve under our laws, not over them, and to safeguard the right of the people to govern their own affairs. I have no doubt you will rise to the occasion and that the decisions you will make will not only protect our Constitution today, but for many generations of Americans to come. In just a moment, Justice Gorsuch will be sworn in by Justice Kennedy, a great man of outstanding accomplishment. Throughout his nearly 30 years on the Supreme Court, Justice Kennedy has been praised by all for his dedicated and dignified service. We owe him an enormous debt of gratitude, and I am honored that he is with us today. This is a very, very special moment because many years ago, a young Neil Gorsuch started his legal career as a law clerk to Justice Kennedy. You remember that, right? It is a fitting testament to Justice Kennedy's impact that upon giving the oath to Justice Gorsuch, he will become the first ever Supreme Court justice to serve with one of his former law clerks. That's sort of a big deal, isn't it? Sort of like that. That's sort of good. It has never happened before. That's pretty good. It also shows you have a lot of respect for this man. It's very good. We're thrilled to share this historic moment with Justice Kennedy, with all of you here today, and with all Americans watching us at home. Justice Gorsuch, I again congratulate you and your entire family, and I wish God's blessings on your amazing journey ahead. I have no doubt you will go down as one of the truly great justices in the history of the United States Supreme Court. I now invite Justice Kennedy to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chief Justice, Justice Gorsuch, and my fellow adherents to the idea and the reality of the rule of law. As many of you know, there are two oaths that a member of the federal judiciary must take. The first is the constitutional oath that so many of you are familiar with. It applies to all three branches of the government. The second oath is one that applies just to federal judges. Both of the oaths date from the founding of the Republic. The judicial oath dates from 1789. And both of these oaths remind us that we as a people are bound together. We as a people find our self-definition, our respect, our heritage, and our destiny in the Constitution. And so, Justice Gorsuch, there is one oath remaining for you to take, the judicial oath, before you may receive and accept your commission from the President of the United States. Are you ready, Justice Gorsuch, to take the oath? Are you ready to take the oath, Justice Gorsuch? Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Neil M. Gorsuch, do solemnly swear
I, Neil M. Gorsuch, do solemnly swear
that I will administer justice without respect to persons
that I will administer justice without respect to persons
and do equal right to the poor and to the rich,
and do equal right to the poor and to the rich,
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform
all the duties incumbent upon me as Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States,
as Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States,
under the Constitution and laws of the United States.
under the Constitution and laws of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
I see before me so many to whom I owe so much. I know I would not be here today without your friendship and support. Thank you all from the bottom of my heart. I want to thank the President for nominating me and for the great confidence and trust he's reposed in me. I want to thank the Vice President for his constant encouragement and friendship throughout this process. It's not possible to mention here everyone I should mention, but I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the President's counsel, Don McGahn, and Mark Paoletta, the Vice President's counsel, and every single person in the White House counsel's office for their tremendous and tireless support. I want to thank Kelly Ayotte and my day-to-day team for their humor, for their sage advice, for their faith, as we spent months and so many miles trooping together through the Senate complex. I want to thank every single person, and there are so many, in the White House and the Department of Justice who worked through so many late nights and long weeks on my behalf. I want to thank too Senator McConnell and Senator Grassley and their excellent teams for their support and leadership. And I must thank my former law clerks and my dear friends who gave so much of themselves so selflessly through these last 3 months. You are dear to me. This is truly your doing, and this is your day. I wish I could mention each of you by name, but you know who you are, and you know your names are etched in my heart forever. This process has reminded me just how outrageously blessed I am in my law clerks, and in my family, and in my friends. And I hope that I may continue to rely on each of you as I face this new challenge. To my former colleagues and the wonderful staff of the 10th Circuit, I thank you for your faithful service and your friendship over so many years. To my new colleagues and the staff of the Supreme Court, Thank you for the very warm welcome. I look forward to many happy years together. And I cannot tell you how honored I am to have here today my mentor, Justice Kennedy, administer the judicial oath, a beautiful oath, as he did for me 11 years ago when I became a circuit judge. To the Scalia family, I won't ever forget that the seat I inherit today is that of a very, very great man. To my wife, Louise, and my daughters, Emma and Bindi, thank you for your perseverance and your patience, your courage and your love. I simply could not have attempted this without you. And to the American people, I am humbled by the trust placed in me today. I will never forget that to whom much is given, much will be expected. And I promise you that I will do all my powers permit to be a faithful servant of the Constitution and laws of this great nation. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated until the justices of the Supreme Court have departed the garden.
All right, those of you just joining us who may have missed part of that swearing-in ceremony, the ceremonial oath of office at the White House, we're going to replay it for you now in case you missed it. A historic moment. We're going to replay it for you now here on News Now. As promised, that replay for you starting now.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Friends and distinguished guests, welcome to the White House. We are gathered here today for a truly momentous occasion in our democracy, the swearing in of a United States Supreme Court justice. In particular, I'm greatly honored to welcome to these grounds every sitting justice of the United States Supreme Court. Welcome. Thank you. Mr. Chief Justice and fellow justices, it's a privilege to have you here to join in this historic moment on this very beautiful spring day in the Rose Garden. Spring is really the perfect backdrop for this joyful gathering of friends because together we are in a process of reviewing and renewing and also rebuilding our country. A new optimism is sweeping across our land, and a new faith in America is filling our hearts and lifting our sights. I'd also like to recognize Senator Cory Gardner, Mike Lee. Where's Mike? He's around here someplace. Thank you. And Mike Crapo. Good. Hi, Mike. Thank you very much and for all your work. Thank you. And although he could not be here today, I especially want to express our gratitude to Senator Mitch McConnell for all that he did to make this achievement possible. So thank you, Mitch. I'd also like to give my appreciation to Chairman Grassley for conducting such a fair and professional confirmation. Senator Grassley. Where is Senator Grassley? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Finally, a profound thank you to Louise Gorsuch and to all of the Gorsuch family. Thank you. And Louise, I've heard it firsthand. I know what a total inspiration you are to your husband and to your entire family. So thank you very much. Fantastic. Thank you very much. We are here to celebrate history, the taking of the judicial oath by the newest member of the United States Supreme Court, Neil Gorsuch. Justice Gorsuch, I just want to congratulate you and your entire family. It's something so special. In fact, I've always heard that the most important thing that a president of the United States does is appoint people, hopefully great people like this appointment, to the United States Supreme Court. And I can say this is a great honor. And I got it done in the first 100 days. That's even nice. You think that's easy? This ceremony has special meaning as Justice Gorsuch is filling the seat of one of the greatest Supreme Court judges in American history, and that's Antonin Scalia, who was a terrific judge and a terrific person. Justice Scalia was a patriot who revered our Constitution. He was beloved by many, very many, who are here today, and he is deeply missed by all of us. I want to, at this time, recognize his incredible wife, Maureen, who I got to know very well over the last short period of time. And Maureen, please stand up. Thank you very much. Thank you and your family. Thank you. Thank you, Maureen. Americans are blessed to have in Neil Gorsuch a man who will likewise be a devoted servant of the law. Over the past 2 months, the American people have gotten to know, respect, and truly admire our newest member of the United States Supreme Court. In Justice Gorsuch, they see a man of great and unquestioned integrity. They see a man of unmatched qualifications. And most of all, and most importantly, they see a man who is deeply faithful to the Constitution of the United States. He will decide cases based not on his personal preferences, but based on a fair and objective reading of the law. Today, we have all three branches of government represented at this event. It is a very special thing and a very special happening. And it's worth taking just a minute to remember what it all means. In our founders' incredible wisdom, they gave each branch of government a different role in our great republic. We have a Congress to write the laws on behalf of the people. We have a president to enforce those laws and defend our nation. And we have a Supreme Court to apply and interpret the law in a fair and impartial manner when disagreements arise. The founders separated power because they knew it was the best way to protect our citizens and keep our Constitution secure. Justice Gorsuch, you are now entrusted with the sacred duty of defending our Constitution. Our country is counting on you to be wise, impartial, and fair, to serve under our laws, not over them, and to safeguard the right of the people to govern their own affairs. I have no doubt you will rise to the occasion and that the decisions you will make will not only protect our Constitution today, but for many generations of Americans to come. In just a moment, Justice Gorsuch will be sworn in by Justice Kennedy, a great man of outstanding accomplishment. Throughout his nearly 30 years on the Supreme Court, Justice Kennedy has been praised by all for his dedicated and dignified service. We owe him an enormous debt of gratitude, and I am honored that he is with us today. This is a very, very special moment because many years ago, a young Neil Gorsuch started his legal career as a law clerk to Justice Kennedy. You remember that, right? It is a fitting testament to Justice Kennedy's impact that upon giving the oath to Justice Gorsuch, he will become the first ever Supreme Court justice to serve with one of his former law clerks. That's sort of a big deal, isn't it? Sort of like that. That's sort of good. It has never happened before. That's pretty good. It also shows you have a lot of respect for this man. It's very good. We're thrilled to share this historic moment with Justice Kennedy, with all of you here today, and with all Americans watching us at home. Justice Gorsuch, I again congratulate you and your entire family, and I wish God's blessings on your amazing journey ahead. I have no doubt you will go down as one of the truly great justices in the history of the United States Supreme Court. I now invite Justice Kennedy to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chief Justice, Justice Gorsuch, and my fellow adherents to the idea and the reality of the rule of law. As many of you know, there are two oaths that a member of the federal judiciary must take. The first is the constitutional oath that so many of you are familiar with. It applies to all three branches of the government. The second oath is one that applies just to federal judges. Both of the oaths date from the founding of the Republic. The judicial oath dates from 1789. And both of these oaths remind us that we as a people are bound together. We as a people find our self-definition, our respect, our heritage, and our destiny in the Constitution. And so, Justice Gorsuch, there is one oath remaining for you to take, the judicial oath, before you may receive and accept your commission from the President of the United States. Are you ready, Justice Gorsuch, to take the oath? Are you ready to take the oath, Justice Gorsuch? Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Neil M. Gorsuch, do solemnly swear
I, Neil M. Gorsuch, do solemnly swear
that I will administer justice without respect to persons
that I will administer justice without respect to persons
and do equal right to the poor and to the rich,
and do equal right to the poor and to the rich,
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform
all the duties incumbent upon me as Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States,
as Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States,
under the Constitution and laws of the United States.
under the Constitution and laws of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
I see before me so many to whom I owe so much. I know I would not be here today without your friendship and support. Thank you all from the bottom of my heart. I want to thank the President for nominating me and for the great confidence and trust he's reposed in me. I want to thank the Vice President for his constant encouragement and friendship throughout this process. It's not possible to mention here everyone I should mention, but I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the President's counsel, Don McGahn, and Mark Paoletta, the Vice President's counsel, and every single person in the White House counsel's office for their tremendous and tireless support. I want to thank Kelly Ayotte and my day-to-day team for their humor, for their sage advice, for their faith, as we spent months and so many miles trooping together through the Senate complex. I want to thank every single person, and there are so many, in the White House and the Department of Justice who worked through so many late nights and long weeks on my behalf. I want to thank too Senator McConnell and Senator Grassley and their excellent teams for their support and leadership. And I must thank my former law clerks and my dear friends who gave so much of themselves so selflessly through these last 3 months. You are dear to me. This is truly your doing, and this is your day. I wish I could mention each of you by name, but you know who you are, and you know your names are etched in my heart forever. This process has reminded me just how outrageously blessed I am in my law clerks, in my family, and in my friends. And I hope that I may continue to rely on each of you as I face this new challenge. To my former colleagues and the wonderful staff of the 10th Circuit, I thank you for your faithful service and your friendship over so many years. To my new colleagues and the staff of the Supreme Court, Thank you for the very warm welcome. I look forward to many happy years together. And I cannot tell you how honored I am to have here today my mentor, Justice Kennedy, administer the judicial oath, a beautiful oath, as he did for me 11 years ago when I became a circuit judge. To the Scalia family, I won't ever forget that the seat I inherit today is that of a very, very great man. To my wife, Louise, and my daughters, Emma and Bindi, thank you for your perseverance and your patience, your courage and your love. I simply could not have attempted this without you. And to the American people, I am humbled by the trust placed in me today. I will never forget that to whom much is given, much will be expected. And I promise you that I will do all my powers permit to be a faithful servant of the Constitution and laws of this great nation. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated until the justices of the Supreme Court have departed the garden.
All right, everyone. Now that wraps up our replay of Neil Gorsuch's ceremonial oath of office. Neil Gorsuch, the newest Supreme Court justice. In case you missed any part of that speech, any part of that swearing-in ceremony, we have it clipped in full on our YouTube page, youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix, and you can watch it there. You can share the clip with your friends in case you missed it. We're now going to take you to a live look at the Supreme Court. This is a live look at the Supreme Court following the swearing-in of Judge Neil Gorsuch. All right, guys, we're going to take you back to the Supreme Court. This is a live look outside the Supreme Court on the day that Neil Gorsuch was officially sworn in. He is now the newest justice on the Supreme Court. All right, everyone. We are looking at a live look at the Supreme Court. A live look at the Supreme Court on the day that Neil Gorsuch was sworn in. Now, President Donald Trump praised the new Supreme Court justice during a public White House ceremony today. He called him a jurist who will rule not on his personal preferences, but based on a fair and objective reading of the law. In a Rose Garden ceremony, Trump said Americans would see in Gorsuch a man who is deeply faithful to the Constitution of the United States, and predicted greatness for the 49-year-old former appeals court judge from Colorado. I have no doubt you will go down as one of the truly great justices in the history of the United States, Trump said. The president noted that the successful nomination came during his first 100 days of office, and added, "You think that's easy?" Now, Gorsuch was sworn in during the ceremony by Justice Anthony Kennedy, for whom he once served as a law clerk. It was the second of two oaths. The first was conducted privately in the Justices' Conference Room by Chief Justice John Roberts. Now, during remarks given in the Rose Garden, Gorsuch said he was humbled by his ascendance to the nation's highest court and thanked his former law clerks, saying of his former law clerks, quote, "Your names are etched in my heart forever." Gorsuch promised to be a faithful servant of the Constitution and laws of this great nation. Now, Gorsuch will fill the nearly 14-month-old vacancy created after the death of the late Justice Antonin Scalia, who anchored the court's conservative wing for nearly 3 decades before he died unexpectedly in February of last year. In nominating Gorsuch, Trump said he fulfilled a campaign pledge to pick someone in the mold of Scalia. During 11 years on the federal appeals court in Denver, Gorsuch mirrored Scalia's originalist approach to the law, interpreting the Constitution according to the meaning understood by those who drafted it. Like Scalia, Gorsuch is a gifted writer with a flair for turning legal jargon into plain language people can understand. Again, Judge Neil Gorsuch sworn in today after a bruising fight that saw Republicans change rules for approving Supreme Court picks over the fierce objection of Democrats. Now, Gorsuch will be seated just in time to hear one of the biggest cases of the term, a religious rights dispute over a Missouri law that bars churches from receiving public funds for general aid programs. Now, Neil Gorsuch was surrounded by family as well as future colleagues when he took the first of the two oaths as he prepared to take place as the 113th Justice of the Supreme Court. Again, Neil Gorsuch becomes the 113th Justice of the Supreme Court. The first ceremony took place privately in the Justices' conference room, with Chief Justice John Roberts administering the oath required by the Constitution. That was then followed by a public White House ceremony. We watched that live here on News Now. That's where Justice Anthony Kennedy administered the oath set by federal law. You're looking at a live look at the Supreme Court. Again, Neil Gorsuch becoming the newest member of the Supreme Court. Now, when Gorsuch spoke publicly in the Rose Garden, he said that he would not rule on personal preferences, but based on a fair and objective reading of the law. That is what President Trump said of Neil Gorsuch. Trump added that Gorsuch is a man who is deeply faithful to the Constitution of the United States. And for those of you just joining us, we are just a couple minutes away from the daily briefing at the United Nations. United Nations holding a daily press briefing. It'll be interesting to listen into that, see if they speak on Syria. We know that following the airstrikes on Thursday, Syria was a hot topic at the UN Friday. Here is a live look at that press briefing that should be starting any minute now.
so I don't know if I can stay on Wednesday. Maybe I can start. Yeah. So I think that's cool. It's thoroughly rested and welcome, especially this weekend. Still riled up from last week.
Going on? Are you here? Very popular. All right. Good afternoon. As you will have seen over the weekend, we issued a statement on behalf of the Secretary General in which he condemned the attack on the two Coptic churches in Egypt. He expressed his deep sympathies to the families and of the victims and the government and people of Egypt. The Secretary General, of course, wishes a quick recovery to those injured and hopes that the perpetrators of this horrific terrorist act will be swiftly identified and brought to justice. This morning, the Secretary General spoke to the permanent representative of Egypt to express his condolences, and he is expected to write a letter to President al-Sisi along the same lines. An update on the humanitarian situation in Syria from our colleagues at OCHA. A UN Syrian Arab Red Crescent interagency humanitarian convoy delivered life-saving assistance, including food, water, sanitation, and health supplies to 35,000 Syrian men, women, and children on Saturday in the hard-to-reach area towns of Yalda, Babila, Beit Sam in rural Damascus. Unfortunately, some surgical items were removed from the aid convoy. The last interagency convoy in the area was on May 5th, 2015, nearly 2 years ago. Meanwhile, the UN Relief and Works Agency, UNRWA, plans to deliver matching aid supplies for Palestine refugees in the area in the coming weeks in a separate operation. The UN continues to call for unconditional, unimpeded, and sustained access to close to 5 million people who are in hard-to-reach areas and besieged locations throughout Syria. And in the city of Atabaka, in the Raqqa governorate, the UN says it's deeply concerned for the safety and protection of over 30,000 civilians following reports of military operations. The civilians remain inside the city, where they face deteriorating humanitarian health, living, and security conditions, and the city has no water or electricity for more than 20 days. The fighting and insecurity around the city is also inhibiting those who are trying to leave. We remind all parties to the fighting in Iraq of their obligations to protect civilians under international humanitarian law. And also another humanitarian update, this time from Iraq. Our colleagues on the ground tell us that displacement from Iraq's West Mosul continues to surge, with some 17,000 people having fled the area just over the weekend. More than 280,000 people have now been uprooted from West Mosul since the military operations began in that area in late February, with a total of 352,000 people having been displaced in total as a result of the fighting in both the east and west of Mosul. Humanitarian partners continue to work around the clock to keep up with daily sharp increases in displacement. There is enough room to immediately host some 36,000 people, and a further site expansion and construction is ongoing with a new camp in Hammam al-Alil south of Mosul, and that's expected to open tomorrow. And according to a joint food security report issued by the World Food Program and the Iraqi government today, more than half of Iraqi families are at risk of food insecurity and can no longer absorb any further shocks, such as conflict or increase in basic food prices. The report, conducted prior to the recent Mosul offensive, is one of the most robust technical food security studies ever conducted in Iraq, and warns of unprecedented levels of vulnerability. If you're interested, it's on the WFP website. And as you know, today the Secretary General will designate Malala Yousafzai as a UN Messenger of Peace, with a special focus on girls' education. Ms. Yousafzai is, as you know, global advocate for girls' education, Nobel Prize laureate. She will become the youngest ever UN Messenger of Peace and the first one to be designated by this Secretary General. Her designation will take place this afternoon at 3:15 in the Trusteeship Council, and will be followed by a conversation on stage between the Secretary General and Malala and youth representatives from around the world, coming from countries like Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Syria, among others. Many of these young people are first or second generation immigrants or refugees in the U.S. The ceremony will be webcast on webtvun.org, and it will also be on the UN's Facebook page and YouTube channel. And UNHCR asked us to flag that today they called for a temporary suspension of all transfers of asylum seekers to Hungary from other European states under the Dublin regulations. UNHCR says the situation for asylum seekers in Hungary has worsened since a new law introducing mandatory detention for asylum seekers came into effect on March 28th. More information on UNHCR's website. And tomorrow at 11 o'clock, there'll be a briefing sponsored by the permanent missions of Afghanistan and Mongolia on the launch of the Amnesty International annual report on death sentences and executions in 2016. And immediately following that, at 11:30, there'll be a briefing by the President of the General Assembly, Mr. Peter Thompson, and the Office of the Mayor of New York City on the forthcoming Ocean Conference and World Ocean Festival, which will take place. Let me finish, and then you can raise your hand, Michelle. Which will take place on the 5th to the 9th of June. I expect our briefing will be slightly delayed because of the press conference. And finally, we want to say thank you to two more member states to the honor roll who've paid their regular budget dues in full, and that is Ethiopia and Haiti, which brings us up to... Nobody pays attention. Michelle. Oh, that's... Go ahead, Michelle.
Thanks,
79 is the answer, by the way. 79. Yes, Michelle, sorry.
Does the UN, there's some disturbing reports coming out of South Sudan today, specifically around WOW, where there are UN peacekeepers. Do you have any update on what's going on there and whether the peacekeepers have had any access?
Yes, I think following the ambush where a number of, that killed several government soldiers, we've seen an increase in fighting in WOW. That ambush, as you know, took place on Sunday. Our colleagues at the peacekeeping mission sent 2 patrols to the area today. They saw 16 bodies of civilians in a hospital, and at least 10 others were injured. 84 people have arrived at the unmissed protection of civilian site in WOW, while at least 3,000 people have reportedly moved to a site run by the Catholic Church in town, and those are mostly women and children. We expect to have more patrols go to the area tomorrow.
Same. Go ahead, Matthew. Yeah, I wanted to ask you about this. I saw the note to correspondence from UNMISS talking about this ambush. It's sort of implying that it began with an ambush of the Army and then the Army fought back. But I've also seen an email from in UNMISS that the SPLA was using tanks as early as 7 in the morning on Saturday on this road to Bagari. So I wanted to know, I guess it gives rise to, like, if the UN is going to now come out and say they were ambushed, were they in fact advancing on enemy positions with tanks? And if so, what sort of is the UNMISS's reporting, I guess, procedure?
Well, you obviously have access to emails that I don't. My sense and my hope is that the information that is verified is then reported on. I can only go with what the mission told me. If you have further questions for them and details, I would urge you to get in touch with them directly. Our concern, obviously, is for the status of the civilians in the area who are once again caught in fighting. I mean, as you said, we've already seen 16 bodies in the hospital. Small increase in the number of people who are seeking shelter. So we'll have more patrols in the coming days, and as we're able to report, we shall do so.
Overall, does the UN believe that this and other incidents involve the Dinka-dominated government and its associated militias trying to conduct ethnic cleansing of other groups in South Sudan?
I'm not in a position to say that one way or another. Iftikhar.
Thank you, Stefan. There is complete strike in Indian administrator Kashmir today following the killing of 8 civilians by Indian troops. These civilians were protesting Indian rule in Kashmir. Does the Secretary General have any comments on this?
No, I think I would refer you to what we've already said on the situation in Kashmir, and I have nothing further to add to it. Yep.
Thank you. As Stefan, as you would have seen over the weekend, Morocco allowed the remaining 17 staff members of the MINURSO back in. So what's your comment on that? And what does the SG now expect from the Polisario?
I think we've seen all sorts of reporting over the weekend on the issues surrounding Western Sahara. I would wait for you to see the report, the Secretary General's report to the Security Council on the operations of MINURSO. I think you will have more details in that. That will go to the Council. The advanced copy should go in the Council today or in the coming days.
Yeah, there's an email by Bulldog about...
Sorry, you speak a little louder.
There's an email sent by Bulldog about informing that she has received the green light from the Moroccan authorities for the return of the 17 members. So,
well, there are clearly a lot of emails going around the UN system that you guys are getting that I'm not getting, which is par for the course. That being said, again, I think everything will be clear once the report of the Secretary General comes out. Yep.
Follow up. There were some reports also last week that the Polisario has threatened to shoot the MINURSO peacekeepers if they tried to conduct ceasefire patrols in the areas under their control. What does the Secretary General think about that and the integrity of the peacekeeping mission itself?
Well, it's incumbent on all the parties involved to respect respect UN personnel in the area, whether uniformed or not, in the way they go about their work on a mandate of the Security Council.
I'm sorry, just a quick follow-up. The Polisario also reported that they have prevented the MINURSO from patrolling the El Krakarat area after the Moroccan forces have withdrawn.
It is important that all the parties ensure that MINURSO has full freedom of movement. Masuji.
Thank you, Stefanji. I just want to know
I'm not old enough to deserve that title, Masood.
I think old enough.
Okay.
Anyway, well, why is the Secretary General so reluctant to weigh himself on when the people are being killed right, left, and center in Kashmir? It has been going on for a long time, and every time I ask you the question, or we have asked you the question, you seem to brush it off.
I don't brush it off. I think I don't think the Secretary General has been reluctant. I think he would underscore the need for the parties to find a peaceful solution through engagement and dialogue. It's obviously an issue that he is following, and if we're able to say more, we shall be able to say more.
Has he come to grips with this issue at all?
I'm not sure what coming to grips means. I mean, I think he's very well aware of the issue. Carol.
Stefan, first of all, I had a request. I was wondering if the Secretary General might be available to take questions after his luncheon with the Security Council.
That is a
Wednesday.
probability that was raised with him, and we're, I think, on the right path.
Good. And so my question was about Syria.
Mm-hmm.
We heard the U.S. ambassador said there can be no peace in Syria as long as Assad is in power. I'm wondering if what the Secretary General thinks of that statement.
For us, we would reiterate the importance of the process going on in Geneva, which obviously one of the issues on the agenda is transition. What is important is that the future leadership of Syria be decided by the Syrian people themselves, as we have said since the beginning of this crisis. And again, I think we would call on all the parties to recommit themselves to the Geneva process and the political discussions going on in Geneva.
Because I think the U.S. ambassador's point was, given the chemical weapons attack, that he no longer had the legitimacy to lead that country.
I understand her.
So you're going back to the past position? I mean,
our position is unchanged. Our position is that the work needs to be done through the political dialogue in Geneva. And as we've said, the future leadership of Syria should be decided by the Syrian people themselves. Sherwin.
Steph, you might have dealt with this on Friday while we were covering the council. Has the Secretary General weighed in private on the legality of the U.S. airstrikes against Syria?
No. As I said on Friday, we're not going to get into the issue of legality or not legality. I would refer you back to the statement.
Why is that?
That's our position at this point. Oleg, and then Edie, sorry.
Thank you, Stefan. With the risk of military escalation in Syria, is Antonio Guterres doing anything? Is he contacting the Russians, the Iranians, the Americans? What is he doing in this case?
I think he is following the situation closely, as is his team, on the political team on Syria, led by Mr. de Mistura.
And on the separate topic, a couple of weeks ago, the Security Council called for bigger involvement of the Secretary General in the issue of DPRK. Now that there is some growing military presence over there, what is actually the SG doing now?
I have no update for you on DPRK. Edie, sorry, you've been patient.
Steph, the Security Council is taking up the political situation in Syria. Is Stefan de Mistura going to be here? And if he is, can he stop at the stakeout to talk to us?
Yes, he is here either later this week or next week. Somebody told me, and I just cannot remember what they told me. But yes, if he's here, we will ask him to stop at the stakeout. Yeah. No, go ahead.
Stefan, on Egypt, is the Secretary General worried about the human rights situation there, especially now with the 3 months emergency laws declared there?
I think as a matter of principle, we believe that the fight against terrorism should not impede the respect for human rights. That would be my answer. Shauna.
Yeah, sorry to take it back to DPRK, but does the SG have any comment on the actual movement of the carriers into the Korean Peninsula area? Any commentary on that? Any reaction? Thank you.
No.
Nothing?
Iftikhar.
Thank you, Stefan. Have any UN personnel visited the Syrian airport which was attacked by 59 missiles by the United States?
I'm not aware that we have. In fact, I know we have no UN personnel in that military facility. Okay. Matthew.
Sure. Something else, but I wanted to ask you, on Western Sahara, you'd said to wait for the report, but I guess I just want to say this Kim Baldock email, which Inner City Press published, was directed to like many people in UNHCR. So I'm wondering what, and it talks about a code cable from Jean-Pierre Lacroix to go forward and bring all 17 people back. So I'm sort of wondering, like, is it that you know it, but she shouldn't have written that first? Is it not?
She's the master of her emails. She's obviously communicating what she needs to communicate with her staff, and the Secretary General's position will be made very public and update once the report comes out in the next day or so.
Will he, by that time, confirm or deny that he's nominating Mr. Horst Kobler
as you know, whenever we have a nomination for a high-level person, there's a lot of rumors prior. The Security Council will have to be consulted, and once all that is done, we will announce it officially, and no doubt you will have the information before it is announced officially.
Just finally, on both this and on South Sudan, is it possible to get Mr. Jean-Pierre Lacroix to do a stakeout or some type of Q&A?
I'm sure Mr. Lacroix will be delighted to come meet you as soon as it is possible for him. Good day.
That's a Burundi question?
No, we're done. Thank you.
Okay. Good job. Thank you. You're doing a great job.
All right, everyone, that wraps up the daily UN briefing, the daily press briefing there. The UN is also doing an event, the Security Council,
over the
speaking now.
vulnerabilities posed to all these gains due to climate change. And we would definitely remain at the disposal of the international community to turn our vulnerability into at least an asset for some call for action, including by the Security Council. Thank you very much.
I thank you, and I give the floor to the distinguished ambassador of Tuvalu.
Excellencies, thank you very much. First of all, let me thank Germany and Ukraine for hosting this meeting and for the opportunity to share some news. This area format is very much appreciated. And the excellent concept note that was prepared for this meeting. And I thank the panelists also for their views and insights, which are also conforming to the Secretary General report, but that, as Spain have noted, it has aged and we need to renew that. As we all know, the nuances of climate change impact spans from sea level rise, desertification, famines, droughts, to mention a few, including the melting ice in Greenland and other cold countries. But we need global citizenship to deal with it. We note that the Security Council have visited Chad and other countries in the Sahel region and Africa. We encourage them to come to the smallest countries also to have a look at the real situations we face. Mr. Chairman, each year we are encouraged by the good intentions and goodwill announced through our speeches made here. But this said, we must always gauge our efforts by what happens to the environment and to the people who are affected. And we must deliver actions on the ground. Because of sea level rise and climate change, Tuvaluans have been forced or obliged to flee or to leave our homeland or places of habitual residence, in particular as a result of sea level rise. As a threat multiplier, sea level rise exacerbates the difficulties and challenges faced by Tuvalu and other vulnerable countries, including retracting hard-won development gains as SIDS and LDC as we traverse the SDGs pathway. Sometimes we challenge our discourse to questions like what happens to these nations, what happens to the people. They are not merely statistics, but people, Tuvaluans or any other people. And as we transform the world through the Agenda 2030, Sendai Framework, DRR, Addis Ababa Action Agenda and Paris Agreement, the SIDS, LDC frameworks, LLDCs. We must help the affected and mitigate people to mitigate and adapt to climate change. The Paris Agreement urged us to incrementally move to a pathway that holds an increase in the global average temperature to well below 2 degrees above pre-industrial levels and pursuing efforts to limit the temperature increase 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. I also note that in September last year, New York Declaration on the Movement of Migrants and Refugees made important decision to develop two much-needed international compacts. I hope this compact must contain bold commitments for a framework for the protection of human rights of all migrants, regardless of status, including climate change migrants. Mr. Chairman, Tuvalu has not waited for prolonged negotiations. 21 COPs is too long. Recycle debates. We have continued to implement short and long-term adaptation and mitigation strategies, and we thank all the development partners. We have done reclamation of lands, coastal protection, even relocation. Some people don't realize that when relocate domestically, it's just moving from one end of the ocean to the other side of the island, which is also another sea. There are issues with migration scheme. We thank the government of New Zealand for the Pacific Access Category Scheme. The EU, Japan, and other donors have helped us with water tanks, and we have a trust fund and Tuvalu Climate Survival Fund. We thank the various energy transformation projects which have been helped by Italy, IUCN, New Zealand, Japan, UAE for renewable energy. And we are also working with regional organizations on crops which are more salinity resistant. We thank the Green Climate Fund donors for contributing, and we have successfully approved the project for Tuvalu, and we thank the donors. Mr. Chairman, we have also committed to a UN resolution on the establishment of a legal process for displaced people from climate change. I heard the mention from Bangladesh, and I hope we can work together. And we are also proposing for a Pacific Island climate change insurance facility. We need Security Council to recognize climate change as a global security threat and put the issue of climate change and environment security on its agenda. As you've heard, the Pacific sits proposing a special representative for climate change, as mentioned by Sweden and Kiribati. Climate change-related displacement because of sea level rise is a human rights issue for Tuvalu. We should not overlook the fact that we are not covered under the Refugee Convention, that we should be left out of the conventions. The modern-day phenomenon of drowning islands and flooding nations requires a reassertion of our basic human rights. This includes, inter alia, the rights to life, health, food and water, livelihood, culture, privacy and home life and property, and some of the panelists have mentioned what happened to our nationhood, dignity, and our EEZ boundaries. Finally, Chairman, we need to work together as one global citizenship, and I think government, civil society, NGOs, private sector, philanthropy, even universities can play a role in doing research and advocacy and helping to find solutions, not just us talking amongst ourselves. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. And I give the floor to the next speaker, distinguished ambassador of the Maldives.
Thank you, distinguished chair. Let me begin by expressing our gratitude to the delegations of Ukraine and Germany for this very timely opportunity to discuss one of the greatest challenges faced by SIDS due to climate change. Sea level rise is indeed a security threat to the very existence of the small island developing states like the Maldives. The entire archipelago of 1,190 islands, which is no more than 3 meters above sea level. I thank the panelists for their useful insights. Mr. Chair, the science on climate change is clear, and according to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, in its recent assessment report, agrees with high confidence that human influence on the climate system and recent anthropogenic emissions of greenhouse gases are the highest in history. These changes have had widespread impacts on human and natural systems. The impacts associated with this global problem varies in both magnitude, frequency, and types according to the geographical locations. In this sense, sea level rise poses a serious danger to low-lying coastal communities around the world, including our beautiful island chains. The impacts are multifaceted. It exacerbates storm surge and coastal flooding during extreme weather events. It leads to saltwater intrusion into groundwater supplies, undermining water security. It can destroy critical infrastructure, which is often located near the coast. It can also lead to the loss of territory, which has the potential to cause large-scale displacement over the coming decades. All of these impacts can become destabilizing forces, both nationally and regionally, if not adequately addressed. Mr. Chair, the Paris Agreement was indeed a historic milestone in the global effort to address climate change. It restored the faith on climate change multilateralism. We should recognize that the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change is the main international multilateral policy forum focused on addressing climate change. We also note that the current level of action reflected in countries' nationally determined contributions is not consistent with our global goal to hold the increase in the global average temperature to well below 2 degrees Celsius and pursue efforts to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius. To achieve these goals and thereby minimize the rate of sea level rise to the greatest extent possible, it is essential that countries raise their ambition. Nonetheless, additional sea level rise is unavoidable. Our first line of defense must be to ensure that developing countries have the support they need to adapt. There has been a persistent funding gap for adaptation, which trails far behind climate finance provided for mitigation. There must be balance between funding for adaptation and mitigation with public and grant-based sources reserved for adaptation. The established mechanism to address the loss and damage needs to be strengthened to address the impacts from extreme and slow onset events. These measures can help developing countries reduce the risks posed to their security by sea level rise. The national adaptation needs and plans in SIDS are prepared and awaiting for funding. Since most of the adaptation needs are less profitable, the engagement of private financing is almost negligible. Hence, small economies such as my country would need predictable, sustainable, and adequate financing for implementation of our adaptation projects. Mr. Chair, as a useful next step, the Maldives would support a request to the Secretary General to update the 2009 report on climate change and its possible security implications. The update should include a review of the implementation of the UNGA resolution A/63/281, which invited the relevant organs of the United Nations to intensify their efforts in considering and addressing climate change, including its possible security implications. The update should also include an assessment of the United Nations system with regard to its capacity to respond to the security implications of climate change. I thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is the distinguished representative of Belgium.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Excuse me, but the distinguished member of Billis, I gave the floor to Belgium. I'm sorry. You are number 3 after. Okay. Okay, Belgium, please continue.
Merci, Monsieur. Thank you very much, Chair. Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Belgium would like to thank Ukraine and Germany for convening today's meeting. This is a very important topic, climate change and its impact on security. My country would endorse what the EU has stated and would like to make the following observations in its national capacity. Sir, Belgium, more than ever, is committed to the Paris Agreement. We think that transition to climate resiliency means low-emission societies and economies. We continue to work with our national and international partners. That is because we're convinced that only a political commitment in response to climate change challenges will be lasting. We think G7's work on the fragility of the climate, as well as on security, and initiatives taken regionally, for an example in Africa, should be used as examples. The engagement of the Conference of the Parties to the UNFCCC regarding losses and damage also is deserving Council attention. Without a doubt, climate change is devastating. Its effects are multifaceted: forced migration, infectious diseases, epidemics, political and social turbulence, challenges for healthcare, access to food and water, etc. The effects are further aggravated by other challenges. Climate change is a catalyst because it builds on already existing challenges. Sea level rise is a significant challenge to sustainable development for all SIDS. At a time where some low-lying island states are threatened by loss of their populations and could even disappear, the Maldives, the Marshall Islands, the Kiribati Islands, they could become uninhabitable. In this manner, climate change is essentially a security challenge. The Paris Convention means that the United Nations system must take measures, and this includes the Security Council. Back in 2007, the Council looked at the links between energy, climate, and security. The Council shared its concern with respect to the devastating effects of climate change, as well as the exacerbating effect to existing threats to international peace and security. We expect that the Security Council remains seized of the matter. This will be one of the priorities for my country's program if it were to be elected to the Security Council in June 2018 as elected member of the Security Council. Chair, Belgium acts in solidarity with SIDS in contributing to their resiliency. The Minister of Foreign Affairs and of European Affairs visited the region last year. At the beginning of last month, Belgium organized a workshop called Healthy Oceans, Resilient Islands. Representatives of SIDS met in Brussels. They talked about the protection of marine biodiversity and climate change. The best way to increase resiliency of these states is to help them to mitigate risks by improving their adaptation capacities with regards to climate change, while mitigating the effects of climate change. For this, SIDS should enjoy solidarity from the international community. They're lacking in financial and technical capacity necessary to tackle the challenges before them. My country makes financing here a priority, with particular attention accorded to LDCs. The economies of SIDS often is dependent on tourism as well as marine resources. These are two sectors which are particularly vulnerable to climate change. We would encourage relevant states to develop regional partnerships to address this issue. Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Belgium welcomes the initiative undertaken by Fiji and Sweden, the first United Nations Conference on Oceans next June, to be chaired by the President of the General Assembly. We're sure that this conference will be a time to recommit to our efforts to implement global commitments for Sustainable Development Goal 14, protecting the oceans. That also means planning for the survival of island states. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, as we have 9 speakers remaining on my list, I would really kindly ask all remaining speakers to keep their remarks very precise and short in order that we finish in time, and we'll probably need another 1 or 2 minutes to each briefer to answer the questions. With this, I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Argentina.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Allow me, as my first order of business, to thank you and the delegation of Germany for the inspiration of convening this meeting. I'd also like to thank the briefers for the information they've shared with us. Argentina believes that the phenomenon of climate change is something that needs to be addressed through the lens of poverty eradication and sustainable development. That needs to frame our response. We need to promote a focus that addresses the underlying causes of the phenomenon. If we are in a sustainable way to address development issues, including the issue of climate change, energy, agriculture, safe drinking water, and living spaces at risk, will mean that we need the full support and the coordinated support of the United Nations system as a whole. It will mean bringing on board the General Assembly, ECOSOC, a UNEP, a UNDP, UN Habitat, and the regional economic commissions, as well as the UNFCCC and the specialized bodies and agencies of the United Nations and ALA. All of them have a part to play in such a coordinated way. Appropriate levels of fluid cooperation between the different bodies is also necessary if we are to respond properly to situations that could potentially undermine the security as one of the most extreme consequences of climate change. Your Excellencies, Argentina shares the particular concerns of small island developing states, or SIDS, as well as the concerns of other vulnerable nations, vulnerable, that is, to the adverse impact of climate change and the increase in sea level. Nonetheless, the Security Council is a body with a very restricted mandate and is not specialized in issues related to seas or oceans, and for that reason we don't believe it's the appropriate forum to debate issues such as that raised in paragraph 11 of the concept note preparing this meeting. The UN Convention on the Law of the Sea is the appropriate forum for addressing these issues. We have informal, open-ended consultation processes under that heading on this issue, as we also do in the General Assembly. And this year we will address the issue of climate change on oceans, particularly the upcoming Oceans Conference in June. And those are the appropriate fora for raising these issues and for discussing these issues. That is where we should hear the concerns of member states, including of SIDS. That is where they should be given a loud and clear voice. The Convention is one of the key contributors to strengthening peace and security and friendly relations between nations. It is the constitution of the oceans, if you will. Therefore, new challenges related to oceans and seas, including sea level rise, need to be addressed within that legal framework, within that setting and context. We would also recall the key role that can be played by the International Tribunal on the Law of the Sea, or ITLOS. To conclude, there are steps that the international community can take to avoid the adverse impact of climate change wreaking havoc on particularly vulnerable countries, including so far as to destroying those countries. And that includes, of course, the impact on security. Such actions form part of international cooperation. They take the guise of providing assistance to developing countries so that they can pursue their adaptation and mitigation needs to climate change. All of that, of course, in line with the overarching and guiding principle of common but differentiated responsibilities, CBDR. We also have to address the issue of technology exchange, which is something agreed to as part of the Addis Ababa Action Agenda. For all of the aforementioned reasons, Your Excellency, echoing a point that we've raised previously, we do not believe that the Security Council is the appropriate forum for addressing the issue of climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is the distinguished representative of the Netherlands.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The Netherlands aligns itself with the statement made by the European Union. As recently as last month, EU ministers of foreign affairs reaffirmed the urgency to focus on the destabilizing effects of climate change and environmental degradation. This urgency is also reflected in the concept note for today, and we thank you very much for organizing this very timely debate. Now is the time, Mr. President, to translate this feeling of urgency into solutions and actions. I would like to highlight three particular aspects. First, the need for sharing knowledge and designing solutions. Secondly, the need for a UN whole-of-systems approach. And thirdly, the support for countries in special situations. Let me start with the first aspect, the need for sharing knowledge and designing solutions. If we recognize, Mr. President, that we still do not know enough about the exact relationship between climate change and security, And if we recognize the need to come together on a regular basis to compare notes and to share solutions, then we need a platform for discussion. For these reasons, the Netherlands Minister of Foreign Affairs launched the Planetary Security Initiative in 2015 as a platform for the international community to discuss the security impact of climate change. The annual Planetary Security Conference aims to enable policymakers and experts to learn from each other in order to climate-proof our foreign and security policies. The second conference was held last December, and the then Minister of Environment of Nigeria, Ms. Amina Mohammed, was one of the keynote speakers. The next edition is planned for the end of this year, in December, again in The Hague, and we will seek then to move from analysis to solutions. We will do so by focusing on specific situations where the climate change security nexus is particularly relevant, like in Mali, in Iraq, and in Lake Chad, which has, of course, been mentioned a lot during this debate as well. We invite all member states to consider joining this platform. Secondly, building on such exchange of knowledge, we feel that the UN agencies, as well as member states, can do much more to integrate a climate perspective into their policies and practices. Several UN agencies have already recognized the climate change security nexus, and we call upon the UN system in its support to the SDGs to ensure a coherent, whole-of-system approach. This entails an integrated, interdisciplinary, and cross-sectoral approach, as well as cooperation and coordination at the national, regional, and global levels. Climate risks to security are real, and we've heard very pregnant statements of several countries during this debate. Therefore, it's important to take these risks into account when assessing peace and security issues. And we support the calls during this debate for a strengthened risk assessment in all relevant fora, including the Security Council, and ensuring institutional capacity to do so. Thirdly and finally, Mr. President, support for SIDS and LDCs. We would like to highlight the needs of countries in special situation, and in particular, as I said, SIDS and LDCs. As you know, we have several SIDS in the Kingdom of the Netherlands ourselves. Security for several of them means dealing with an immediate threat to their survival, as also the ambassadors of Kiribati and Tuvalu have made very clear just now. But it also threatens development due to increasing droughts and consequences of extreme weather events. We need a more comprehensive approach to adaptation so that all countries are enabled to deal with the climate-related threats that they face. And allow me, Mr. President, to highlight two examples of capacity building and cross-regional cooperation. Being a low-lying delta with coastal zones well below sea level, the Netherlands, together with Japan and Colombia, initiated the Delta Coalition. In this unique coalition, 12 countries facing similar challenges have joined forces to make their deltas more resilient. The goal is to stimulate best practice, innovation, and to increase opportunities for financing projects that will reduce vulnerability to climate change. Bangladesh has assumed the chair of this coalition and will host the second ministerial meeting in July. Secondly, another example of how we pursue specific adaptation solutions is the Center of Excellence for the Sustainable Development of SIDS on Aruba in the Kingdom of the Netherlands, that the Netherlands also supports financially. This is a platform for strengthening innovation and resilience among SIDS in areas such as energy, water management, environment, public-private partnerships, tourism, and health. Mr. President, the challenges are daunting, but we firmly believe that working together we will be able to face them. Exchanging knowledge in a platform like the Planetary Security Conference is one way in which we can start to design a more comprehensive approach to facing security threats related to climate change. We hope to continue this work with all of you, and we hope to see many of you in The Hague in December. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished Ambassador of Belize.
Of the speakers were excellent and informative. Mr. Chairman, given that the effects of climate change cannot be reversed and may only be slowed down if ambition in the Paris Agreement to cut emissions is ratcheted up so as to keep global warming at least 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. Mr. Chairman, if that is not done, there will be climate change refugees, many of them. I'm especially convinced of this when I hear of the Lake Chad region, Tuvalu, and Kiribati. So, Mr. Chairman, about 2 years ago, the Immigration Tribunal in New Zealand, upheld by the High Court, was constrained by the Refugee Convention of 1951 and its Protocol of 1967 to deny an applicant from a Pacific island refugee status as a climate change refugee, because the Convention of 1951 does not contemplate such a category. I get the need for risk reduction, proactive measures, adaptation, and all those things, but there will be a gap, Mr. Chairman, between the measures that we're taking having effect and what is happening right now. So my question or my query to the panel is whether they contemplate or think that an amendment to the Refugee Convention could be one of the tools needed to address the humanitarian crisis sourced by the devastating effects of climate change. Having said that, Mr. Chairman, we are quite attracted to the suggestion of giving climate change issues an international home here, and we are open to further discussions on the appointment of a special or dedicated high-level representative as suggested by the PCIDS. We also ask for an update, as suggested by Maldives, of the Secretary General's 2009 report on climate change. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank you, and I give the floor to the distinguished Ambassador of Estonia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for convening this timely and important meeting. Estonia aligns itself with the statement delivered by the European Union. Mr. President, climate change and its impacts create problems that go beyond a purely environmental dimension. The loss of habitat and jobs through the rising sea levels, the acidification of the oceans, and changes in marine environment destroy income sources and the traditional lifestyle of people in coastal regions and states. This by itself can create severe difficulties to the people's livelihoods, but if its socioeconomic effect is added to the already fragile areas, the implications of such changes in the environment can have tangible security implications. Estonia is fully committed to the fight against climate change, with particular focus on the situation in the least developed countries and small island developing states. Among other cooperation activities, Estonia has supported climate change mitigation and adaptation projects carried out in the Pacific small island developing states. It is important to acknowledge that SIDS are on the front lines of climate change. For them, what is at stake is not merely the economic losses, but their very survival, as rising sea levels will leave their territories permanently underwater. The global implications that this would have, not to mention the existential threat to these countries, should instill a sense of urgency to the international community to tackle the problem of climate change effectively. We need to realize that climate-induced sea level rise is a slow but ongoing process. We should therefore strengthen our efforts to assist the industries and economic sectors that are vulnerable to climate change in adapting to the changing environment, in finding innovative solutions to the or diversifying their activities. We need to draw our attention to sustainable economic development that would help prevent the displacement of people caused by climate change and possible tensions that could arise from this. In this regard, the upcoming high-level United Nations Oceans Conference in June this year is very topical and of great importance in drawing attention to the effects of climate change, its security implications, and the importance of implementing the Sustainable Development Goal 14. Furthermore, attention needs to be paid to the effective implementation of the existing legal instruments, including UNCLOS and the related agreements. Mr. President, the COP21 United Nations Climate Change Conference in Paris, Estonia pledged to contribute €1 million annually until the year 2020 for financing international climate cooperation. We believe that the best way to tackle climate change, including sea level rise and overall changes in marine environment, is thorough partnership, cooperation, technology transfer, and capacity building in areas that are most affected and vulnerable. Ultimately, it is the responsibility of the international community to assume the necessary leadership in effectively addressing climate change and to ensure that the disastrous consequences of rising sea levels are averted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If I may kindly ask the interpreters to stay with us for a couple of minutes more, and I will give the floor to the distinguished representative of Turkey.
Thank you. At the outset, I would like to thank Ukraine and Germany for organizing this timely dialogue. Our joint efforts to address the multifaceted phenomenon of climate change contribute to global stability and security at the same time. One of the most dire impacts of climate change is a rise in the global sea level, which has accelerated over the last decades. It poses a serious threat to the livelihoods, infrastructure, security and survival of the low-lying areas and the small island developing states. The obvious consequences of global sea level rise impact economic growth, sustainable development and urbanization. Halting global sea level rise requires climate mitigation. On the other hand, climate adaptation, especially disaster risk reduction, is critical for eliminating the negative consequences. The interlinkages between climate change and oceans require diverse and cross-sectoral analysis for adequate responses. Furthermore, scientific understanding of oceans, building necessary capacity, and having sustained funding to support ocean-related activities are essential to preserve oceans and stop the sea level rise. Therefore, cooperation, coordination, and integrated approaches at all levels are essential in the context of the UNFCCC. Needless to emphasize the urgent necessity for scaling up financing for adaptation and resilience building for developing countries, in particular for the SIDS and LDCs. In conclusion, Turkey is an ardent advocate of international solidarity and partnership with a view to building a safer world, saving human lives, and protecting the environment. Turkey stands ready to do its part to address today's interconnected crisis. I thank you.
I thank you, and I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Switzerland.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Chair. In the interest of time, I will cut part out of my speech. Climate change is a reality. It has direct and indirect impacts, not only on individuals and communities, but also on international security. Current challenges such as food security, lack of water and energy, diseases, social and economic instability can be brought about or exacerbated by environmental factors, including by the impacts of climate change. In other words, climate change can act as a risk multiplier. As we heard this morning, the disastrous effects of climate change will, in the end, lead to the exodus of millions of people who will have to seek refuge elsewhere. This will be exacerbated by the loss of water, drinking water, land, and agricultural land. It can also lead to tensions in the countries of origin, transit, and destination for displaced persons. In order to address these issues, Switzerland and Norway co-led the Nansen Initiative. It aimed at improving the protection of people who are displaced in the context of disasters, including the negative effects of climate change. The platform on disaster displacement was led by Germany and Bangladesh. It continues this important and crucial work. Switzerland continues to play an active role within the platform. Chairman, the climate change and security nexus is obvious. In the Horn of Africa, Switzerland promotes security through a strategy covering issues such as food security, health, migration, protection, good governance, and peace building. These projects are in a region hard hit by climate change and are highly relevant to promote security. The Security Council has been debating this issue for many years. We welcome in particular the recent adoption of Resolution 2349. The resolution recognizes the adverse impacts of climate change on the Lake Chad region and the need for the UN to respond to this issue. However, within the UN system, we are still facing institutional gaps. For Switzerland, this issue must be addressed by the whole system. Switzerland stands ready to further engage on how to strengthen key functions in order to increase the UN's capacity to address these challenges. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, everyone, we are cutting out of this UN Security Council meeting. We do want to take you live to South Carolina. This is related to Dylan Roof, the Charleston church shooter. Let's listen in now.
Come to the podium, or would you prefer standing there? Or
I've discussed it with Ms. Armstrong, and I think we would be better served being right here. It produces less logistics. We have the three council. So if the court is comfortable, we would just speak here if that's all right.
I understand you represent Mr. Roof. Excuse me, Mr. Roof. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Who else represents Mr. Roof for the record?
Your Honor, for the record, Bill McGuire.
Teresa Norris, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, do you want me to address the question to you, Mr. Pennington, or all three of you? How do you wish me to proceed?
Probably ask the questions of me, and if I need to confer with counsel, I'll ask the court's indulgence.
Okay. All right, have you explained to your client the charges contained in the various indictments?
Yes, sir, I have.
Have you explained to his possible punishment?
Yes, sir.
Have you explained to his constitutional rights?
I have thoroughly, Your Honor.
In your opinion, does he understand the charges, the punishment, and the constitutional rights?
I believe that he does.
In your opinion, is he able to assist you with the defense? Keep in mind the ability to assist and willing to cooperate is not the same.
I believe that to the extent that there were any questions about competency, that we're not raising any concerns or questions about his ability to proceed.
Now I understand you want to protect the issue that was raised in federal court previously. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was raised pursuant to a letter that your client wrote to the attorneys, and they had 2 competency hearings in federal court. Is that correct?
That's right. There were extensive hearings. There were pleadings. There were reports by experts on both sides of the question, and there were orders issued by Judge Gergel, which the court has and has referred to, and which I think bring us here today.
In your opinion, does the defendant have the mental capacity to assist you in preparing for this plea and or a trial if it was necessary?
Your Honor, we see no issue. We're not raising any issue at all about that.
Do you think he's competent to enter into the plea today?
We are not raising any. We have no questions that have not already been addressed, litigated thoroughly, and ruled on in federal court.
Okay. All right, since your client was found to be competent by Judge Gergel on November the 25th and on January the 18th, has anything changed, including his demeanor, his appearance, his knowledge, his understanding, and abilities that would impact his competency since January, the last evaluation on January the 18th up till today?
No, sir.
Because I'm of the opinion, according to the cases in South Carolina, that's the area that I'm concerned with.
I understand, Your Honor, and what our position is that there's really no issue, no new issue that's presented itself from the dates in January that you cited and today's date.
All right, Mr. Roof, if you'll raise your right hand, please. The best you can. Thank you, sir. You swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, Mr. Roof, during this process, I'm going to ask you some questions, okay? If you want to discuss any of the questions with your attorney, please let me know. I'll give you an opportunity to do that. Do you understand? If you don't understand the question, please tell me. I'll try to rephrase the question, or you may discuss it with your attorney if you so desire. Do you understand?
Yes.
Most of the questions are relatively simple, and I think you won't have any difficulty in understanding. First of all, what is your full name?
Dylan Storm Roof.
All right, what's your social security number?
I'm not sure.
All right, what's your date of birth?
April 3rd, 1994.
And how old are you now?
I'm 23.
Okay. How far did you go to school? Did you complete high school?
No, sir.
Did you get a GED?
Yes.
When did you get your GED? Approximately.
Late 2014, maybe?
Okay. All right, how far did you complete in your formal school?
9th grade?
The 9th grade, you completed the 9th grade?
As far as I know.
Okay. After you dropped out of school in the 9th grade, what did you do? Did you stay at home? Did you work? Or what did you do?
I had one job for on and off.
All right, what type of work did you do in that job?
Landscaping?
I'm sorry?
Landscaping?
Okay. What did you specifically do? Manual labor or what?
Cut grass.
Cut the grass. Okay. How long did you do that job?
First time, probably about 3 months.
2 months? Okay. Who did you work for? Do you remember?
Yes, Clark's Pest Control.
Okay. Have you held down any other type of jobs?
No, sir.
Have you lived primarily at home, or have you ever resided on your own?
No, I've always lived at home.
And with your mother?
Yes.
Have you ever been married?
No.
Do you have any children?
No.
I understand that you've been in the criminal court system, primarily the federal charges that you tried back in January across the street here in Charleston. Other than that federal court case, have you ever been in criminal court before?
I was in a courtroom once, but I wasn't charged.
Okay. You was just sitting in the courtroom? Is that right?
Right, it was for one of my other charges for my trespassing.
Okay, all right. All right, Mr. Ruth, within the last 24 hours, have you taken any medication, drugs, or alcohol?
No.
All right, Judge Gergel found you competent in November, again in January. Are you aware of any changes since then, or any physical, emotional, or nervous problem that might keep you from understanding what you're doing today or what is taking place today?
No.
All right, the court is aware of Mr. Ruth's medical history pertaining to substance abuse and mental illness and have thoroughly reviewed those documents which be entered into the record under seal. And I believe that's marked this court's exhibit number 7. Okay, would you hand it to me, please? Just hand me the book. 1 and 2. All right, the court's going to mark the copies of materials in Volume 1 that was delivered to the court by court order from Judge Gergel, which the court has reviewed and read and studied in great detail. And then Volume 1, which is marked as Court Exhibit number 7, as a Dylan Ruth letter to prosecution, a cover emailed to the letter to prosecution, transcript of November 7, 2016 hearing, Dr. Ballinger's November 15, 2016 competency report, Dr. Wagner's November 14, 2016 psychiatric report, Dr. Ballinger's CV, Dr. Wagner's CV, transcript of November 23rd and 22, 2016 competency hearing, transcript of November, also day 2 of the competency hearing, findings of facts and conclusions of the law, December 25th on the defendant's competency, and Judge Gergel found Mr. Ruth to be competent. And in Volume 2, which the court has reviewed, there was Dr. Ballard's January the 1st, 2017 competency report, Dr. Lofton's psychiatric report, Dr. Mossberg's psychiatric report, Dr. Maddox's psychiatric report, Mr. Robinson's report, declaration of David Bruck, Emily Pavlone, Emily Stevens, transcript of January 2nd, 2017 competency hearing, memorandum of opinion January 6, 18, 2017 on defendant's competency, of which Judge Gergel found Mr. Ruth to be competent. Is anything else you would like to add as to the competency issue today since January to that issue?
Nothing on that.
And primarily, I'm referring to the email that you sent to the court, I believe last week on Tuesday, April the 4th, which I marked as Court's Exhibit number 6. And I'm asking to please address that.
Your Honor, just that we've conferred, again, we're not raising any issue about Mr. Ruth's competency to enter this guilty plea. The questions that we have had raised in the federal court have been litigated, raised, and ruled upon, and therefore there's no new issues to present at this time.
And since the last evaluation, you agree that there's been no change that would interfere with his ability to assist you in preparation for this guilty plea?
There's been no significant change that I've been able to discern, Your Honor.
And you understand the standard for the guilty plea is the same as the standard for trial?
Yes, sir.
Mr. McGuire?
Yes, sir.
Do you also agree with that?
I do.
Ms. Norris, do you also agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Your Honor, may we inquire, I think I heard you say, but I just want to confirm, Mr. Ruth asked me, obviously these are matters that are under seal in federal court. And
They're going to be under seal here. I thought I already said they're under seal.
I just wanted to verify. Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to place them under seal. They will not be open except by a circuit court judge or appellate court judge on a direct appeal or direct attack of this or any collateral attack as to this guilty plea, such as a PCR.
Very good. Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, for the public and the news media benefit, I understand Judge Gergel is going to release that material at some appropriate time after proper redaction of certain medical records. When that's appropriate, you'll have to ask Judge Gergel. Now, I've questioned both the defense attorneys and defendant on the issue of competency. I'm not going to order further evaluation or a competency hearing for the following reasons. Mr. Ruth's appearance of capacity today while answering the question, Mr. Pennington stated to the court repeatedly would not raise competency as an issue on behalf of his client. And we discussed the email earlier. Judge Gergel found Mr. Ruth competent on January 24, 2017. I've already gone over the documents that have been marked as court's exhibit. I won't go over them again. I've thoroughly reviewed those documents and consider them. These documents will be marked as court's exhibit, as I said earlier, under seal. And as I said earlier, Judge Gergel found him competent. And I would like to state and refer to the following cases whereby the courts of the opinion that since there was a mental capacity evaluation done, one approximately 2.5 months ago and another one about 5 or 6 months ago, there's no need to have a composite evaluation at this time, just merely the issue of whether anything's changed since his last evaluation. The test is not whether the defendant is actually cooperating with his attorney, but rather if he has the mental capacity to do so. That's State versus Reed, State versus Bell. And where the defendant has been found competent, the mere fact that one time lapsed between the determination and the trial does not automatically require a reevaluation pursuant to State versus Adams, State versus Drayton. And State versus Drayton says, failure of trial judge to order further examination and hearing to determine the defendant's capacity to stand trial did not violate the statute authorizing the trial judge to order such examinations or deprive the defendant of due process of the law where previous presiding judge had found about 2.5 months before the defendant was fit to stand trial. There was no additional facts to warrant further examination or hearing, and while Contending that the defendant was not competent to stand trial, his counsel refused to demand further competency hearing and stated referring to prior determination. We believe that that has already been accomplished. Pursuant to State versus Bradley, when reviewing the statutory injunction in sections 44, 23, 410, this determination requires discretion is within my discretion. I also rely on State versus Burgess with regard to discretion, State versus Motts on presumption of continued competency. All the cases I have referred to will be entered as court's exhibit. Based upon these considerations together, I find that Mr. Roof is still competent to enter this plea. He does so knowingly, intelligent, voluntary, with full understanding of the offenses against him. Mr. Pennant, how does your client wish to plead? I believe you previously said he wished to plead guilty. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, on all counts.
All right, from your investigation, facts, and circumstances of the case, do you feel that the state could produce sufficient evidence to convince the jury of his guilt?
Yes, sir, I do.
And you feel that's in his best interest to enter the guilty plea?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, Mr. Roof, you're pleading guilty to 9 counts of murder and 3 counts of attempted murder. Is that correct?
Yes. And a weapons charge.
Pardon?
And a weapons charge.
I believe we have to deal with the weapons charge later, but Mr. Pennant has an objection to that. Is that correct?
Only, it's not an objection so much as a comment about how the statute reads. And
I understand. The statute reads that basically you don't sentence them when you got it covered.
That's my reading of it, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Mr. Roof, do you understand that the possible maximum sentence for the murder under the negotiated plea would be life without parole? Do you understand?
Yes.
And you have 9 murder charges. That would be 9 life without parole. Do you understand?
Yes.
Have any question of that?
No.
On the 3 attempted murders, you could receive up to 30 years on each one. Do you understand?
Yes.
Have any question about that?
No.
Do you understand the possible maximum sentence you could receive on all of them? Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you understand that you will not be eligible for parole on the life sentences?
Yes.
It means what it says, life without parole. Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you understand fully the nature of the charges against you and the range of possible sentences?
Yes.
You understand when you enter a guilty plea, you give up certain constitutional rights. Do you understand?
Yes.
You give up a right to a jury trial. Do you understand?
Yes.
At a jury trial, the state would be required to prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand?
Yes.
You could offer witnesses on your behalf as to a defense. Do you understand?
Yes.
Your attorney could cross-examine witnesses, present evidence on your behalf, and the jury would unanimously have to find you guilty. Do you understand?
Yes.
You could offer testimony on your behalf, or the attorney could offer other witnesses on your behalf, or you may testify on your own behalf if you so chose. Do you understand?
Yes.
Knowing that about a jury trial, do you want a jury trial?
No.
Do you understand that you have the right to remain silent on the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution?
Yes.
No one can make you testify against yourself. Do you understand?
Yes.
When you enter a guilty plea, you will be acknowledging your guilt. Do you understand?
Yes.
When you acknowledge your guilt, you will be testifying against yourself. Do you understand?
Yes.
Are you willing to give up your Fifth Amendment rights today to enter your guilty plea?
Yes.
You understand by entering your guilty plea, you're giving up all your constitutional rights. You understand?
Yes.
Do you understand you have a right to appeal the guilty plea 10 days from today? Do you understand? You have that legal right.
Yes.
Now, you have entered into an agreement whereby you are waiving your right to appeals. You understand?
Yes.
You got a copy. I believe you entered into that April the 10th today. Is that correct? Is that correct, Mr. Root?
Yes, that's correct.
At least it's dated today. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you signed it? Is this your signature on the document I'm looking at?
Yes, it is.
Do you understand that no one can force you to waive your right to appeal?
Yes.
Has anybody forced you, threatened, intimidated, make you sign this waiver?
No, they haven't.
You understand when you sign this waiver, you will not be able to make a direct appeal to this case.
Yes.
When I say a direct appeal, I mean appeal it to the Court of Appeals of the South Carolina Supreme Court. You understand?
Yes.
And this appeal does not affect any type of collateral attack on this guilty plea, such as a PCR or some other legal collateral attack. Do you understand?
Yes.
Which is, PCR is on the civil side of the court, not on the criminal side. It's not, you understand?
Yes.
Have any questions about this plea agreement, excuse me, this waiver for the appeal?
No.
Did you fully understand the conversation you had with your attorney about the waiver of the appeal?
Yes, I did.
Mr. Pennington, have you fully explained the appeal waiver to your client?
Yes, sir, I have.
Do you think it's in his best interest to enter that agreement?
I certainly do.
And do you have any difficulty communicating with him about the agreement?
On this subject, not at all.
Do you feel like he fully understood that agreement?
I believe that he does.
Mr. McGuire, have you discussed it with your client?
Yes, sir.
That you are of the opinion that he fully understands the agreement?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Norris?
Yes, sir, I agree.
Thank you so very much. All right, I'm going to mark the plea agreement as court's exhibit. Another constitutional right you have, Mr. Roof, is a presumption of innocence. You're presumed innocent until you walk into the courtroom and the state has proven you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt and all 12 jurors have found you guilty. Do you understand?
Yes.
In waiving your jury trial, you're giving up that right of a presumption of innocence. Do you understand?
Yes.
Have any questions about that concept?
No.
Now, I think we discussed this before, but you do understand that the sentence of life without parole means what it says. You will never be eligible for parole. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
Has anybody coerced you
No.
enter your guilty plea?
No, they haven't.
Has anybody coerced you to enter into the plea negotiation agreement and or the waiver of your appeal?
No.
Has anybody intimidated you?
No.
Have you had enough time to make your decision and enter your guilty plea?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to consider whether or not you want to sign the appeal waiver?
Yes.
Have any promises been made to you other than the plea negotiation of life without parole and removal of the death penalty?
No.
All right. Now, there's also in the agreement about federal custody and the, what's the court exhibit, what number is it? It's not in there? Custody. All right, in the memorandum of agreement on the transfer of primary jurisdiction, in that agreement it says that you will serve your time in federal custody, you understand?
Yes.
And you signed it, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
I believe your attorney, Mr. Pennington, signed it, who represents you here in state court, and your attorney, David Brooks, signed it, who represents you in the federal court, is that correct?
Yes.
And it's also been signed by Beth Great, the United States Attorney District of South Carolina, by Mr. Wheeler, Acting Assistant Attorney General, Civil Rights Division, and by the Solicitor Scarlett Wilson. Do you understand?
Yes.
Now, I understand it in everybody's opinion that you will serve your time in federal prison. What I want you to understand is no one in this courtroom can guarantee that or promise that. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
This court doesn't have that authority to order the Federal Bureau of Prisons to accept you, nor does your attorney, nor does the solicitor. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
That's strictly up to the Federal Bureau of Prisons to accept you. You understand?
Yes.
Now, according to everybody's opinion, that's going to happen. Do you understand?
Yes.
But I have no way of controlling. That's what I want you to understand.
Yes, I understand.
Does that interfere with your ability to enter this guilty plea today?
No, it doesn't.
Thank you very much. Are you entering this guilty plea of your own free will and accord?
Yes.
Have you understood all my questions?
Yes.
Have you answered them truthfully and correctly?
Yes.
Do you have any question when asked the court or your attorney about anything that I have asked you up until this time?
No.
All right. All right, the following questions, Mr. Roof, apply only to your state attorneys, okay? Mr. Pennington, Mr. McGuire, Mr. Norris, not to any attorneys represented you in the federal case. You understand?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with your attorneys that have advised you and represented you in this case?
Yes.
Have you talked with your attorneys often and for as long as you feel necessary for them to properly represent you?
Yes, I have.
Do you need more time to talk to your attorneys?
No.
Have you understood your talks with your attorneys?
Yes.
Have your lawyers done everything for you feel that they should have done?
Yes.
Is there anything that they have done that you feel that they should not have done?
No.
Are you completely satisfied with your lawyer services?
Yes.
Do you have any complaint you want to make about your lawyers in any manner whatsoever?
No.
All right, do you understand on the pistol charge you can receive up to 5 years? Do you understand? However, under the interpretation of the statute in the South Carolina case, the court will not sentence you because the life sentence will cover that time period. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Roof, are you willing to give up the constitutional rights that I previously explained to you?
Yes, I am.
How do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
And are you guilty of the 9 murder charges, the 3 attempted murder charge, and the pistol charge?
Yes, I am.
All right, what I'm going to do at this time, Mr. Roof, I want you to listen. I'm going to ask the solicitor to give me the facts in the cases, okay? And after she gives me the facts, I'm going to ask you if you agree with those facts. If you disagree, I want to know specifically what you disagree with. Can you do that?
Yes.
Solicitor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, as you might imagine, there has been a lengthy investigation and there are mounds of evidence against this defendant. I'm going to give you a brief summary of the facts that we would have presented had we gone to trial. And most of them I understand you're familiar with, but we need to make our record for the court. As you know, this occurred on Wednesday, June 17th of 2015. The victims that were listed in the indictment, DePayne Doctor, Clemente Pinckney, Daniel Simmons, Cynthia Hurd, Susie Jackson, Ethel Lance, Sharonda Singleton, Myra Thompson, Tawanza Sanders, and also Felicia Sanders, Tawanza's mom, and her grandchild, and Miss Polly Shepard, all were of Emmanuel Church, and they had gathered for a meeting and Bible study at Emmanuel Church here in Charleston County. These 12 students and teachers of the Bible weren't alarmed when the defendant arrived and entered and wanted to join their Bible study. And in fact, as I'm sure you've heard, they welcomed him. He sat down with them, he joined them, and they listened and they studied the gospel alongside him. Meanwhile, Reverend Senator Pinckney's wife and daughter were in an adjoining study, or pastor's office, just outside of where the Bible study was taking place. After close to 45 minutes of study and of fellowship, and around the time of the closing prayer, the defendant took his .45 caliber pistol and opened fire. Reverend Pinckney was the first to be murdered. Reverend Simmons was next, and the others after that. As the women sought cover and huddled together, the defendant walked the floor and systematically fired at each of them, striking the 9 victims multiple times. As he walked around in the fellowship hall, shooting these innocent people, Tawanza Sanders tried to reason with him, telling him that they meant him no harm and that they didn't mean to cause him any difficulty. He made a number of racist statements in the fellowship hall and continued to shoot and killed Tawanza Sanders along with the others. Miraculously, somehow, Felicia Sanders and her grandchild and Polly Shepard were not struck by gunfire. Immediately, Your Honor, a manhunt was led by Chief Mullen of the Charleston Police Department and Chief Keel with SLED. Their departments worked together, and the FBI became involved immediately as well. And this was truly a joint investigation by those agencies, SLED, CPD, the FBI, and then on into North Carolina with agencies there. The defendant was apprehended the next day in North Carolina. He gave a knowing and voluntary confession to FBI agents who did a remarkable job of interviewing him. In addition, CPD, with the help of Miss Althea Latham, who worked at the Mother Emanuel Church, they recovered a video that showed the defendant entering and leaving the church that night. The investigation continued, and it revealed that the defendant had planned this attack for months, and that his planning including research of Mother Emanuel AME, scouting trips to Charleston, and that his plan was to kill specifically innocent African Americans, and his hope was to start a race war. As I mentioned, Your Honor, there are mountains of evidence against the defendant, written confessions, a verbal confession, and these would have been the facts that we presented had we gone to trial.
Okay, thank you, Solicitor. Mr. Ruth, do you agree with those facts?
May I have the court's indulgence?
Yes, sir.
We're ready now, Your Honor.
Mr. Ruth, do you agree with those facts?
Yes.
All right. I find that Mr. Ruth is free to volunteer and knowingly and intelligently made the decision to plead guilty to his licensed attorney. All elements of the charge has been met. There's 2 areas that I may have slipped my mind, not gone over. I want to go over very briefly. Mr. Pennant, has Mr. Ruth had access to all the discovery materials and evidence against him in this case?
Yes, he has, Your Honor.
Mr. Ruth, do you agree with that?
Yes.
And the plea negotiations There's been plea negotiations. I think I referred to them when we first started. Has there been any other negotiations, Solicitor? Other than withdrawing the death penalty and entering the plea that gave to life?
No, Your Honor, and in fact, there is a paragraph in the plea agreement that explicitly states that is the entire agreement.
Have we marked the plea agreement?
I have filed it with the clerk, and I've sent you a copy, so it should be public.
It's marked. Okay, I think I marked this course. All right, look, Mr. Pennington, any other plea negotiations that you haven't just told the court or the court's aware of?
No, sir, the court's covered everything that we've discussed.
Okay, thank you so very much. All right, Solicitor.
Yes, sir.
I'd be glad to hear you from any victims that would like to speak. I'd be glad to hear anything that they would like to tell me.
Yes, sir.
May I have the court's indulgence?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
That's fine. I'm just playing this.
All right, thank you so very much. Mr. Pennington, I thought I had said that all elements of all the charges have been met, and if I didn't make that clear, I hope it's clear now.
Yes, sir, it is. And
I did not enumerate the elements of murder and the pistol and the attempted murder, but all those elements have been met based upon what the solicitor had told the court and what Mr. Ruth confirmed occurred.
And we did go over those elements before the hearing today so that Mr. Ruth is familiar with the formal elements of each of those offenses under South Carolina law.
Okay, all right. So I'll be glad to hear from any of the victims or their families, anyone you would like for me to hear.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. As you know, there has been a lengthy federal trial across the street, and the victims' families and the surviving victims were present throughout. They have been present and supportive of our prosecution as well. They understand, Your Honor, that this is a negotiated plea, that this sentence is carved in stone, for lack of a better expression, and that since you've accepted the plea, that there is no leeway in the sentence. However, some of the victims' families still wanted to address this court, and they are here to do so. And we will first start, Your Honor, although not technically a victim in the classic sense, Pastor Eric Manning, who is the current pastor of Mother Emanuel, wanted to address the court, and we would ask that he come forward.
Yes, sir. I'll be glad to hear you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
All right, everyone, we're going to cut out of this church shooting trial and take you to Sean Spicer's daily briefing now.
In the Rose Garden, the President was honored to host the swearing-in of Associate Justice Neil Gorsuch. His confirmation was the culmination of a thoughtful and deliberative process that the President started almost a year ago when he released his initial list of potential nominees for the Supreme Court. In September, he released a final definitive list promising to select only from those individuals who would continue the legacy of the great Justice Scalia on the bench. And today, the President celebrated our new Associate Justice, who will protect our Constitution for generations. It was definitely a great day to kick off the week, and another productive week that we will see here at the White House. Before I get into the upcoming week, just a couple updates from over the weekend. First, the President spoke with Prime Minister Löfven of Sweden to express our condolences for the loved ones who were killed in Friday's terrorist attack in central Stockholm, Sweden, and to wish a speedy recovery for those who were wounded. The President also called President Sisi yesterday to convey his deepest condolences to Egypt and the families who lost loved ones in the heinous attack that occurred there. Dozens of innocent people were killed and many more were injured on this Holy Palm Sunday. The United States condemns in the strongest terms these barbaric attacks on Christians' places of worship in Tanta and in Alexandria. The President also spoke with the King of Saudi Arabia, the Prime Minister of Japan, the acting President of South Korea, all about the United States' military strike on the airfield in Syria. All of the leaders expressed support for the United States' necessary action in response to the horrible chemical and bomb attack on innocent civilians. And yesterday he spoke with Commander Andrea Slow, the commanding officer of the USS Porter, and Commander Russell Caldwell, the commanding officer of the USS Ross, to thank them and their teams for successfully carrying out that strike. During these calls, the President communicated that he could not be more proud of the crews of these two ships and their flawless execution of these operations. As you know, these ships, between the two of them, sent 59 Tomahawk missiles, and each of them hit all of their targets, showing America's power and the military's accuracy, which is just a small representation of our military's overall capability and a fraction of what this president will continue to build up the military to be throughout his administration. The sight of people being gassed and blown away by barrel bombs ensures that if we see this kind of action again, we hold open the possibility of future action. The resulting action of what happened ensured that their fueling operation is gone from this air facility. 20% of their fixed-wing aircraft were destroyed and knocked out. And I think by all measures, the world and domestic reaction was highly laudable for the President's action. Additionally, obviously, we're all aware that the President had a very successful visit with the Chinese President, and it concluded on Friday. As you've read, one of the most significant developments from these discussions was the agreement to create a 100-day initial plan, hopefully with some tangible near-term deliverables, to lead to a more balanced economic relationship between our two countries. As that develops, we'll make sure that we provide you with additional details. And this morning, the President was glad to see Toyota announce that it will be spending $1.33 billion in its Kentucky plant as part of its plan to invest $10 billion in America over the next 5 years, a continued signal of the confidence that businesses have in the American economy under President Trump. Now, in terms of the week ahead, tomorrow the President will have a discussion on strategy and policy with several members of his cabinet and a group of CEOs. This is a follow-up from his meeting with 20 CEOs from the Strategic and Policy Forum just this past February with some of those same business leaders and some new ones. First, they'll meet in small interactive groups, each led by a cabinet member, to discuss the priorities for those cabinet secretaries and their agencies. The President will then oversee a report that will be presented to the group, by the group rather. The cabinet level participants will be Secretary of Commerce Ross, Secretary of Education DeVos, EPA Administrator Pruitt, OMB Director Mulvaney, and Secretary of Transportation Elaine Chao. We'll have the full list of additional participants for you later. As part of the effort to de-escalate the conflict in Syria and press for a political process that can resolve the conflict and eventually result in a transition of a new legitimate Syrian leadership, U.S. Special Envoy for Syria will be coming to Washington tomorrow for consultations with the State Department and with National Security Advisor McMaster here at the White House, among others. He has been overseeing the political talks among Syrian parties in Geneva. On Wednesday, we will welcome the Secretary General of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg, to the White House. The President and the Secretary General will have a joint press conference later in the afternoon. And then the President plans to spend the Easter holiday in Florida, and he'll return to the White House on Sunday. As the President noted today, as we hit day 81 in the President's administration, we have done so many great things, including nominate and confirm a Supreme Court justice, roll back more regulations than any president in modern times, rolled back the Obama-era war on coal, oil, and natural gas, restored confidence in the economy. We're now seeing historic levels of consumer, CEO, home builder, manufacturer confidence. There's been a 12% gain in the stock market. And we've even seen a real resurgence in the mining industry. We've reduced illegal boarding crossings by over 60% to the lowest level in nearly 2 decades, and implemented historic ethics reforms, including a 5-year lobbying ban and a lifetime foreign ban. So with that, I'd be glad to take your questions.
Why is it okay to bomb Syria but not okay to assist the refugees, one? And number two, what's the reaction, this administration's reaction to Russia saying we are running a danger of a real war within the Middle East?
Well, with respect to number one, the reason that we took action was multifold. Number one, to stop the proliferation and the deterrence of chemical weapons. When you see mass weapons of destruction being used, it should be a concern to every nation, especially our own people. The proliferation of those weapons pose a grave threat to our national security. So number one, we have to stop that. Number two, we have to stop ISIS. But with respect to the people of Syria, by us taking action and de-escalating what's going on in Syria, that's the greatest thing you can do to support those people. De-escalating the conflict there, containing ISIS, is the greatest aspect of humanitarian relief that we can provide, first and foremost. Secondly, creating areas in which we can work with allies, including Russia, and committing to ensuring that there are places that are free from violence and are places free for people to gather safely is another, because I think everyone would agree that the last thing that people want to do there is leave. They want to stay there. They want to be in Syria. They want to have a safe place to remain with their families and not be separated. So our number one priority is to defeat ISIS, but we're also, I think from a humanitarian standpoint and a refugee standpoint, ensuring that we create an environment that provides a safe place for them to ultimately remain. And then on Russia in particular, look, I think that if you look at the countries that are with us, it speaks pretty loudly the number of countries that have stood shoulder to shoulder with this president. Russia, on the other hand, stands with Syria, North Korea, and Iran. I think when you contrast the two groups of countries sets, it's pretty clear that we're on the right side of this issue.
But does that mean we're going to commit troops? I mean, they're
No, what it means, what it means is that I think the action that we took last week has been widely praised domestically and internationally as a great step to ensure the deterrence and proliferation of chemical weapons and of action against innocent people. When you watch babies and children being gassed and suffer under barrel bombs, you are instantaneously moved to action. I think this president's made it very clear that if those actions were to continue, further action will definitely be considered by the United States. We continue to urge further the world community to join us in this, in both stopping the deterrence and proliferation of those use of those weapons, but then further trying to create a political environment that will result in new leadership. Those are very important. They go hand in hand.
Are we building a coalition? Or
I think we have a coalition. I mean, again, I think if you look at who's not with us, it's a pretty small group, and not a group that too many people are looking to bring on board. I mean, you've got Iran, Syria, North Korea, and Russia on one side of this. That's a pretty small group.
President Trump has spoken out extensively about the crimes of Bashar al-Assad in Syria. Does the president consider Assad a war criminal? And does he believe Assad should eventually appear before the ICC?
I think right now the focus is twofold. One is defeating ISIS, and the second is creating the political environment necessary for the Syrian people to have a new leadership there. I don't think that there's I can't imagine a stable and peaceful Syria where Bashar al-Assad is in power. I think we all recognize that happens, and there can be a multi-pronged approach where you're ensuring that ISIS is contained and there's a de-escalation of the proliferation of chemical weapons, at the same time creating the environment for a change in leadership.
But does the president believe Assad has committed war crimes?
I think that there's a court that decides those things, and obviously there's a reason that clearly the actions, when you take an action against the people that he has, and I think we feel unbelievably confident in the intelligence that we have But again, that would be something for a court to decide. Charlie.
A lot of people are talking about what the Trump doctrine is on foreign policy, what it may or may not include, and the president's even stated that he was very flexible. Do you know what the Trump doctrine is on foreign policy, and can you explain it to us?
Yeah, I think the Trump doctrine is something that he articulated throughout the campaign, which is that America's first. We're going to make sure that our national interests are protected, that we do what we can to make sure that our interests, both economically and national security, are at the forefront. We're not just going to become the world's policeman running around the country, running around the world, but that we have to have a clear and defined national interest wherever we act, and that it's our national security first and foremost that has to deal with how we act.
Action in Syria fits in that doctrine?
Absolutely. I think if you recognize the threat that our country and our people face, if there is a growth of use or spread of chemical weapons of mass destruction, the proliferation of those, the spread to other groups, is a clear danger to our country and to our people. Kristen.
John, thank you. I just want to follow up on what you were saying about Bashar al-Assad. Are you saying that defeating ISIS and getting Bashar al-Assad out of power through a political process should happen at the same time?
I think, I'm not trying to how you sequence them, but I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I don't think that you have to do one other than others, but I think they kind of go hand in hand. As you reduce ISIS's strength, as you de-escalate the conflict in Syria, the political environment to remove him becomes stronger and stronger.
And just to be clear, Secretary Tillerson over the weekend said we can navigate a political outcome in which the Syrian people will determine Bashar al-Assad's fate and his legitimacy. Nikki Haley seemed to align more with what you were saying. She said in no way do we see peace in that area with Assad as the head of the Syrian government. So who better reflects the
I don't think those are mutually exclusive statements. Because I think that you can, one of them saying we don't see peace with him in charge, and the other one is saying we need to have him gone. I think that's the point of both. The goal for both of them, the goal for the United States, is twofold. As I've stated, it's one, to make sure that we destabilize Syria, destabilize the conflict there, reduce the threat of ISIS, but then secondly is create the political environment, not just within the Syrian people, but I think you can work with Russia in particular to make sure that they understand that Syria, backed up by Russia's own accounting, should be held accountable for the agreements that it's made with respect to its international agreements on chemical weapons alone.
And can you defeat ISIS with Assad still in power?
ISIS with, yes, sure, but I think that I think you can defeat ISIS with him in power. I think that obviously, to your point, it's not like there's a single track that says you have to do. I mean, if we can get both at the same time or one happens after another, that's fine as well. But I think that obviously the number one threat that America faces is ISIS in that region, and we've got to make sure that we do everything we can to do that.
And just finally, when Secretary Tillerson meets with his Russian counterpart, what is his specific message going to be? Is he going to threaten potentially more sanctions if Russia doesn't get involved?
Well, I think he's on his way there tomorrow, and I'll let Secretary Tillerson talk about his meeting with Foreign Minister Lavrov. I think there's a lot of things to obviously discuss. The overall fight on ISIS, but I think with respect to Syria in particular, I think we need to remind them of the commitments that they've made and the commitments that Syria's made. And I think that, I think that first and foremost, we need to make sure that we all understand what the situation is on the ground. There's no question who acted in this case and what Syria did. And I think that we need to make sure that Russia fully understands the actions that Assad took, the commitments that Syria has made, and Russia has equally agreed to those same understanding. So that getting them back on the same page, first and foremost, would seem the logical step. But secondly, and I guess equally as important, is to make sure that the areas where we can find a commitment to defeat ISIS is something that we share. Major.
So would the President want the Secretary of State to put the threat of sanctions on the table to get Russia's attention in this matter? Because the Secretary of State said Russia is either complicit or incompetent. What does the President believe Russia actually is in this matter?
Well, look, we'll have plenty of time to discuss how those talks go. I don't want to. The one thing the President's been very clear on from the get-go is he doesn't like to telegraph all the cards that he has. I think he wants to see how that conversation goes with Secretary Tillerson. If we can get them to agree to commit to action on defeating ISIS, well, I think that's what they're going to have a discussion about. I think that we need to see what goes beyond rhetoric and where that talk starts, and what they're willing to commit to in action. I think that's important. To get ahead of this right now, before they meet, is not something I want to do. I'd like to let Secretary Tillerson meet with Lavrov, have that conversation, and then report back. Jen?
Yeah. More quickly about the White House itself. What is the president's perspective on the current ability of his senior advisors to resolve their ideological differences, resolve their personality differences, and work as a team?
He's very confident in that. Because this is the same group with the same ideologies, the same strengths. They came together for a common purpose to win a campaign. There is an unbelievably talented team at the senior level and at the mid-level and, frankly, all the way down to the bottom level of this administration that is committed to the president's agenda. I said this multiple times throughout the transition, that everybody that came into this administration, while they might have a personal view or an action on an issue, they understand and understood and understand the president's vision and agenda. And their goal of coming into this was to understand, first and foremost, that it is the president who made pledges and promises to the American people about the direction he'd take this country and the actions he's taken. And he is doing that, and I just read off a series of them in terms of the judges that he's appointing, the Congressional Review Act pieces of legislation that he signed, the executive orders. When you look at the actions that he's taken and the results that he's getting, 60% down on the border, nobody would dispute the fact that immigration was a hot topic during this campaign. And the president's actions are seeing results. And I think you're seeing it both on the market and on our national security front. So he understands that we have some pretty smart, talented individuals who are opinionated on a lot of subjects, but that our battles and our policy differences need to be behind closed doors. We need to focus and ultimately all come out committed to advancing the president's agenda. But he is completely aware of the talent that he has, and that's part of the reason that he's brought this team together, is because of the talent and successes and accomplishments they've had on a variety of backgrounds, and he's fully believes that they're going to continue to push forward to advance his agenda.
Philosophy that led him to have or order this meeting on Friday, where the two principals, Bannon and Jared Kushner, were essentially told by the president, cool this and get along and get on the same page.
Well, look, I think there's a lot of stuff that was overblown about this that makes it out into the media sometimes and gets a little bit more sensational than it truly is. But I think the president's obviously very pleased with the last week that he's had and the accomplishments, especially on the foreign policy front. I think we had an unbelievably helpful and productive meeting with the Chinese. His meeting with King Abdullah was unbelievable, and he's continued to have very strong foreign policy wins in terms of the relationships that we're making with other heads of state. The attack on Syria won not just bipartisan praise here at home, but world praise. And I think that he recognizes that sometimes some of this spills over, these policy differences and discussions, and he's made sure that the focus stays on advancing the agenda. So,
Sean, thanks.
Yeah.
If you're saying one of the priorities is to see a regime change in Syria, how far is the president willing to go to see Bashar al-Assad out of power there?
So, just to be clear, I don't think you can't imagine a stable and peaceful Syria with Assad as in charge. I don't think that's a scenario that's possible. But I think that the first step in that has to be to make sure that the region and Syria in particular are stable. You can't have ISIS marching through Syria and then worry mostly about who's in charge right now. We've got to make sure that first and foremost, in terms of our national security, I think it was Brian's question at the beginning, our national security is the first and foremost reason that we have to act. And as ISIS is proliferating and chemicals of mass destruction are on the rise there, we've got to contain that. Then once that's done, I think we can apply political, economic, and diplomatic pressure for regime change. Now they can work in tandem. I'm not trying to, but the bottom line is the first priority is still the containment of ISIS and the conflicts that are occurring.
And is the red line, just to clarify, the red line for this White House chemical warfare, is conventional warfare enough to get the president to go further there than this White House has gone before?
Look, I think the president has been very clear that there are a number of lines that were crossed last week. He's not going to sit down. We saw that in the last administration. They drew these red lines, and then the red lines were run over. I don't think you're going to see the same play. I think what not just Syria, but the world saw last week is a president that is going to act decisively and proportionally and with justification when it comes to actions like that. I mean, and I will tell you, the answer is that if you gas a baby, if you put a barrel bomb in to innocent people, I think you will see a response from this president. That is unacceptable. And I think the rest of the world. I think, look, one of the things that I don't want to start doing, Cecilia, is say, if you do this, this is the reaction that you're going to get. The president's made very clear throughout his time in the campaign, through the transition and now as president, that he's not going to telegraph a response to every corresponding action, because that just tells the opposition or the enemy what you're going to do and whether or not that response is worth taking. The president's going to be very clear that he's going to keep his cards close to the vest, but make no mistake, he will act. John.
Thanks a lot, Sean. I wanted to ask you about the reaction that the president took in terms of military involvement last week. You said in your statement that all 59 of those cruise missiles hit their intended target, and yet we're seeing reports that that military airbase in Syria continues to be used by the Syrian military.
Yeah.
Given that, how can you consider that particular mission a success?
Well, because I think from what you're hearing, you've taken two pre-fueled planes and taken them off. It's a PR stunt. The bottom line is their fueling capability has been taken out, their radar capability was taken out, and over 20% of their fixed-wing aircraft from their entire Air Force was taken out. Their ability to operate successfully out of that airbase is gone. Like I said, they as a PR stunt, they took some pre-fueled planes, pushed them over to make it look like nothing is. But make no mistake about it, their radar capability is gone, their fueling capability is gone, and a good chunk of their aircraft is gone. That's a huge success. John Gizzi.
I just want to ask you one other question.
Okay.
Following up on what Major Garrett asked, sort of about these reports of a shakeup at the White House. There have been various reports that the Deputy National Security Advisor, K.T. McFarland, is stepping down from that post. She'll take on the post of U.S. Ambassador to Singapore. Can you confirm that? And what's behind that particular move, if indeed that's the case?
I appreciate it. Look, I've said many times before that we're not going to get into personnel announcements until they're ready to announce. I would say that two points on that. One, when General McMaster was announced, it was pretty clear. We said it at the time. You all asked the question whether or not he would have the ability to shape the National Security Council in his liking with the president's concurrence. I think you've pretty much seen that was an accurate statement at the time, and it continues to be now. And General McMaster has the president's confidence to ensure that our National Security Council is shaped in a manner that best serves the President of the United States in every way, shape, or form. Secondly, to your point, I think the staff said it over the weekend, I'll reiterate it, the only thing that's being shaken up in Washington right now is Washington. I think this president continues to show that he's going to be a disruptor and do things differently and bring real change to Washington. John Gizzi.
Thank you, Sean. Two questions. First, the previous administration was in touch with the Assad opposition and gathered conclaves of different groups, including the Free Syrian Army. Is this administration in touch with the same anti-Assad forces, political and military?
Yeah, I'm not going to go into details on what we're doing and who we're talking to. I think that's obviously didn't prove too successful last administration in terms of regime change. So I'm going to not get into telegraphing what we're doing and how we're doing it.
On the domestic front, Congressman Ron DeSantis wrote the president just last week to call in very strong language for him by executive order to end what he calls the OPM rule of 2013. That was an executive order, of course, that undercut the Affordable Care Act's amendment saying that members of Congress and their staff could not get health care and special subsidies unlike any other American. And he said as soon as that is eliminated, Congress will move faster because they and their staff will not have special treatment. Is the president going to use use his pen and get rid of the OPM order?
I'll have to look at that. I know Secretary Price has been dealing with a lot of, I know that's an OPM order. Secretary Price has been reviewing all of the necessary implementation documents and orders with respect to Obamacare. I know that he's working with Director Mulvaney. Director Mulvaney, I anticipate, will be here with you guys at some point, probably tomorrow, to talk about some reorganizing of government. That might be an appropriate time to talk to him specifically about that. Dave.
Thanks, Sean. The list of judges that the president put out last year, saying these are the people I would consider nominating, you referred to earlier. In the end, Democrats still tried to filibuster Judge Gorsuch.
Right.
So what difference from that perspective did putting out that list make in the end?
That's a great question. I think what it showed first and foremost is the president kept his word. The president put out a list of people and campaigned on it and said, if you elect me, these are the type of justices that I will choose from. And they are originalists. They are going to read and interpret the Constitution as it was written and meant to be. And I think the American people, in a lot of cases, if you look at exit polling, voted for him in a lot of cases because of that. I think it shows that, again, whether or not you disagree or agree with the president, sometimes philosophically, he gets high marks for keeping his word. I think that means a lot, that he went out on a number of topics, including the type of justice that he would appoint, put it before the American people, allowed them to vote up or down at the ballot box, and it's an affirmation of the kind of justice that he wants. But it's also a continuation to know that the president is going to be someone who makes a pledge to the American people and keeps it.
He's going to obviously have other federal judges to nominate, maybe
hope
Supreme
so.
Court judges. What else what else did this process teach him? Anything?
Well, I think from a political side, it was pretty obvious that you can disagree with Judge Gorsuch's judicial philosophy. But I think by every standard, he was a very highly qualified justice. The American Bar Association rated him their highest. The people who have worked for him in the past, his judicial record in terms of the number of cases where he was in the mainstream and Democratic appointees sided with him. And I think it basically showed the president that trying to work with Senate Democrats wasn't really was somewhat of a futile task. That these were people that made up their mind by and large, regardless of who the person was, and we're going to vote it down. So that would probably be the biggest lesson. But it also shows that when you've got the right individual, you've got someone who's eminently qualified. We're gonna succeed in getting them done. Blake.
Let me turn your attention to tax reform real quick, and I've got a few. There's a report out there that says the president has basically gone back to the drawing board as it relates to taxes.
Yeah.
Is that accurate, or
No.
does he still, what he put out there on the campaign trail, is that still the backbone of what he wants to see get done?
Yeah, I mean, that's the backbone, but I think that what you're seeing is us going through this process of his economic team, everyone from Secretary Mnuchin to Secretary Ross to Gary Cohen and others sitting down internally and beginning that process of meeting with groups that have been advocating for tax reform since 1986, kind of the ink on that one dried, and starting to meet with outside groups, industry groups, individuals, members of Congress, to get their input. This is going to be a major undertaking, and I think we want to make sure that we listen, have their ideas and their input as we move forward. But this is the beginning phases of that process.
You mentioned Gary Cohen. He said on Friday that there's been this August deadline that Steve Mnuchin and others have talked about. And Friday, Gary Cohen suggested that August might not be the deadline. Is this timeline getting pushed at this point?
Well, it's not getting pushed. I think it's just getting. Obviously, that still would be a great opportunity before they leave for August recess. But we're going to make sure that we do this right, and we do it with the input of all of the individuals, groups, and members of Congress that have had a long time interest in doing this. And it is a big deal, right? You've got the ability for our businesses and industries to be more competitive in the global market, and then you want to make sure that you're providing middle-income tax relief that creates economic growth throughout the country. So
Americans are filling out their tax reforms right now for 2016. This time next year, they're going to fill it out for 2017. Will they have a 2017 tax cut this time next year?
I think middle-income Americans, I hope, have a tax cut by then. Jeff.
Sean, during the campaign.
Sorry, it's.
That,
I know.
You can go next.
Careful with that.
President, then candidate Trump was pretty critical, or excuse me, was pretty complimentary of President Putin. Now, after seeing how Russia has reacted in Syria, what's his view of President Putin now?
I think it's always been the same, respectfully, which is that if we can get a deal, we have a shared interest in, particularly in the area of ISIS. And if we can defeat them, and if we can work with them on a plan to defeat them, then we're going to do it. But he's also said, and I think sometimes people cut off part of the quote, which is, and if we can't work with them, then okay. But the president came into office to really focus on two fronts: keeping our country safe and growing our economy and putting people back to work. And I think if Russia or any other country can help us achieve those two goals, either through market access on additional products and services from the United States into a major marketplace, but more importantly, help to keep our country safe through a combined effort to defeat something like ISIS, especially in a place like Syria where they're playing so prominently, then I think we want to work with them. But if we can't get a deal with them, then the president's not going to be disappointed. But he would like to do what he can to work with these individuals to make it happen. Jim.
Would he still describe him in the same way that he did several months ago as a leader who he viewed as stronger than President Obama?
I think we'll wait and see. We're 81 days in. I think Secretary Tillerson will have a lot of information after he meets with Foreign Secretary Lavrov.
Ask you one other question on trade. Did you mentioned the 100 days agreement that the president and president of China agreed on? Did China offer to give U.S. some concessions on beef exports and financial investments
I
as
think,
part of that?
Yeah. Look, this is an initial working plan that they're going to try to hammer out what that 100 days looks like. And then they call them like way stations. Like, what are those stops between 100 days and now that would be things that both sides would be looking at? And I think, obviously, beef exports and additional market access in China, intellectual property, the ability to have foreign ownership, especially in the services industry, is something that has been a big prize of U.S. exporters and industry for a long time. But it is something that is being hammered out as we go forward. So that's the plan was to put together a plan, and there's a lot of pieces that both sides would like to see in there, and these benchmarks between now and those 100 days. But that plan is something that they talked about putting together during the over day that they met together. And it is something that the counterparts are now going to continue to flush out. So there's a lot of topics that got put on the table. We're going to see how that works. Jim.
Thank you, Sean. What is the status of, and a multi-part question, what is the status of the renegotiation of NAFTA, and what is the White House doing to tweak NAFTA in U.S. interests? And is there concern about getting it done before the Mexican elections heat up at the end of the year?
Well, the first thing with respect to trade is, we need the Senate to approve Robert Lighthizer as the next U.S. trade representative. That's obviously, USTR drives that. And so our focus is getting that done, and it'll be ready to go. We still have an official 90-day notification that we have to give Congress. And so once we get Ambassador Lighthizer confirmed, we'll be ready to probably announce a better work plan on that. But as of right now, that's not there. Jeff Zeleny.
Mr. Trump, as a private citizen, had a lot to say about Syria. One of the things, he said that the president, then President Obama, needs to seek congressional approval. Some members of Congress believe he should as well. What is his plan to explain his strategy in a broader sense, and why does he not need congressional approval in his view?
I think Article 2 of the Constitution is pretty clear that when it's in the national interest of the country, the president has the full authority to act. He did that. He and his team spoke extensively to congressional leaders on both sides of the aisle that night to describe the action that's being taken forward. So I think we have fully fulfilled every obligation, but the power vested in Article 2 is very clear with the president's ability to act.
In terms of things happening here at the White House behind the scenes with his staff members, obviously there were some ideological and policy differences on this particular military action last week. Does the president believe, or do you believe, that this has been smoothed over in the short term, or there has been a long-term solution to the fighting between Steve Bannon, Jared Kushner, and others?
Are you talking specifically with Syria, or are you talking...
Specifically with Syria, there was a disagreement, but is this a short-term fix to this problem, or do you believe, does the president believe, that there is a longer-term fix to this infighting that has really plagued his administration?
Well, again, I'd say a couple things, Jeff. One is a lot of this is frankly overblown. but number two is the reason the president's brought this team together is offer a diverse set of opinions. He doesn't want a monolithical kind of thought process going through the White House. He wants a diverse set of opinions. He is the decider. He has people come in and give him a variety of options and plans. He went back and forth over that 72-hour period where he wanted additional options, additional explanations and questions answered. That's how he's going to deal. And so whether it's this, healthcare, tax reform, trade, he's got a divergent set of opinions on here of experts. The idea isn't to have one set of thought and policy flowing through there. It's to give the president the best advice possible, but that once the president makes a decision that the team is on board 100% to make sure that we do what's been the best interest of the country and fulfill the agenda that he's laid out. So I think the president wants to have a series of ideas and thoughts put forward to him. That's how he's going to make the best opinion or best decision possible for this country.
But it must have crossed a line if he said to work it out.
Well, I think sometimes, again, I'm not going to get into what happens internally, but I think sometimes might spill out into public more than other things. But there's always going to be a healthy debate internally on a variety of policy issues among the cabinet, among the staff, to make sure that the president sees every option that's available, every opinion that he should weigh and counter before he makes a final decision. It's just sometimes those discussions may make them out a little bit more publicly than they do. But I think, as I noted at the beginning, I thought there was a lot of overblown coverage of how it actually happened and what went down.
So he's sticking with Steve Bannon.
He is
right
very
now.
confident in the team that he has, that they have an unbelievable amount of knowledge, and he enjoys the counsel that they all bring to this table. Thank you guys very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
One question. Is the president willing?
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. You are here for this breaking news alert that we've just been learning the last 15 minutes of a school shooting in San Bernardino. Here is the latest that we know. We're going to put it up here on our screen. Multiple gunshot victims. In total right now, we are learning that possibly up to 4 people have been shot at this elementary school at the North Park Elementary in San Bernardino. The police chief there believes that this is a murder-suicide situation that happened inside a classroom. You're taking a look at live Skyfox images right now as there is now a triage and victim count also taking place. So they want to make sure that everyone he's accounted for, and maybe that there's not other victims that they don't know about at this moment. So we're going to continue to monitor this situation here, as this is a very fluid situation. These numbers unfortunately can go up as the time goes on, but we'll try to keep you guys up to date on the very latest information that comes across our desk here. You can see buses are ready to ship the students out as soon as they have a fair count on everyone. You're taking a look at just a huge police response here. We have triage situations all over that elementary school in San Bernardino. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream.
Copy that.
As you can see here, Skyfox, they're up on the scene in San Bernardino at that North Park Elementary. We are looking for the latest information that will be coming. As soon as we get that information, of course, we will bring that to you. It's a very, during these times, a very fluid situation where, numbers can go up or down when you're talking about a victim count. So we're going to monitor this. You're taking a look at the students there. They must be so confused at the situation. Maybe some of them heard the gunshots. You just don't know what could be going on through these. Look how young they are, too, when you're dealing with, we're talking about an elementary school right now that the police chief believes that this is a murder-suicide situation. Up to 4 people have been shot here. We're hoping that number does not go up. The school is on a lockdown, and we're going to show you a different view as well. And this is just some more aerials that we have here for you. Continuing to follow live here for you on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. Unfortunately, we're talking about another school shooting here in America. And we're dealing with such a young group here. Usually, when there is some sort of school shooting, we're thinking about maybe junior high, high school, college. But this is very young. So you could just imagine the confusion here for these students. Maybe some heard the shots, maybe some were even in that classroom. The San Bernardino police chief on Twitter saying that there are 4 victims being treated, including at least 2 students who were taken to a hospital. He says the shooting happened inside a classroom. The other students in the school were being evacuated and taken to a nearby school. As you can imagine, parents are going to be rushing to the school to pick up their loved ones, or maybe they'll have to go to another school. But when they probably had that alert either in an email or on their text message that there was an incident at the school, your heart as a loved one would probably just fall right there, and you would immediately leave work and try to figure out, okay, what exactly is happening. This is at the North Park School in San Bernardino. Unfortunately, talking about another shooting there in San Bernardino, where we all know that town has suffered a lot in the last couple of years. So we'll continue to monitor this for you on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. You're watching live right now. And what's so sad about this situation is you're taking a look of students just right outside the school, and such young lives that are now going to have to be told in the coming hours of what happened, and for some of them that may have lost maybe a friend or a loved one. That's extra hard, as well as we'll continuing to follow live here for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Other news here, San Bernardino City United School District is reporting that the threat has, quote, been neutralized after the shooting at the elementary school. So, once again, that was from the San Bernardino City United School District reporting that the threat has been neutralized. Always a day like this where, once again, we're talking about another school shooting here in America, and this time just so many young children here at this elementary school, North Park Elementary in San Bernardino. We just heard the latest news was that the threat has been neutralized. That was coming from the San Bernardino City United School District. So when you hear a term like neutralized, that would appear to be that the shooter is down. Now, coming in the hours, we're going to be learning a lot more. What led up to this? What kind of situation would happen like this? How old is the shooter? Is the shooter an elementary student, or is it someone like a faculty member? So many questions right now unanswered, very fluid situation, and we're going to be waiting for a press conference. That'll be coming up shortly, so stay right here with us as we'll be giving you live updates throughout the afternoon here. If you're just joining us here, 4 shot at an elementary school in San Bernardino, California, North Park Elementary, multiple gunshot victims. 2 have been taken to the hospital. The school district is now reporting that the threat has been neutralized. A triage and victim count is also taking place, and the police chief there believes that this is a murder-suicide situation. Also, just coming down right now that we are learning from the San Bernardino school spokeswoman saying one of the 4 people that were shot in the classroom was a teacher. So we're just learning that information as well that we want to pass along to you, that this is coming from the San Bernardino school spokeswoman saying that one of the people shot in that classroom was a teacher. And everyone, if you're just joining us to this Fox 10 News Alert 4-shot at this elementary school, North Park Elementary in San Bernardino, we're learning that one of the shooting victims was a teacher. The school district also reporting that the threat has been neutralized. So right now you're taking a live look right outside of the school. This is like near the recess area. I mean, you have a basketball court here as well as a grass area for maybe soccer or frisbee. Now this is where the students right now are just hanging out. They are with teachers and other faculty members, and right now police and other investigators there on the scene trying to get a grasp at what exactly happened today, who the shooter was. We're going to be learning a lot more information. We are learning, though, that threat has been neutralized, so this is not a active shooter anymore situation. But you could see the police presence here as they came very fast to of the reports of this school shooting. We're going to continue to follow live here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. For all of those watching on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live as well, welcome. And everyone watching on fox10phoenix.com for this news alert. One of our longtime viewers, Chris Lee, sending best wishes from Cornwall, England. So sad that yet another attack has taken place at a school again, too. Thanks, Chris, for those wishes as we're continuing to monitor this breaking news alert that is happening in San Bernardino. Unfortunately, once again, we are talking about an attack that happened in San Bernardino. If you remember a couple of years ago, that tragic terror attack that happened right before Christmas. And now you can see students here. They're holding each other as they are walking in lines with faculty members. So young right here, probably don't have a grasp on what exactly happened. And you can see some of them being escorted out now. They are going to be taken to buses to a local school. That is probably where family and loved ones can come and pick them up. They probably, family cannot come right here because it is on total lockdown at this time. And as you can see, when the chopper did widen out a little, you really couldn't even get close to this school right now. Just learning right now, another news alert coming, that the San Bernardino police chief says 2 adults are dead in the elementary school classroom after the shooting. 2 students are hospitalized. We're also learning that the two students were airlifted to a hospital after what's believed to be a domestic dispute. San Bernardino City Unified School District spokeswoman is telling local reporters there right now. The San Bernardino police chief saying on Twitter that 4 victims were being treated in what investigators suspect was a murder-suicide situation. The shooting happened at the North Park School. Students gathered on a field near a line of school buses and other vehicles, including fire trucks. Right now, it is being reported that the scene is not chaotic, but police stood nearby. She says all other students are safe and they are being taken to a local college campus. The city of 216,000 was the site of the December 2015 terror attack that killed 14 people and wounded 22 others at a meeting of San Bernardino County employees. The husband and wife shooters were killed in a gun battle with authorities later that day. The city is known for its high rates of violent crime, especially homicides, and has struggled to emerge from bankruptcy. Right now, the condition of those 2 students are unknown right now. 2 adults have been found dead in the classroom there. Police chief calling this a murder-suicide situation. Now you're seeing more students there being evacuated as they are going to be waiting to get on some buses to take to a local college campus where they will be able to be picked up by their loved ones today. Police also saying that there is no further threat to the school at this time. But 2 adults dead in what appears to be a murder-suicide situation, and then it'll be interesting to see as we get more details that are coming out. Were these faculty members? Were these teachers? What led up to this shooting, and why did 2 students have to be shot as well? We'll learn a lot more in the coming hours here. Also waiting for a press conference. Stay right here with us during this Fox 10 News Alert on fox10phoenix.com, and everyone joining us as well on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. Everyone, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream as we are covering for you this shooting at a San Bernardino elementary school. The very latest that we have for you is that 2 adults dead inside a classroom. The police chief believes that this is a murder-suicide situation. 2 students were flown to a nearby hospital. We do not have the details on those shooting victims. The threat has been neutralized. We'll continue to monitor this here for you on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. An apparent murder-suicide inside this elementary school classroom in San Bernardino left 2 adults dead, including a teacher, and 2 students wounded, police and school officials said. Investigators believe that the suspect is down and there is no further threat to North Park School, police chief said on Twitter. 2 students were airlifted to a hospital after what's believed to be a domestic dispute. The San Bernardino City Unified School District spokeswoman telling local reporters there on the scene their conditions were not immediately known, police said. We believe the teacher knew who the shooter was, she said. She said all other students were safe and they were being taken to a local college campus. Aerial footage showed students gathered on a field and blacktop basketball court inside the fenced-in grounds of the campus as school buses lined up. Frantic parents ran up to a sidewalk looking for information about their children, but were not able to learn immediately what happened at the school. Several parents interviewed on local TV there said their children were too young to carry mobile phones, so they had not been able to contact them to see if they were all right. That's actually another good point. When you're dealing with such young kids here at this elementary school, they're not going to be having cell phones, so it's not like they'll be able to text, "I'm okay, Mom," "I'm okay, Dad," or "something's happened." They pretty much had to be radio silent, so that just adds another layer of anxiety, though, for those parents as they had to run to the school to see, hey, is my kid okay? Did my kid make it? What's going on? How did this happen? Who did this? So there's so many questions here. We'll continue to monitor here for you on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. You're also taking a better look here at the situation as more students are getting ready to load up on those buses here as they are being taken one by one. You can see the other students there at the fence just watching as their friends are now going on the buses. And you got to figure so many of these students must be so, they don't understand what's going on. They must be shocked at the same time. Maybe they're scared. So many different things that could be going on through their mind. They're not able to grasp maybe the situation at hand, what just happened, especially for those students that were inside the classroom that witnessed this murder-suicide go down. It must. There's going to need to be crisis counselors on this campus for a while in the coming days as we'll try to get a better grasp on what exactly happened. Hopefully, we'll be getting that press conference very shortly here. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. And for those of you maybe just joining us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream or on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, this is what we know so far, that 2 adults found dead inside a classroom with 2 students also shot. They've been flown to a hospital. We do not know the condition of those 2 students. And when you're thinking about, okay, maybe what's their age? Well, it's an elementary school, and you're looking at the students here must be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years old here. Very sad situation out in San Bernardino at the North Park Elementary School. The Unified School District there says, the spokeswoman says that the teacher that was shot believes that they might have known the actual shooter here. So a very fluid situation as we'll continue to monitor what's going on there in San Bernardino. Police chief believes that this is a murder-suicide situation. We'll continue to follow the latest news for you as it comes across our desk and update you with any new details that we learn. Also, the city of 216,000 San Bernardino was the site of the December 2015 terror attack that killed 14 people and wounded 22 others at a meeting of San Bernardino County employees. Husband and wife shooters were killed in a gun battle with authorities later that day. The city is known for its high rates of violent crime, especially homicides, and has struggled to emerge from bankruptcy. And now we're taking a look here as some of the students are loading up on that school bus as they are getting ready to be taken to a local college campus. That's where family and friends can then pick up their children there. All right, everybody, and now at this time we are also getting a ground shot there from, to give you a better look of what's going on. Let's give you a ground shot now. Viewer discretion is always heavily advised during these situations, as this is a very fluid camera. This is raw images coming to you directly from San Bernardino.
1257 North Park, I think they said. That's where people are gathering.
We'll wait for that shot to clear up there as the photographer trying to get another shot available. We'll check back in with that shot as well.
waiting to pick up many of these kids to take them to a location where parents can go at that point pick them up. If we go a little bit closer in this direction, let's see if we can step a little bit closer. You can see some kids behind the fence, many of them still waiting to get on these buses. We're several blocks away from where parents can pick them up. But as you can see on the left-hand side, Julio, if you can pan to the left, you can still see many parents still waiting in this area just to make eye contact with their kids and see if they can identify one of their children before they then go on to then pick them up. So that's really what we know at this point. As soon as we know anything else, we'll bring you the latest. Send it back to you guys in the studio.
That was our Fox reporter there in LA giving us the most up-to-date additional info that we can get here for you. You can see the police tape roped along that whole street there. Very fluid situation there. We'll wait till they establish another shot. Don't want to get you too dizzy there as the photographer there moving to another scene with the reporter there. Maybe they'll try to get an interview now. We'll wait for that, take you back out to aerial images right now. An apparent murder-suicide inside an elementary school classroom in San Bernardino left 2 adults dead, including a teacher, and 2 students wounded, police and school officials said. Investigators believe that the suspect is down and that North Park School faces no further threat. That's what the police chief said on Twitter. 2 students were airlifted to a hospital after what was believed to be a domestic dispute. San Bernardino City Unified School District spokeswoman told local reporters there on the scene their conditions were not immediately known. We believe the teacher knew who the shooter was. That is what the school district is reporting now. All other students were safe and were being taken to a local college campus. That's where we're taking a look live right now for you. The school has about 600 students in kindergarten through 6th grades. Frantic parents ran up a sidewalk looking for information about their children, but were not able to learn immediately what happened. Several parents interviewed on TV said their children were too young to carry mobile phones, so they had not been able to contact them to see if they were okay. A parent, Marina Ramos, told a news station that she rushed to the school to try to pick up her grandson after she heard about the shooting. She said she spoke to him, and he told her he was safe, but he was very upset. He was crying. He was scared, she said. It was a typical morning, and then chaos broke out. You're taking a look at all the resources being used for this situation. You have lots of buses, lots of fire crews and emergency responders, and still the students are being filed in there one by one as they are now going to be taken to a school bus to go to a local college campus to be picked up there. But a lot of questions will be at the dinner table today for those students and parents when they come together to talk about what happened. And there's going to be a lot of things being discussed today. Okay, it looks like we're going to possibly have an interview, maybe from a witness or somebody there near the school. Once that interview gets going, we will try to bring it to you. Very interesting now when we're looking at the parking lot here. They do already have a car that is with the police tape. So they have an area there where they believe that the suspect's car could possibly be there. So that'll be interesting to watch as well. Continuing to follow live here. Another school shooting in America. 4-shot in San Bernardino. 2 adults dead, 2 students airlifted. We'll continue to bring you the very latest images that we are getting here for you as we are looking at students one by one now going into school buses to be taken to a local college campus where they could be reunited with their loved ones.
are two adults. It appears to be that the shooter, it was a murder-suicide. The shooter did shoot himself, according to reports, and that one of the deceased may also be a teacher at the school. And again, a lot of concern there for the two students who were taken to the hospital. One airlifted, that student in critical condition. Here's the tweet there from the San Bernardino Police Department. We want to also tell you another situation we're looking at here in San Bernardino outside the school. As you see, they've cordoned off a car there because in addition to trying to take care of all the students, this is also a crime scene investigation. So you see one of the vehicles there inside the parking lot that's been cordoned off, and no doubt that is part of the investigation into the shooting that happened at the school.
Right, live pictures coming to us from Skyfox, of course, and with the crime scene tape around this specific car, of course, this is a car of interest, and we could only assume that this would be either the victims in the murder-suicide, potentially that person's vehicle, or the shooter's vehicle himself. And what we are hearing, you know, we've heard two adults found dead in the classroom, but from that one mother, I don't know if she has actual confirmation, but she made it sound like it was a boyfriend or her husband who came in and shot the female teacher and then turned the gun on himself.
Yeah, certainly still a real scary situation there for the parents as well, and any students who could have witnessed this. We'll get more confirmation on exactly what took place inside that classroom. Again, 12:30 is a press conference that we're waiting for. Our Gigi Gracia there at the scene. And Zorine Adamji has been talking to many of the parents there, frantic, trying to get word of their loved ones. No cell phones allowed there. She's still on the scene there, Zorine.
Hi, Bob. Yeah, we actually just saw one dad race in that direction because he just finally made eye contact with his kid who was on that bus right over there. So much relief pouring through him. He didn't want to stay on with us and speak to us on camera because he wanted to run and be able to meet his kid the second that bus gets to the location where it's going to right now. Now, here's what we're seeing from this angle. Right behind that bus is a fence, of course, and kids are being let out one by one. And from what it appears, there's a staff member standing with a police officer, and they're looking through like a clipboard, and they're basically checking off each kid's name just one by one, just to make sure every single kid is accounted for. And that's why this process seems to be so long. It seems to be so slow because it appears to be that they are doing that right now. But as you can see, these buses are finally starting to move. We've seen fewer and fewer parents in this area. Actually, these buses are actually leaving empty. But we have some parents right over here. Doesn't want to go on camera? Your kids don't go there. Does your kid go there?
No, we all moved.
Okay. What's your reaction, though, from seeing all of this here right now?
It's sad. It's sad, you know, for the parents and for the kids, you know what I mean? Just sad, just all the way around.
Were you here when the shooting happened this morning?
I live a block away from here.
What did you hear or see this morning?
I just heard cops and helicopters, and that's all I heard. And so we ran over here because we have cousins that go here, but they're all right, though, you know?
Everyone's okay?
Yes.
It's good to know. Thank you so much. There's some more parents or more people waiting around in this area over here. Sir, are you a parent of one of the kids at that school?
No.
No? Okay.
Our neighbors.
Looks like some more people over here. Does your kid go to that school?
My nephew.
Your nephew, how is he?
He's fine. We saw him get on the bus.
Have you made any contact with him at all via phone or
No,
teacher?
one of the police officers walked over to him and told him that we were standing over here.
How relieved are you that your
Super
relative's
relieved.
okay?
There's like a big weight off your back.
What was going through your head when you heard about what happened at the school this morning?
I just wanted to get over here just to try to make sure his parents are in New York right now, so we just wanted to make sure that he was fine. His uncle here also has his kids here, so we all just rushed over here just to try to support each other.
Are your kids okay, sir?
Yeah, my son's fine. He's a fourth grader too, so
Have you talked to him at all so far?
Yeah, they said that he got on the bus. The teacher texted his mom and said that he's on the bus. He's good.
And so are you still out here waiting to see if any other relatives or?
No, I can't get out because the buses are blocking me now. So.
Oh no! So after all.
I can't even go home or nothing. So.
Okay, interesting. Okay, so it sounds like there were a lot of parents here, but some of them are maybe your cars are trapped in because there are so many buses.
I can't even walk to my house either, so I can't even walk over there. They're not letting me get through, so I just have to wait it out.
It's still so much relief knowing that your kids are okay.
Over here from Fontana, I had to speed over here, basically, drive crazy. It's scary. It's a scary situation.
Definitely is. All right, Bob and Marla, we'll send it back to you guys for now in the studio.
All right, Zorine, we appreciate it. Now, just looking at the San Bernardino City Unified School District website, they just put out a note minutes ago that says, of course, reiterating what we have known, that the threat there at North Park Elementary has been neutralized and that the students are being evacuated to Cajon High School. The address there specifically is 1200 West Hill Drive. All North Park parents and guardians are asked to pick up your students at Cajon High School, and of course, you must present a photo ID.
Our Stephanie Stanton is at Cajon High School, where the parents are going there, but certainly a little bit of a chaotic situation there as they try to get organized there and figure out how to reunite the parents with their kids. Stephanie?
Yeah, absolutely, Bob. A very chaotic scene. We've now moved over to the parking lot area, which is near the football field of the school. Let me join Regina Hamilton. We spoke to her a short time ago. I know she was understandably upset because of the chaos here, but you do have some new information. You were told that your granddaughter is in fact coming here.
My granddaughter is in fact coming here to Cajon High School once they may get a count at Cal State San Bernardino. My daughter did get official, so she have seen her. And we also saw our neighbor kid, Kaylee. So we've seen those two, and we know that they're okay.
Okay. And Regina, your granddaughter is how old and what grade?
She's 10 years old. She'll be 11 on her birthday is the 20th this month. Right? Just can't imagine.
I can't imagine. Now, show me this form, too. I want to show you guys. This is the form that Regina and some of the other parents were given. But there's confusion even about this form.
Yeah, no one has told us what to do with it. Another parent handed this to me. Another parent handed this to me and said, well, we have to fill it out whether your baby is in Cajon or if your child is in North Park. Then somebody else said, oh, no, you don't have to do it if your child is in North Park. So I'm holding the slip just in case I need it.
Right. And it's interesting because as we were walking over here, we did see someone from the school. I asked her, hey, can you, tell us what's happening? She said, no, I can't talk to you right now. But one of the other parents also showed me that form. And another parent said, this form is actually for Cajon students because remember, there are high school students here. They're also being picked up as well, which adds to the chaos. So again, I think it's probably a smart move to keep
a policy. They need to come up with a plan.
Yeah.
They need to come up with the hospital called it code silver. They need to come up with a code when disaster happens because they don't have anything in place for us right now. There's nothing in place.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Regina. As we wait for her granddaughter, as well as many other students from North Park, we also have some other folks here waiting on your grandchildren. Have you gotten word on your grandchildren?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
So you don't know at this point if they're okay?
I don't know if they're okay, but my husband called me and told me that they're in Lot C. I'm waiting right now.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
yes. I'm waiting.
Where is Lot C?
Over there in at Cal State. At Cal State. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. But I pray that everyone is okay. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. I'm glad that your grandchildren are okay. But again, Bob and Marla, I mean, as a parent, I can't even imagine not knowing what's going on with your child, and then to come here in the midst of all of this chaos, it's really quite something.
Well, it's nice to see some progress being made with the buses there at Cajon High School, dropping off the kids from North Park Elementary. According to the chief, he just tweeted out that all students have been removed from North Park campus and they're on their way to Cajon High School. So more relief for parents. That is an element, though, a factor that I didn't take into consideration to add to the chaos that these students, hundreds of them, elementary age students, are being taken to a high school where, of course, school was already in progress, so hundreds of students there at the high school. So just the chaos that ensues.
A tremendous amount of frustration there as they, again, try to get organized. You need your identification, by the way, when you pick up your kid there at that school. They try to, again, reunite kids and their parents in a safe and orderly manner. Let's go to Gigi Graciette. She is awaiting a press conference that's set to get underway at 12:30 this afternoon, so just minutes away. And Gigi, you were saying, there are two kids here that obviously our hearts go out to the families of these two children, one of them in critical condition.
Never easy, Bob. Again, 2 children rushed to the hospital. One of them in extremely critical condition was airlifted by the Sheriff's Department from the school or nearby because time was of the essence to get that child medical attention. The other child, I'm told, is either in serious or critical condition. That child transported by ambulance. Now, we are in a San Bernardino County Unified School District facility. You can see the podium has been set up for a press conference. We expect to hear from the Chief of Police, the official police briefing where they'll share what they can and what they know. But we want to reassure parents, according to the Chief of Police, all children have been evacuated from North Park. They can now be picked up at nearby Cajon. And here we're going to hear from the police, the sheriffs, the firefighters. Now, we were talking to firefighters, and we talked about this earlier, about their active shooter training. And this is sadly, what they train for. And the procedure has changed a lot. A long time ago, before all these shootings, especially these school shootings, firefighters would have to wait outside. No matter what the situation or how dire it was inside, they would have to wait until police cleared the building, the school, the situation, until they neutralized or apprehended the suspect. But now, with modern training, firefighters, specialized teams, are trained to actually go in with police officers as the situation is developing to get medical attention to the victims as quickly as possible. If you're just tuning in to Fox 11, we want to reiterate, we have 2 victims that have been confirmed dead. They are both adults. My sources tell me one of them is a teacher, the other one is a suspect, and according to the Chief of Police, this appears to be a murder-suicide. That was the working theory earlier on. We'll get that confirmed in just a short while. And, of course, we'll bring the official press briefing to you live. Fox 11. 2 children have been injured, and that is really where our thoughts are, where our prayers are, and where the focus is right now. One of those children airlifted to a hospital because it was crucial to get that child medical attention. That child was taken to a trauma center, again in extremely critical condition. Another child rushed by ambulance, I'm told in serious to critical condition. The shooting happening apparently inside a classroom, and that is where the 2 bodies are right now as this investigation continues. Again, we will bring you the official press briefing with the latest from the police department on the shooting at North Park Elementary School here in San Bernardino. For now, we're live. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Gigi, we are standing by there for that press conference, again, getting underway, hopefully just a couple of minutes from now, but certainly you bring up a very good point there. It's sad to hear when we talk about these students that were victims. One airlifted to, we believe to be Loma Linda Hospital in critical condition as a result of the shooting that took place there.
And it is nice to see the kids getting off the bus here. Just confirmation from the booth, is this Cal State University San Bernardino, this parking lot where we're seeing the kids? Or is this Cajon High School?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Yes,
it is.
We'll wait to get confirmation.
Our live picture right now. Okay, so this is, I stand corrected earlier, I thought this was at Cajon High School, so we are seeing the kids.
So this is interesting because
right.
They're saying that you have to pick up your kids at Cajon High School, that is the only, according to San Bernardino Police, the only spot to pick up their kids, and yet we do have a live picture there from Cal State San Bernardino where you see school buses there dropping off the young students there from North Park Elementary School, also at Cal State San Bernardino. So lots of frustration on the parts of parents, lots of worry, of course, from the parents. These are young kids. They don't have cell phones. Many of them were able to see and spot their kids through TV cameras or going to North Park Elementary there and would be able to wave at them. But, you know, they're trying to find an organized way to reunite these parents with their kids. At this point, we are still being told you have to go to Cajon High School in order to pick up your kid.
Let's go back to Zorine Adam G. She is at the site where the shooting happened a couple hours ago. Zorine.
Hi, Marla. Yeah, what a difference just a few hours makes. Let's zoom into the fence right behind me. You can see 2 police officers standing at that gate over there. And just a few minutes ago when you came to us, there was a line of students right in that area. They were each being checked out one by one, all of them being accounted for before they left and they got on the buses. At this point, there's few buses in sight. I just see 2 empty ones on the left. But as far as we know, there are no more kids at this school from our angle at this point anymore. The parents in this area, most of them, almost all of them, have relocated to areas where they can go pick up their kids. There's still a command post that's set up about 400 feet away from me. That's where fire, sheriffs, police are all still gathered. You can maybe see the top of their heads from where we are over here. Some of these people who are still here, they're blocked in. You can see some cars in this area, and they're just unable to leave at this point. But as far as we know, all the kids in this area, at least from this angle, have been accounted for. They've left the area, and there are really no more buses in this area, with the exception of just a couple. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Zorine, thank you. And part of the confusion is where are the kids being taken? Where are parents picking them up? And now we have a correction from San Bernardino Police Chief who says, correction, all kids have been taken to Cal State University San Bernardino, which in fact this is a live look at these kids who are being taken off the bus now.
Okay, so apparently, you know, and there's going to be, I'm sure, the day after, lots of, you know, review of this process in terms of what is going to be done when you have situations like this. But there is a great deal of frustration, confusion that took place as soon as the kids were evacuated from the school, and then there was a determination as to try to how they're going to get them back to their kids. Various different entities were weighing in at the time. We even heard from Cal State University San Bernardino and from other sources telling us that Cajon High School was the only place, and now the chief now issuing that correction once again. Cal State University San Bernardino is where the kids are being taken to. We can see from our pictures here that's certainly where they are being taken now.
Bottom line is all these kids here are safe and, you know, minutes, if not less than an hour, hopefully, until they're reunited with their parents and their guardian. It's 12:31 right now. We're waiting on a press conference to begin at North Park Elementary. That's where Gigi Graciette, she is standing by.
Test. We good?
We're live.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lieutenant Mike Madden with the San Bernardino Police Department. I serve as our public information officer. This afternoon this morning at 10:27, we began receiving reports of a shooting which had just occurred at North Park Elementary School in the city of San Bernardino. This elementary school is located at 5378 North H Street, and our officers responded to the call with the initial responding officers arriving within 4 minutes of the initial call. This does appear to have been a murder-suicide with both male adult and female adult victim succumbing to injuries, with the male succumbing to a self-inflicted gunshot wound. In addition, we had 2 students who were tragically injured and are listed as critical at this stage in area hospitals. We are not releasing the names or ages of those students at this time, pending notification of family. However, we will release that as soon as we possibly can. Again, this is a tragic incident that has befallen our city, and I assure you that we are doing everything we possibly can to conduct a very thorough investigation into this matter and to reunify all of the involved students at the school as quickly as possible with their parents. I would at this time like to turn the podium over to Superintendent of San Bernardino City Unified School District, Dr. Dale Marsden.
I would like our community and our nation to keep our families in prayer. This is an absolutely tragic event. Our hearts are broken, as is everyone else. I want to thank our school police department, our city police department. In less than 7 minutes, they were on scene. In which, again, North Park students were moved immediately and shuttled to safety. Parents are asked to report to Cajon High School, and please be prepared to present proper identification. And parents, please be patient with the process. Your child's safety is of utmost concern. Your child will be released as soon as practically possible. Please keep in mind some students may need to be interviewed by authorities, and this causes some of the delay. May take that time. I also want to mention to you that we will be closing North Park for at least the next 2 days, and I want you to be aware of that. Again, this is truly tragic. Please join us as we pray. Thank you. And I'd like to introduce our city's mayor, Mayor Kerry Davis.
Far too often in our country and throughout the world, we gather to report this news of tragic events that take place. I want the parents and teachers of North Park Elementary to know of my concern for their health and their welfare and their safety. As was reported, our police department, together with the school police department, responded immediately, was on site to bring to arrest the event, which resulted in the death of 2 victims at this time, the suspect and the victim that also succumbed to the injuries that that person sustained. I want to thank our school district for how well they try to maintain the safety of our community and our children. We are very fortunate to have Dr. Dale Marsden as our superintendent. I appreciate his quick response and his concern for taking leadership over the situation. Also our police department and the school police department that has worked very closely together. We are united with our superintendent, with the school board. I also want to thank and recognize our Congressman Aguilar, who's joined us, our Assembly Member Eloise Reyes, who have expressed their concern and shown their support for this tragic event. Our hearts, as Dr. Marsden expressed, are broken each time any of us have to be engaged in this type of process. I also want to report that I received a telephone call from Deputy Assistant Kirkland from the White House, the President expressing his concern for our community and his concern for the students and teachers of North Park. He has offered his aid in any way possible to help in this situation. Again, I want to thank our president, our school board for all of their concern, and our superintendent, our police department, and the school police department. Thank you.
Captain Ron Moss, that's M-A-A-S-S, of the San Bernardino Police Department, was leading the investigation as the incident commander for this tragedy. And Chief Mark Hartwig, H-A-R-T-W-I-G, of the San Bernardino County Fire Department, was the incident commander on scene for the medical response. Both are here present with us to answer any questions you might have.
Can we talk?
Gentlemen, was there any indication that there was some kind of domestic violence or something which may have given you a clue that potential violence was going to happen on the school? Had the person who died, one of the other, the woman who was there died, do we have any indication that there was something there that alerted you of any kind of a domestic violence situation?
We do not have any information at this point as to whether there are any precursors to the incident that would have raised our suspicions as to any type of violence that might have occurred on the campus. We are still working to definitively identify both the male and the female adult victims. Coroner's office was just going in to make those IDs in the last few minutes. From there, we'll be able to determine whether there was a domestic violence situation. At this point, we don't know definitively one way or the other.
Captain, can you talk to us about the children? Were they targeted?
The children, we do not believe were targeted. The entire incident was limited to a single classroom on the school campus. The suspect had come to the classroom to visit the adult female that was in the classroom. We believe the 2 children were the unfortunate recipients of injuries by being in proximity to the female at the time of the incident.
Do we know how many shots were fired?
We do not know for certain how many shots were fired.
The children who were injured,
instructor in the classroom?
Yes.
Do you know what the relationship is between the 2 adults?
We are working to determine that for certain. We have an idea, but we don't know for certain at this point.
What grade of classroom was this?
Not certain at this point. It looks like it might have been a multi-grade classroom.
The children who were injured, were they gunshot victims or were they injured?
They were gunshot victims, yes.
When might we learn their condition or the update?
3:30 this afternoon, we'll have another press conference, and we should have more information at that.
How did the suspect gain entry on, into the classroom? Did he have the gun? Was it visible? Was there any indication that this was?
There is no indication that the gun was visible upon his arrival at the school. It wasn't until he came into the classroom that he presented the firearm.
There's been a lot of confusion on the part of parents, understandably, with the situation. They're going to the high school, but they're eventually picking up their kids from the university. Can you explain why that procedure was put in place and if it's going to be a little easier toward the end of the day?
Yes, it will get easier towards the end of the day. The reason we did that is there are students and staff that may have been witnesses to this, and we need to interview them and get that information from them. And then we also want to work on reunifying the two, and it's much more difficult if they're both at the same facility at the same time.
You said the suspect was visiting the female instructor. Did he come through the office? Did he check in? Did he sign in with the front office before he went to visit the instructor?
Yes, he did.
Was he known to the front office?
I believe he was, yes.
Are there any hand weapon detectors by school officers, to your knowledge?
I would have to defer to school police. I'm not aware of any. I don't believe there's any metal detectors or anything like that to get on campus, no.
Are the children's parents with them, as far as you know?
We are doing everything we can to get the parents with the children.
But they have been notified?
With the victims. We're working on notification still. I believe one set has been. I don't know about the other.
Did law enforcement make contact with the suspect before the suspect took his life?
No.
But this was a handgun, right?
Yes, it was.
And did the suspect leave a note or any?
Not that we've seen at this point yet.
And again, you're not disclosing the relationship between the shooter and the teacher, if they were related, perhaps an intimate relationship?
We're trying to make sure that we know who the suspect truly is before we make something like that. I don't want to say something that might turn out to be not accurate.
Approximately how many people were in the classroom and whether there were any other adults in the
That I don't know. I don't believe there are any other adults in the classroom.
And as you continue to investigate, are you sending officers to that suspect's home just to make sure they're...
We already have officers there.
Do you feel confident there are no other victims?
If we have the right identity of the suspect, we are at that residence right now.
We don't know if the two children were in fact related.
They were not related to them. That we do know.
A question with one of the school district members. When will students be allowed back to school, either this week or maybe even next week?
Yeah, again, we're going to have the school closed for the next 2 days at least, and then we'll provide an update at that point. Again, we'll have another briefing with greater details at 3:30. Right now, parent release may take up to 3 hours, so we're just asking everyone's patience. This is just a tragic event for every single person involved, and we want to make sure that we still operate at the highest level of safety and concern for every single child being released properly to every single parent. That takes time. We ask everyone's patience.
Under what circumstance would somebody be allowed to just go visit a classroom? What's the policy on that somebody can just go into a classroom and visit a teacher?
So we have entry procedures for all of our schools, like most schools do, and check in with the office. Identification is generally checked, and in terms of what actually occurred on this day, today, we'll unwind that more as the day unfolds and have greater detail, perhaps.
How would that person be vetted or passed through the office, though?
Yeah, generally, again, with an identification having a purpose to be on the campus.
The children that were injured, how were they transported to local hospital?
Mark Harwood with the County Fire District. We had two children that were transported, one by air, one by ground ambulance.
And the shooter and the victim, were they related?
The adult victim, or
yeah.
We don't know. Like I said, we don't know definitively what their relationship was at this point. That's what we're still working on.
Was there any indication there could be a problem? Did the school know of maybe a restraining order or have any knowledge that this teacher may have felt?
Does not appear to be the case, no.
Could you give just a brief summary of kind of the timeline, minute by minute, of how you think the situation occurred, starting with when the gunman arrived at the school?
I don't have the precise time that the gunman arrived at the school. We received the call at 10:27, and the initial call that we received was first of shots fired, followed by a possible active shooter, which obviously got both our attention as well as school PD's attention, and all of our units responding code 3 at that point.
And do you know how long the gunman had been inside the building by the time the shots were fired?
That will come out later in the investigation.
Captain, can you clarify once again, where exactly should students be picked up?
Students picked up?
Yeah, so again, we're asking all parents to go to Cajon High School, and that is where they will be reunited with their students. If they go anywhere else, it'll be very difficult to release their child properly. So again, proper identification, their child's safety is our utmost concern, and so their patience with the process would be helpful.
Can you speak, any of you guys, to speak, it's just been a little over a year since we had another active shooting in this community. I'm sure when those calls came through, it really hit home to a lot of the law enforcement officers and people responding. Can you speak to that? Or?
You're referring to the December 2nd incident that took place in the city of San Bernardino? I believe that when you saw the city of San Bernardino respond with our police department and all of the agencies that came together, you saw a response that was as effective as it could have been. You also saw a community that came together that was concerned with retaliation, wanting to make sure that our community knew how to respond and come together in a united fashion. And we did that. We did that because too often these incidences are utilized as opportunities for others to take advantage of. We felt it was important to not only unite our community, but to also show and recognize that a community that is short on resources is very resilient and can deal with tragedy, disaster, just as effectively as any community in the United States. And we did that, and we will continue to do that in this occasion. We will rise to help our parents, our teachers, to regroup and to once again gain confidence in our community. Does that respond to your question?
Superintendent, can we talk about the school district's cell phone policy? Because a lot of parents were saying that they couldn't reach their children because cell phones are not allowed. Can you talk about the school's policy or the district's?
Well, I would assure you that many children have cell phones, and we know that they're communicating with their parents, and we're grateful they are.
But are they allowed? Are cell phones allowed?
Under all circumstances, students are allowed to have cell phones with them at all times. Now, those cell phones may not be utilized sometimes during instruction, but students are allowed. My own children have, and have texted. They're in schools right here in the neighborhoods.
In addition to San Bernardino and school police, couldn't help but notice that there were sheriff officers from all over the county responding. Can you elaborate on that? Because I was at the RSC situation, and I couldn't help but notice the cooperation that was given to San Bernardino PD along with the sheriff.
We are extremely fortunate that we have an incredible partnership with all of our surrounding allied agencies, including the Sheriff's Department, with Sheriff McMahon being here present with us today, the California Highway Patrol, as you see represented, San Bernardino City Unified School District Police Department with Chief Polino. We had a massive response to this tragic incident, as we saw on December 2nd of 2015, but it still doesn't negate the fact that tragedy has again befallen our city, and we need to now work through that and be there as much as we possibly can for all the involved parties. Two more questions, folks.
Are there any preliminary indications that the gunman may have been known to law enforcement prior to the shooting?
Like I said before, until we know for certain who he is, we won't know what his criminal history is. I would imagine any minute now we will have had an ID on him, and then we'll immediately know what that criminal history is. So we should have that information at 3:30.
Superintendent, can you speak to the parents and kids who may be a bit afraid to come back to school? Can you give them some sort of reassuring words, or what's on your mind right now?
Yeah, you know, as I mentioned, I have my own children in schools here in the district just within a stone's throw of where we're standing now. And, you know, I think I'd say the same thing to them, is this is a tragic event. It's going to take time for our heads, our hearts to heal, and our patience with each other. You know, I'm grateful that when I first came into our first meeting point, there was a meeting taking place of dozens of counselors and assistant principals. We immediately deployed them to our students with our staff to ensure that there's as much comfort as possible. So when you're going through this type of a horrible event, we need each other to walk hand in hand to heal, and we need each other to continue to press forward to not allow what is tragic to halt our lives from continuing forward.
This is going to conclude our press conference. We will be having another press conference at 3:30 this afternoon at this same location. Chief Bergwan was in Monterey attending the California Chiefs Conference at the time of this incident. He, however, is making his way back, and he will be present at that 3:30 conference. Yes?
Housekeeping item. Could we have every person spell their names, please? So just have first and last.
Again, I am Mike Madden, M-A-D-D-E-N, PIO for the San Bernardino Police
just got the
Department.
official briefing from the San Bernardino Police Department, from the San Bernardino City Unified School
I'm Kerry
District,
Davis,
confirming what they do believe
C-A-R-E-Y-D-A-V-I-S,
this was
Mayor for
a
the
case
City
of
of San
domestic
Bernardino.
violence, of murder-suicide involving a
Dale
teacher,
Marsden,
a male
Superintendent,
suspect
San Bernardino
who they
City
believe
Unified
ended
School
his own,
District,
who they say
D-A-L-E,
took his own life by
M-A-R-S-E-N.
shooting himself. 2 children, innocent
Ron
victims
Boss, I'm a
in all of
captain
this,
with San Bernardino Police
were
Department,
shot
the Northern Division
because
Commander,
they
which
happened to
incorporates
be
the
in
northern half of the
close
city.
proximity to their teacher.
R-O-N-M-A-A.
Police are not releasing the condition of the children. My sources tell me that at least one of them is in critical condition.
Hartwig,
That child
H-A-R-T-W-I-G.
was
I'm the Fire
airlifted
Chief
to
and
a
Fire Warden
trauma
for the County
center,
Fire District.
possibly in surgery right now, according to my sources. Another child
For our
also in
Spanish-speaking
serious to
affiliates,
critical condition.
we will be
they had nothing to
able
do
to
with
give you
the teacher besides being
one-on-ones
students. They were not
following.
related to her. They were not related
Thank
to
you, everyone. We
the
will see you at
suspect.
3:30.
They, again, innocent victims simply in a classroom when they were shot. The investigation is ongoing. You may have heard me ask the captain about the suspect. They're not releasing his identity because they need to confirm his identity. And as I asked him if he had officers at that suspect's home right now, he told me yes. This is almost standard procedure, standard protocol in these types of cases with an active shooter. When they identify the suspect, or at least have an address or an address they believe he or she lives at, they immediately send units just to make sure there are no additional victims, and of course to begin gathering evidence. There was no note left in the classroom. At 10:27, that suspected shooter, that man, arrived at North Park Elementary, checked in, and went into the classroom as a visitor. What his exact relationship is to the teacher, whether they were boyfriend and girlfriend, ex-boyfriend and girlfriend, husband and wife, still under investigation. Police want to make sure everything is confirmed, and they hope to have that information along with the identity of the shooter at a press briefing at 3:30. But right now, as the superintendent of the San Bernardino City Unified School District said so poignantly, heartbreaking, please join us in prayer for the children. This is a tragedy, and we are reminded of that social media hashtag that we saw back in December when the Inland Regional Center was hit by an act of terrorism, and we saw so many lives needlessly lost. The hashtag San Bernardino Strong grew, and it is more poignant again than ever today. San Bernardino, a very strong community, but they have been hit very hard. That is the latest from San Bernardino. Of course, we'll have that briefing for you at 3:30 right here on Fox 11.
All right, everybody, we are continuing live coverage here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We're taking a look at more live aerial footage here. We just wrapped up with that press conference there. We're learning that we're going to have another one in less than 3 hours at 3:30, so stay right here to Fox 10 News Now. And everybody watching on Facebook Live as well, we're going to show you continuous coverage here.
This is, of course, now trying to get the children back to their loved ones, which, as we've seen this morning, has been a frustrating process.
Right, and even the officials there in the news conference were contradicting themselves. But as far as we understand, it still remains the same that although the students are being bused to Cal State University San Bernardino, parents are to pick their children up, be reunited at Cajon High School.
Right. That's what they're saying at this point, and you heard it there at the press conference say, go to Cajon High School. That's where you should go, because if you go any other place, you're going to have difficulty trying to retrieve your children. Let's go out to Zoreen. She's been out at the scene there, talking to multiple parents there throughout the day. Zoreen, what are you seeing now?
Thank you.
Hi, Bobby. Looks like we're actually being asked to move just a little bit in this direction, so we're going to start moving this way just a bit. But let me tell you exactly where we are. We're on H Street near North Park. This is actually the front of the school you're seeing right here, right now. That's the command post set up right in front of the entry to the school. You can see the parking lot over there where we believe the suspect parked his car. As for the school itself, I do not see a single person on the school other than, of course, police officers, a couple of them on the lawn over there. We see the fire department still out here, police officers, but they are trying to get people in this area to move out of the way now that those kids have been relocated to where they'll be eventually meeting their parents. We saw them come out one by one earlier today. They were each checked off of a list, and buses left from this area to those locations. At this point, we can't see any more kids. We did see a mother reunited with her daughter about 20 minutes ago, her son actually 20 minutes ago. Take a listen to what she told us.
Somebody cut out a gun.
Is everyone, and you're okay? You're happy to see your mom? What did your teacher tell you this morning?
I don't know.
I don't think they let them.
I see you shaking.
Yeah, it was just nervous, that's all.
Yeah, but must really.
Yeah, it's just nerve-wracking, that's all. But I just want to hurry up and get him home now, so thank you guys.
So a lot of parents, of course, were so shaken up, but very relieved to see their kids. As for now, we'll send it back to you guys in the studio. Back to you guys.
Yes. So heartbreaking to see that. We know that 2 children, again, hearts going out to these children. One airlifted to the hospital in critical condition, another taken by ambulance. Hal Eisner is live at the hospital with more on this. Hal?
Yeah, we haven't been able to confirm a whole lot of information here at Loma Linda University Medical Center. We have been able to confirm that one of those students is here and was brought here to the emergency room at Loma Linda. We haven't been able to get anything from the hospital with regard to whether that child is in surgery or what is the situation with that student. We also are not clear exactly where the other one might have been taken. The Associated Press is reporting that both of the kids are in critical condition. So at this point, as we stand outside of this hospital, one child is being treated. To what extent is not known, but if the child is, as being told to us, in critical condition, one can only hope for the very best at this point. The other child, again, we don't know exactly where that child is. Loma Linda normally would have us right by the emergency room when we do our reporting from things that happen here, but there's a major construction project going on, and they're not allowing news vans to be in that area, which makes it much more difficult for us to try to get information. But again, one child is here. One child is apparently at another hospital. Both kids, according to the AP, in critical condition, and that is the status at this point here from Loma Linda University in Redlands. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Hal, we appreciate it. Right now it's 12:57. We're approaching the 1 o'clock hour. You've been watching the Fox 11 News at noon. We will continue our coverage of this breaking news situation that continues to develop very fluid still in terms of from a parent's perspective and kids who have yet to be reunited. What did happen earlier this morning, almost 3 hours ago, the call came in to San Bernardino police at 10:27 this morning of a shooting at North Park Elementary. And what we've learned since then is that a teacher, it's established to be a teacher, was shot and killed by a male suspect, someone he or she had a relationship with. We're not clear on that relationship, and then he turned the gun on himself. So it is being described as a murder-suicide. Unfortunately, in all of this, 2 students were shot just because they happened to be standing close to this female teacher.
I believe we're still waiting to see the nature of the injuries of the children. But we do know that those 2 kids were critically hurt being nearby. But it all happened inside a classroom, and here we are several hours later. Obviously, it's a tremendous there's been tremendous difficulty in trying to reunite parents with their kids. We've seen the frustration from you parents out there that are trying to get there, and they're now telling us that Cajon High School is the location where you need to have your identification to pick up your kid.
And that, in fact, is where Stephanie Stanton joins us now with the latest. Is there any more progress being made with reunion, Stephanie?
Well, Marla and Bob, I am here with a couple of parents. Actually, we had Michael Penauber and his wife Holly, who just stepped over there for a minute. She's going to join us momentarily here. But you guys have been out here for a while, kind of shuffled around back and forth. You've decided to wait out here because you think it's going to be a couple of hours. Tell me what you know at this point.
Just a couple of kids from North Park went airlifted to Loma Linda. And like I said, I called Loma Linda Hospital to see if we could give them our last name to see if they could tell us if it was one of our kids there. And they basically said no, they just have it down as a Doe. And so they gave us the age of the two boys that they said they have, and both of them being 9-year-olds. So we have a 9-year-old son, so, you know, asked them if it was Caucasian, Mexican, black, and just said pretty much couldn't give us any more information than that.
Okay, and Holly, obviously you are concerned because you have not received word of your son. We understand that the teacher who was killed was a female teacher, that her boyfriend and or husband came onto the campus and shot her dead, killed himself. Do you think this could be your son's teacher?
Obviously, it's possible. I mean, it worries me that it could be. I hope it's not, you know, but...
And your son does have a female teacher.
She just had a baby, so... And he's 9, which is what the hospital's saying, so it's very scary. It's very much a reality that it could be.
And they haven't informed the parents of the two kids at the hospital at all, so that's no good, you know.
Yeah. Nothing makes you feel better because you don't know anything yet, so it's just that worst possible feeling you can imagine, and it doesn't go away.
Holly and Michael, thank you so much. As you can see, they are still waiting for word of their son. Just one of many gut-wrenching stories here at Cajon High School. We'll send it back to you.
Okay.
All right.
All right, everybody, we are going to continue with this coverage. Samia coming up next to take you for the next 2 hours.
Hello everyone, Samia here. You're looking at live aerials coming in from San Bernardino, California. This is just outside of Los Angeles, the Inland Empire, where a shooting took place at an elementary school. We know it was a domestic disturbance, a domestic violence incident. We understand it is a boyfriend who shot his girlfriend and then shot himself, a murder-suicide. Those 2 adults are dead. 2 students taken to the hospital in critical condition. All right, as you can see, the chopper is now leaving the scene, so we're going to take you to some ground video from that scene at that elementary school, North Park Elementary School. Give me just a second while I cue that up for you. Again, this is seen from the ground there in San Bernardino.
How long do you think they're going to go? 104.
Until they get exhausted. There's no bigger story.
Yeah. We can chat for like 30 seconds. Yeah. We can talk about the streets being open.
Medical Center. We can tell you that we are normally in an area closer to the emergency room. A lot of construction going on here, so that puts us a little further away from where the hub of the activity is with regard to this incident, making it a little more difficult for us to access information. But the tragedy of all of this doesn't escape anybody, and the pain and the suffering that this family and other families must be going through right now is very unfortunate, and our hearts certainly go out with them. But as we continue to stand watch here at Loma Linda, we'll continue to try to get whatever information we can and share that with you. Back to you in the studio.
Hal, before we let you go, I'm just curious, what's the situation there? I mean, are you seeing parents show up to the hospital, school officials, law enforcement?
Well, if we were closer to the emergency room, that might well be the case, but they've got us out in front of the dentistry school because of the construction going on I mentioned that's going on right around the emergency room, leaving no room for our news vans to park. Did talk to somebody else who was in that area, and they didn't particularly see that kind of activity, but as for me, I can't speak to that at all because we're not in the area at all where these people would be going to try to get to the children, and that would be at the ER, and we're not near the ER at all.
All right. By the way, no identities on these children, according to officials. They say no ages at this point. They're not even giving out the gender of the children who were victims in this shooting as well until they can really notify the parents. They're not going to release that information. Again, another press conference coming up at 3:30 in the afternoon. We've been trying to gather some more pictures there from the scene. I think we're going to show you another one here. Our producer's telling us they have some new pictures here. You're looking at pictures here from Sky Fox. Again, this was
the situation much earlier.
Much earlier. At this point, all of the kids have been evacuated from the school, which is still really cordoned off. You can't get anywhere near that. But as you see, it was a dramatic situation there because parents, you're not allowed to go anywhere near the school as they try to evacuate the school. And in the best way possible for them at this point, they were trying to do it in an orderly fashion, and the kids were all holding hands as they were led onto school buses and then taken to, we believe, Cal State San Bernardino, where eventually they will be reunited with their parents.
At Cajon High School.
Cajon High School.
Right. So the reunion is said to be happening at Cajon High School. We want to go back to Stephanie Stanton. She is out there where you've been talking to parents, and that was just a terrifying interview. You just spoke to those parents who they had no word from their kid or from the school yet.
Yeah, and that story is playing itself out here over and over again. Cajon High School, we have Holly and Michael Penauber, and they are here outside the fence. Now, you guys can go and wait inside the gym, but you decided not to.
Yeah, it's going to be crowded with everybody worried and, saying whatever rumors that we're hearing, and I just would rather not worry about stuff that may or may not be true. And it's just a little air out here. While we wait, maybe to be able to see the buses come back with the kids from Cal State, so maybe we can see them coming back.
And Michael, we talked about this earlier. I mean, this has got to be gut-wrenching for those who, to try to help us understand what you're going through. The wait has got to be excruciating.
It's just, I know, it's just, I don't know. That's tough.
Your mind plays horrible games with you right now. Do you think the worst possible things? And
And again, just to let our viewers know, you're waiting for word on your son. He is in 4th grade?
Correct.
What's his name?
Joshua.
Joshua's in 4th grade. And you guys haven't heard anything.
No.
The lady right here told us right now that if we haven't heard anything, that's good news, you know.
She said that on their website, on Twitter, they're saying that they have spoken to the parents of the injured children. And so if we haven't gotten contacted, then that's good. Because she's saying they already contacted the injured kids' parents.
So again, though, I mean, bittersweet. Here you have it, knowing that your son is likely okay, but you have a parent out there who's lost a child.
Right.
Still could have been in his classroom. Still could have been in his class. You know, that's. Imagine him seeing that. You know, that's not something he's gonna get over right away. You know, especially our son. He's a real sensitive kid too, so it's gonna be tough on him.
All right. Well, thank you guys. At least we did find out in the last few minutes there. They just talked to someone from the school here who tells us that their son is okay because the school has contacted the parents of the two children who are being treated at area hospitals. So good news for them. But again, this is a nightmare. Not only, you know, think about the parents of those two children. And then, as you just heard Michael say, the parents of the children and the children themselves who had to witness this horrific act. So a very emotional day here at Cajon High School as we await the children. We're told that it could be a couple more hours until these parents are reunited with their kids.
Well, and Stephanie, thank you, first of all, but we do want to clarify, no students have lost their lives. There are two who were injured. One is said to be in critical, if not both, in critical condition. But so far, neither have passed away, and let's pray to God that that does not happen.
One undergoing surgery right now, and we should say the San Bernardino County Unified School District, another tweet out saying that parents of all victims have been notified. So a situation where a lot of parents are worried about these two kids who are now in critical condition, not knowing, they've not had any contact with their own kids, and they're obviously worried, but they are saying that parents of all victims have been notified. So you're just waiting to get reunited with your loved one. Lots of reaction out there.
Yeah, of course, on social media, where a lot of the information is coming out, there's a lot of support out there. This tweet we wanted to show you, this is from Ellen DeGeneres. Of course, she says, if you live in California, then you know what's happening, sending love to the community of San Bernardino. And as Gigi has pointed out, that the hashtag is once again trending, hashtag San Bernardino Strong, of course, referring to the December 2nd, 2015 terrorist attack on the Inland Empire when two suspects opened fire on a Christmas party, killing 14 and injuring 22 others. Yeah,
we're seeing a lot of your thoughts there. Gigi Graciette has been there at what has been where we've been getting the majority of the information there, the official information. She has more. She's got someone there. Gigi, who are you with?
Well, Bob, I want to take a moment to talk about the actions of our heroic first responders. And earlier we were talking about San Bernardino County Fire. These are the men and women that are trained to save and rescue, save lives, and how the training nowadays has them actually going in to a situation that has not yet been resolved, a very dangerous situation, not waiting outside as they did many years. Joining me live, Battalion Chief Mark Peebles with the San Bernardino County Fire Department. You call it escalated threat training, and today your men, your women went in with police officers before knowing that the suspect was down.
Oh, that's correct. Our tactical emergency casualty care folks went in. We call them RTFs. They went in with the San Bernardino Police Department when they went into the school.
And we have to note, this is an active shooter call, so you don't know if the suspect has been neutralized or the suspect is just waiting around a corner.
Yeah, that's correct. The San Bernardino Police Department put an extremely robust response onto that school today. Our first arriving fire units found about 8 police units on scene actively going into the school. Our firefighters and paramedics, a 3-person team went in with the police department at one point during the event.
And your firefighters are not armed?
No, that's correct. They are outfitted, though, with ballistic protection and also Kevlar helmets to protect them.
And this has been a change in policy that we've seen across the United States since these active shooter situations seem to be, sadly, a new norm.
Yeah, tragically, years ago, firefighters didn't don that type of protective equipment. As you know, we have our personal protective equipment that we wear every day on fires. But the changing world that we live in, we've had to adapt to that changing world, and we do wear ballistic protection now when we go on these calls, whether we're outside or whether we're actually, our folks that are trained in escalated threat training are going inside. I would mention that all our department personnel are trained in escalated threat in casualty care.
Today, how many firefighters went in on that original active shooter call with the police officers?
We had one team of three personnel that went in.
So they go in wearing ballistic vests, they go in wearing their helmets, they go in with the officers, not armed and not knowing if there is indeed an active shooter.
That is correct. They are provided cover by those great police officers that are leading the charge into those active shooter situations, and our firefighters are with them so that when they get to those victims immediately, they can begin treating those patients right when they get to them.
And I know you see death and destruction too often. You see it sometimes daily, but it has to break your heart when there are children involved.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's tragic. It's terrible. But we're trained. We do our job. We know that we can help those students if we can get in and treat them as quickly as we can, and that's why we train. And it's important to note too that part of that escalated threat training is we work closely with all of our law enforcement partners, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, the local police departments where we have jurisdiction within those cities, and we work very, very closely with them.
Now, one child was transported by ambulance, one child was transported by a sheriff's helicopter.
That's correct.
And you call that helicopter in?
Yes, correct. That was Sheriff's Air Rescue 07. It's a sheriff's helicopter that also has a flight crew of one firefighter paramedic and one flight captain paramedic from the fire department that rides on that helicopter.
All right, Battalion Chief Mark Peebles, thank you very much, and thanks to your brave men and women, the San Bernardino County Fire Department. You heard it there. Escalated threat training, which other police departments call active shooter training. It is a new norm. It is part of police and now firefighter work, sadly, all too often. Reporting live in San Bernardino, I'm Gigi Gracia. We'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks, Gigi. We heard that they were there within minutes, within 7 minutes.
Within 7 minutes of the 1027 call.
At the scene. We have more reaction pouring in from the shooting there in San Bernardino. Travis Barker, of course, the musician, saying shooting at an elementary school is one of the sickest, most cowardly things a person can do. Praying for hashtag San Bernardino, which is now trending. People weighing in and sending out their thoughts and prayers to the community there in San Bernardino.
And of course, he is a parent as well and has school kids as well of that age. All right, we want to go back to Zoreen Adam G. She is live for us still at North Park Elementary, where the kids have been taken off the campus. They've been evacuated from that campus and taken to Cal State University San Bernardino. What's the situation there now where you are, Zoreen? Oh.
I think we're still...
This area are now back up and open, so there's a little more traffic flowing through this area. But of course, this street that you see right behind me, of course, this street you see right in front of me over here. Of course, this street is be closed for the next few hours, we're told. You can see the command post right in front of me, and then there's a parking lot directly behind that, and that is where we're hearing the suspect's car is parked. Of course, a lot of activity in this particular area. As far as I can see, all the kids have been moved from the grounds. There are no children left here anymore, but a lot of firefighters, a lot of police officers, a lot of
Got it. Hours ago, streets are beginning to open up around there. If you are a parent by now, you have probably heard that the location to pick up your student, your child, has been set for Cajon High School, which is not far from this elementary school and also very close to Cal State University, San Bernardino. All right. This, is, by the way, is an extended version of the Fox 11 News at noon. We want to go to Cajon High School. This is where Stephanie Stanton has been for most of the morning and now into the afternoon, where parents are hopefully reuniting with their kids. Have you seen any reunions yet, Stephanie?
Not yet, Marla. We are waiting here patiently. We are just outside the fence, outside the school grounds. We are told that the children will be bussed over from Cal State University San Bernardino here to the gym, where parents will be reuniting with their children, and you can see a lot of parents here milling around. As we just heard last time I talked to you, we talked to a couple who was waiting for word of their son, their 4th grade son, and they were told by a school official here that the parents of the 2 children who were shot during this incident, that those parents have been notified. So it gave just a shred of comfort to the couple that was here, because they received no information at all on their son. But again, it's still a very sad and tragic situation, because while their son, we believe, is okay, you have 2 children who are in critical condition, and it's just a gut-wrenching situation here for the parents. But I want to talk to a gentleman here. Sir, what is your name?
Jesus.
Jesus, you guys are waiting for word on your daughter?
My daughter, Kaylee Pfeiffer.
Okay. And what grade is she in?
She's in 2nd. She's 8 years old.
Okay. And have you guys heard anything at all?
Well, they said we had to wait around for about 3 hours. They're going to start with TK, kindergarten, 1st grade, and they're going to go up from there to get the parents to the children.
Do you guys know if your daughter's classroom may have been involved in this situation?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. I heard rumors saying it was either kindergarten or like RSP, so I don't know.
You don't even know.
Yeah.
What's going through your mind as you wait here?
Very confused.
Yeah.
Like, very confused. Don't know what's going on.
I mean, as far as we know, she's safe. You know, but obviously we have no confirmation until we see her, you know, but I guess just have to wait and see.
Yeah. And again, the good news is she's safe as far as we know, but we don't know if her classroom was involved in this and what she's been exposed to. How do you guys wrap your head around that?
I don't know. It's hard.
I have to ask you, I mean, did you ever think that anything like this would happen in an elementary school? I mean, it's so mind-boggling.
No.
Well, no. These are things that we've heard of, like, unfortunately, in the past, with other schools happening, somebody goes in there, there's a shooting, or shoot out multiple people. But I mean, you can't grasp the situation 100% until it actually happens to you, you know. And it's like, well, next thing we know is it's happening in our daughter's school. So then, of course, we're like, well, is she hurt? Is she safe? So it's just unexplainable turmoil that you go through.
And obviously here in San Bernardino, we had the terrorist attack, and that was the first thing that I think went through everybody's mind. And here you are, not even 2 years later.
Yeah, pretty much. Not even 2 years later, and it's like, it's very, very surreal.
It doesn't feel real at all.
All right, well, thank you guys. I'm glad to know that your daughter is safe. And again, we'll wait for you guys to be reunited with her. But as you just heard, that could be 2, maybe 3 hours, depending on how quickly they can get the children over here and get them reconnected with their parents.
Stephanie, before we let you go, I want to just clarify, are there school officials on hand at Cajon High School instructing, directing parents, talking to them?
Well, we see a woman. I don't know if we can get a shot of her behind. There you go. She's got some kind of badge on. I haven't spoken to her yet because really they're not talking to us, the media, but they do now appear to be sort of giving some information to parents. It's a much different scenario than we saw maybe a half an hour, 45 minutes ago, where it was just mass chaos. Parents could get no information. At least now it appears that school officials are at least directing parents, giving them some guidance as to what to do. But again, they're not really talking to the media. I tried to speak to some school officials earlier, and they just directed me to the district. So, at least the parents who need the help and need the information are getting that.
All right, Stephanie Stanton, we appreciate it. Thank you. And also we do want to point out what you see there on your screen, the parents of the injured children, the two who were shot this morning. Those parents have been notified. And we should also point out that one, if not both, are in critical condition. And we understand one is having surgery right now, potentially at Loma Linda High School, where we do have Hal Eisner there. We do want to go give you some reaction from the United States Secretary of Education, Betsy DeVos. If we can put up her tweets, she just tweeted this out not long ago. She says this: "My heart and prayers go out to the victims of today's horrible act in San Bernardino and to the whole North Park Elementary School community. I want to thank the first responders, teachers, and school administrators who helped and protected students who found themselves in harm's way. I ask everyone to join me in keeping the victims and all those impacted by today's senseless violence in your prayers." This is, again, the Secretary of Education, Betsy DeVos, taking to Twitter not long ago to send out her thoughts and well wishes to everyone involved. This happened at North Park Elementary in San Bernardino. The call came in at 10:27 this morning. It's now been determined it was an apparent murder-suicide involving a teacher at that campus. We have Zoreen Adam G. at that campus with more information now. Zoreen?
Hi, Marla. Yeah, we're hearing that the school will actually be closed tomorrow and day after. The latest we have from here right now is we're on H and North Park. Many of the neighboring streets have now been back up and open. This one, of course, you're seeing right here, it's going to be, we're hearing, closed off for the next few hours. We are seeing some police vehicles leave this area. That's why I'm pushed off to the side a little bit. Many others entering, as you see this police officer drive in right now. The command post you're looking at, the parking lot to the school is directly behind it. And from what we understand, the suspect's car is in that parking lot. And that's why we have been kind of shielded off from this area. You can see the crime tape up here. As for the people in this area, we haven't seen any kids for the last at least hour or so. And the parents have left this area as well to go pick up their kids. That's the latest we have from out here. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Zoreen, thank you. Obviously, as you said, that area right there, the school, North Park Elementary School, is going to be shut down for the next 2 days. This is no doubt a crime scene. Zoreen showing you pictures there of the parking lot in that area, which is where the car is located. There's crime tape around that as well. Let's show you some more. I believe we have another tweet here from one of the public information officers talking about what some of the children were dealing with here. This is Vicky. Anyway, she says, checkers, glow sticks, blocks, and a good movie for evacuated students from North Park Elementary. They will be kept safe until reunited with their parents. That's from the public information officer from the San Bernardino Police Department. The officials are now saying that this could take some 3 hours, perhaps longer. This is coming up on 3 hours now since the shooting took place. So they could take as much as 3 hours to get folks reunited with their children. So now the process is in place. They seem to be getting a better handle on where you are to now pick up your kids. There seemed to be a tremendous amount of confusion there as to where the kids were being taken as they were evacuated to school and where to pick them up. But now they are saying with certainty it is Cajon High School. Stephanie Stanton out there, they've been kind of kept a distance there, but you've been watching some of the parents as they've been coming in. And certainly, I imagine as soon as they get past the gates, they're going there into the gymnasium, where that's probably where they get a little bit more instruction in terms of how they're going to be finally reunited with their kids. But at this point, you said you haven't seen anybody that's been officially reunited.
Yeah, not yet, but we are learning more about this process and how this is all playing out. We have Dina Jones. She's a grandmother. You were actually told to leave, but explain why and what's going on.
It's pretty packed up inside there, and what they're asking is only the guardian or the parent stay. Any extra family members to please leave because they need seating. It's packed in there. It's hot. They're delivering water to people and lunches if need be. But everything's lined up by alphabet. So they've got like 6 tables. So that's how they're going to be releasing them, is by their last name.
Okay, yeah. So it'll be alphabetical. We understand it's going to take 2 to 3 hours.
Yeah.
There's also emotional support. Talk about that.
Yes, they have pastors as well as crisis counselors inside that are walking around and praying with people.
What's the mood in there? I mean,
hysteria partly, and a lot of people yelling and want to know what's going on. They're feeding the kids. Some people don't want their kids fed. They want their kids to come home. So I just think it's a lot of fear and unanswered.
Understandably. So you said they're feeding the kids over at the college?
Yes, that's what but I've been told they were feeding them over at Cal State. And then they're going to transport them by buses to here.
Okay. And then go alphabetically by grade?
Yeah, to go home. They passed out little 3x5s for everybody to fill out.
And I just want to point out, too, that your granddaughter, tell us about her, and you know she's okay.
Yeah, her name is Malia Jones. She's in 4th grade. And they have a system in this school where you get text messages. Her teacher text messaged me and told me she was okay, and they were all safe.
I mean, that's got to give you a little bit of comfort.
It does. It does. Now I just want to see her face, and I want her home. And I heard there's no school tomorrow. But they do have crisis counselors, I guess, that will be there come the Wednesday. Yeah.
Dina Jones, thank you so much. We're glad your granddaughter is okay. And there you have it, some more details about exactly how this process is playing out. But as we know, it's expected to take 2 to 3 hours to get all the students beginning from kindergarten up to the higher grades reunited with their parents. And of course, we're here waiting for those reunions to happen.
All right. Thank you very much, Stephanie. Getting reset here. Some 3 hours after this shooting took place at North Park Elementary School there in San Bernardino. Let's get you up to date on everything that we know now. We know that the call came in around 10:27 to the San Bernardino Police Department, a 911 call, and apparently a gunman, a man, walked into the school. He had checked in, went into a classroom. He apparently knew the teacher. This was some kind of a domestic dispute, shot the female teacher, and then turned the gun on himself. There are 2 adults that are dead, the man and the woman. And now we are hearing that there are 2 children that are in critical condition. One was airlifted to the hospital. Both kids were shot. One is in extremely critical condition in surgery right now. Another was taken by ambulance to the hospital as well. That the elementary school, North Park Elementary School, is going to be closed for at least 2 days as an investigation takes place. And now there is a process underway in which they are trying to reunite all of the children in that school with their parents. Parents are being told to go to Cajon High School, where you will be reunited with your child. But as you saw there from Stephanie's live shot, that this has been somewhat of a frustrating process, a little bit of a confusion in there in the beginning, but now they're trying to get their parents with their kids, and they're doing that at Cajon High School. Crisis counselors on hand there to talk to some of the children that may have either seen the shooting. We don't know if there were any children that were in the other children that were in the classroom at the time, or just traumatized by this entire process. But
grief counselors as well as pastors on hand to talk to kids and parents. And you're looking live at a new video of, it looks like, parents hopefully being reunited with their children, guardians being reunited with students there, and of the 2 kids who were injured, who were shot, those parents have been notified.
Yeah. They are saying it could take at least 3 hours for you to be reunited with your kid. Obviously, we're just at the 3-hour mark right now, but all of the parents, no doubt, as soon as this word of the shooting took place, immediately rushed to the school. The school obviously was in a lockdown mode, a triage situation going on there as well, when they're trying to figure out who may have been injured. And then they tried to figure out the process of how to get the kids out. The vast majority of the kids, all of them out of the school, by the way, at this point, they were taken by school buses to various locations, San Bernardino, Cal State San Bernardino, but eventually they're all going to be brought to Cajon High School, and that is where you need to pick up your kid. You need to have an identification, And one of the parents there, who was inside the gymnasium where all the processing is taking place, saying very firmly they wanted everyone else out of the room except for the primary parent, because the primary guardian, because obviously there's so many people there concerned for their loved ones, but they need the space. So many people kind of jammed into that gymnasium.
We want to go back to our tag board for reaction from Nancy Pelosi. She took to Twitter to say, thinking of all those affected by today's events in San Bernardino. And hashtag San Bernardino is, of course, trending now.
We have seen a number of celebrities weighing in on this. Again, all the hearts pouring out for these two children that were innocent bystanders in this school shooting, what appears to be a domestic situation.
No relation at all.
Inside a classroom. These were merely students. Hal Eisner is at Loma Linda Hospital there with the latest on that. Hal.
We've moved away from
All right, everyone, looks like this feed has frozen. Let's take you to another feed from the scene momentarily while I work to fix this one.
Hey, whoa.
Hey, let's do like a walk and talk to the network at 2.
The network's right there.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, why do they want that?
They just arrived.
Okay, so we probably don't want to do that.
Take it from Gigi or somebody.
That's what I'm thinking. Gigi has more of the meat and potatoes, the meat and bones.
You have to do the song and dance. Where'd you move for?
Jacqueline and Carmel.
I got a shitty signal.
And it's not clear whether they were shot, whether something else happened. For those children and their families, we certainly are thinking about them. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Hal Eisner reporting live for us from Loma Linda High School, Loma Linda Hospital, excuse me, where one of those gunshot victims, a child, has been taken and is currently undergoing surgery. We want to go back out to Zoreen Adam G. She's been out at the heart of this, the North Park Elementary School, with the latest.
Hi, Marla, that's right. We're on the corner of North Park and H Street right now. Still a pretty active scene right behind us. We've seen sheriff's officers, sheriff deputies and police officers going in and out. The command post is set up right behind me, and immediately behind that is the parking lot where we believe the suspect's vehicle is in. Now, of course, we haven't seen any children here for at least an hour, no parents in this area, but there are still some neighbors in this area who saw everything unfold this morning. I'm actually going to pull them in right now. We have Jacqueline and we have Carmel, who you guys actually videotaped a lot of the activity this morning. You saw and heard a lot. Tell me exactly what you witnessed.
Well, basically what we saw is, first we saw a whole bunch of police cars, and we're trying to figure out what's going on. And the next thing that I saw was that the officers were coming out with their shotguns, so I figured there had to be something active happening at the school. And then we see SWAT people coming, and then we saw a line of the kids. They were rushing them out with their hands raised in the air and having them go up I Street. And you know, it was just crazy just to see all these little kids with their hands up trying to figure out what's going on, and it was still active at that time. And then we saw the SWAT teams coming in. We saw, you know, the school buses coming to try and shuffle the kids out. It was just helicopters.
It's safe to say you've never seen anything like this in your area before.
Prior to that, I saw the helicopters. When she came over, I was going to put something in the trash, and I saw the helicopter, and I was like, oh, what are they doing? I said, they're over my house. I was talking to one of my other daughters on the phone. And then when we stepped out, that's when I saw all of the people. I mean, it was police, it was highway patrol, it was school police, it was a SWAT team, it was Highland police, it was a sheriff department, I saw fire department, I saw the ambulance coming, and then I came over here, and I was coming down I Street right here, and I saw just, you know, parents and stuff waiting for, you know, coming up crying and wondering what was going on.
And I know none of your kids go to this school, but do you know any kid at all who goes to the school?
Well, we have my church is right down the street, Life Changing Ministries, and we have a Christian Academy, North Park Christian Academy, and some of the kids are there.
And have you heard from those parents? Are all those kids safe?
I saw one of the students on the news, so he was okay. So far, we haven't had anything, reported to us. And I really didn't know what was going on, and I got some footage of the sheriff, and then one man, he tried to jump over the fence. I guess he was concerned about his kids, and the police came and they told him, hey, get out from there, and they started running. I can honestly say that our sheriff department, our police department, all the first responders, good job. Good, excellent job. I was really, all through my live video, I did it. I've never done it before on Facebook. I can honestly say that I was very impressed. I was very impressed. I saw them come out full force.
Yeah, and a lot of them are still out here. You can see a lot of sheriff deputies, police officers, firefighters out here. But really, that's all we have for now. Marla and Bobby, we'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Zoreen, thank you.
Those kids certainly saw a lot there, as that parent was talking about, and that's why they have those crisis counselors there, all the toys, psychologists, anyone that the kids might need for help after witnessing something this traumatic.
Stephanie Stanton, we want to go back to her. She is live for us at Cajon High School, where parents are doing their best to patiently wait to be reunited with their kids. Hi, Stephanie.
Hi. Yeah, parents and siblings. I want to bring in Michael Parsons. He is a recent grad of Cajon High School, but your little brother goes to North Park, and you understand he was in the classroom right next to where this happened?
Yeah, he was right next door, and the only reason I know is because supposedly the teacher who was shot, I can't remember her name, but she was my teacher. So I was nervous from what I heard that she can be possibly the one who was shot, but I was just nervous, and I was like, oh, I know that teacher, so I know my brother's next door, and I didn't know what to say. I was worried, and so when I got the call, I shot down from Yucaipa. I was driving down here, and I was extremely worried. So.
And then you had obviously some tense moments. Then you found out your brother is okay.
Yeah, I was so relieved when I got the call from my grandma. I'm walking into the gym, like walking as fast as I can. And then she gave me a call saying, oh, your brother's okay. I saw him on the news at Cal State giving the cops high fives, and I was just so relieved. Wow. Couldn't be happier.
Let's talk about the teacher. Obviously, we don't want to say her name at this point, but you believe this is a teacher that you had when you went to North Park. What can you tell us about her?
Honestly, she was one of the sweetest teachers I've ever had. And my brother, who actually attends Cajon High School right now, he also had her, and he said that she was one of her favorite teachers, and she's an amazing woman, and I'm sad that this happened to her. I really am, and I can only pray for her family and all the other teachers at the school because she was well loved. So,
I mean, obviously, such an emotional day here. You're so closely tied to this scenario, but also there's got to be a part of you that is just stunned that this happened.
Yeah, extremely, because it's you never want this to happen to anyone that you know, and especially since I knew her and she was my teacher, and my brother was just so close to this incident. I didn't know what was going on in my head. I was nervous, angry, just all of the above. So.
And your brother, what grade is he in, and what's his name?
He's in 3rd grade right now, and his name is Jeremy. Yeah.
We are so glad to hear that Jeremy is okay, but still, it's such a tragic situation. And again, everyone here has a story. Everyone connected to the school, the community, a very tight-knit community. Everyone here is on pins and needles. Even as you just heard from Michael, his brother's okay, but then you have these 2 children who may or may not be okay, who are in critical condition, possibly fighting for their lives. So it's just a very emotional day out here. And again, it's going to be a couple of hours before these parents reunite with their children. And then, you have the aftermath to deal with. I mean, you have the emotional aspect of healing from this, and who knows how long that will take. And I'm sure it's something that will stay with them for the rest of their lives.
No question, Stephanie. All right, we appreciate it. Thank you.
This is still a community, though. You hear the mayor of San Bernardino talking about during a press conference, a community, though, that comes together, the law enforcement, and it comes there at a moment's notice. Within 7 minutes, they were there on the scene. You had the emergency units there reacting very quickly. And then, as you see now, I know it's a difficult situation for parents to deal with, but here they are trying to reunite the families.
And unfortunately, it's something they have had experience in, considering the 2015 terrorist attack. All right, we do have more reaction to show you. This is from Representative Congressman Adam Schiff. He says, heartbroken to hear about shooting at San Bernardino Elementary School. Even more tragic for community as it comes on heels of terror attack. There he is, in fact, referring to December 2nd, 2015.
The chairman of the House Intelligence Committee. Of course, the heart's pouring out for especially the young victims there, 2 children that were shot, and Hal Eisner is still standing by there at Loma Linda University Hospital at the emergency room there. Hal?
Yeah, there's so much information we'd like to have and we'd like to be able to share with you. I just got the phone with the fire department here, and they said they're really not releasing anything until family's been notified that there's a child here. Now, it's hard for me to believe that the family of whatever child is here doesn't know already, but that's what we're being told by the San Bernardino Fire Department. Now, if you take a look behind me, that's the emergency room. You can see over there to the right, police cars, one with its flashing lights, a couple of other vehicles, crime scene investigation vehicle. And we've seen a number of vehicles going in and out of here. Whether that's related to what's going on at this hospital, completely unclear to us at this point. But there is a fair amount of activity over there. They're not allowing media inside the emergency room, and they're certainly not very happy about us being in this side of the building. They kept all the media to the other side. But what I can tell you at this point is that the information coming out of here is extremely minimal. One child brought here. We don't know where the other one was taken. And also, we believe that the one here is the one that's undergoing surgery. That's from another source that we're hearing from. We're also hearing that this is the hospital where the airlift occurred. But again, not getting that from hospital officials because they're really not giving us very much information at all. Meanwhile, there's one child in this hospital that's getting an awful lot of attention. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Hal, thank you so much. And we want to mention the behavioral health crisis line set up to call. That number is 888-743-1478 for anyone who may need that assistance.
Yeah, especially for the children, as we said. It's still unclear at this point how many other students perhaps were inside the classroom at the time, or even the surrounding classrooms, what they heard, what they saw. And just, you know, tough for anyone to deal with. You see them, how the parents are reacting to this, very upset. But for the children to see something this traumatic, to be let out of the school the way they were, to hear that another student has been shot is extremely traumatic for them. So lots of crisis counselors still on hand there inside that gymnasium as parents wait to get reunited with their children.
And the last information that we received, official information, was just over an hour ago at 12:30, a news conference held by San Bernardino police, and the PIO and school officials were there. We are waiting for 3:30 to arrive, at which point we will get the very latest information and also hear from San Bernardino Police Chief Bergeron, who in fact wasn't even in San Bernardino at the time of the shooting. He was at a related meeting, law enforcement event in Monterey, and so he is making his way south to get to his city.
Okay. We're going to go out to Zori Adamji. She's live at the school. Again, a lot of that area is still cordoned off because it is a crime scene as they try to investigate what happened here, and they still believe that this was some sort of a domestic situation. Zori?
Hi, that's right, Bob. We're on North Park and H Street right over here, and this street is still blocked off behind me. A deputy who I spoke to said it would be closed off for at least the next few hours. You can see the command post right over there with several people underneath it. Right behind the command post is a parking lot where we believe the suspect's vehicle is parked in. As for the school itself, we're hearing it's going to be closed tomorrow and day after. Just right now, as of right now, I haven't been able to see any kids on it. They were evacuated and moved from the school at least now an hour or two ago. Still some police officers on campus that we've seen. But as for this area, this immediate area right here, I know a lot of the streets in this surrounding area have been back up and open, so we are seeing more traffic come through here. But of course, North Park and 8th Street still blocked off. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio. Oh, and actually, you know what? As I was saying, you know, it's been a while since parents and children have been in this area since they all moved to another location. But one parent we did actually speak with had some very emotional feelings about being reunited with her son. They actually, she picked him up from a preschool that was about a block away. Take a listen to her.
I didn't know like which school it was. I just heard it was an elementary school and freaked me out, and I just took off from work and, you know, headed out here until I got more information and was able to get him. Yeah.
What was it like to see your son today?
I'm definitely going to hold him a little tighter tonight, for sure. And every other day after that. It's a little scary, yeah. It makes you scared, scared to send your kid out to school in the morning. It's too close to home.
Somebody cut out a gun.
Oh no. Is everyone, and you're okay? You're happy to see your mom? What did your teacher tell you this morning?
I don't know.
I don't think they let them.
I see you shaking.
Yeah, it was just nervous, that's all.
Yeah. Must really.
Yeah, it's just nerve-wracking, that's all.
So again, we're at North Park Elementary. As far as we know, the kids have been moved from the school, and the school is expected to be closed both tomorrow and day after. Bob and Marla, back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Soreen, thank you. And we're still watching that process take place as parents continue to try to get reunited with their children, a process that really has taken quite a long time. Very frustrated, parents, loved ones, as they go from one place to the next. Finally, it's been established Cajon High School is the location there, and it's still quite a process because Stephanie's still waiting for people to be reunited.
So there's been very few reunions so far between parent and guardian and student, and as far as we understand, the students are currently at Cal State University San Bernardino, where they have been fed. Because again, this has been more than 3.5 hours since the shooting call came in to San Bernardino police. So they've been fed lunch, and even they're trying to be entertained, of course, get their minds off of it. So we understand that they're watching a movie right now.
Yeah, we saw a lot of parents and who even spotted some of their kids as they were being taken out. But of course, until you have appropriate identification, they're not going to allow you to retrieve your kids. So it's one of those situations where they have to let this whole process play out, as frustrating as all of this might be. But they do say that all of the victims here, sad to say, but the young victims also, their parents have also been notified. So, kids are, for the most part, accounted for. It's just a matter of you finally being reunited with your child.
And still, we are awaiting identity release of those whose lives were, the teacher who was killed, and also the shooter. Their identities we don't know at this point. All right, Stephanie Stanton, she is out there at Cajon High School, where eventually these reunions will take place. Stephanie.
Yeah, guys, and I was just sending out a tweet just moments ago. We saw what appears to be the first busload of students being brought over here under police escort. We saw the bus pulling up. It was headed eastbound on North Park, and then we saw the bus make a right turn on Mountain and then go around the school. We believe at this point that the bus is going around the school, and then I don't know if you can see it, but there's a lot over there. We think the bus is going to pull into that lot and then drop the students off in the gym, where they will be reunited with their families. But again, we're waiting for that bus because it was just a few moments ago that we saw the bus drive past us here. So whether or not that does in fact happen, or the bus goes in some other entrance, remains to be seen. But again, it appears under police escort that first busload of students has now made its way over here to Cajon High School, and no doubt to the relieved arms of their parents.
How many students we're talking about? I mean, we're speaking of a whole school, so I imagine it's hundreds.
Well, it was interesting because when the bus drove by, we were all looking inside the bus, and it appeared that there were no students on the bus. And then one of our colleagues here said, no, I saw the students. But keep in mind, these are maybe little students. Maybe these are kindergartners or first graders, so maybe their little heads could barely come above the windows, or maybe they were told to kind of keep down. But one of my colleagues here reassured me that he did see students on the bus, and it would make sense, because why would a police escort an empty bus?
Well, it's Stephanie, just to let you know, the school district just did release a tweet saying that the first bus has left what they're calling the evacuation center. That's Cal State San Bernardino, being taken to Cajon High School. So certainly shortly we should see some parents reunited with their kids. That was the initial confusion there. You know, what's interesting is that it was almost as if there wasn't a real concrete plan in place should this happen, because you had different agencies, and there's where the confusion was, because we were getting information from the university, we were getting information from the chief, getting information from the school district, and all of them essentially almost saying different places where parents were to be reunited. So as the days go on, I am certain that, you know, this is going to be looked at and reviewed, and they're going to figure out a more concrete plan in place should something like this, you know, to have a contingency plan in place.
But it is nice to see progress being made in that first busload of kids leaving the evacuation center, CSU San Bernardino, and making its way to be reunited with parents waiting there at Cajon High School.
Stephanie, describe what the situation was there inside the gym. I know you don't have, you guys aren't allowed to get closer, but, you know, it is somewhat of a chaotic and frustrating situation for parents there.
All the food workers are in here. This part's whatever, but I get to a spot and actually see everything. So.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
It's fast right here, but it's not so fast as all the parents.
Oh, sorry, you guys. I'm actually just talking to Michael Parsons right here. And Michael, let me chat with you. We talked to him earlier, and Michael actually went inside and was shot some video of what was going on in the gym, which we're going to try to get that from you. But we just saw, while you were in there, we actually just saw what appeared to be the first busload of students coming over here.
Oh, when I went behind the gym, I didn't see an actual bus of students behind the gym, so I don't know if they can actually get back there. But if that's true, I heard about it, like, students are here. I'm excited for that, and I'm pretty sure the parents inside are overwhelmed and can't wait to get their kids. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And you also brought along a visitor here. This is your younger brother. You are a current student here at Cajon High School, and both of you have the younger brother at North Park who we're waiting for. How are you feeling about all of it?
I was really shaken up. One of my friends were freaking out. I was trying to calm her down. She was crying, but once our school went on lockdown, I actually kind of snuck out of my classroom to get to the office because I was like freaking out really bad. I know I shouldn't have done that, but I just wanted to see my brother. And so he's still not here, but like I'm not shaking anymore. My hands were like this when I went out the classroom. Now they're good. I'm calm. My parents are here handing out free food, snacks, water, calming everyone down, so feeling much better.
All of us can certainly relate to that feeling of just nervousness and not knowing, but I'm glad that your younger brother's okay, and we'll look forward to having you guys be reunited. And and we're just waiting right now, guys. It's just a waiting game, and hopefully the first round of students will be reunited soon, and they will come out here and at least have a story of relief, at least for those parents and students.
Okay. Stephanie, thank you. Certainly a harrowing experience there for those are brothers now who have their youngest brother there in the elementary school, not knowing you know, what had happened to him, and now just waiting for him to get out.
All right, is it Phil we want to go to now?
Going to Hal. Hal's at the hospital. He's standing by there. We're still trying to hear the latest on the conditions of these two students, these young students that were shot. Hal?
Yeah, we know there are going to be a couple of news conferences this afternoon. We know that the police are planning one around 3:30, and now we're hearing that the hospital may be planning one for a little bit after 3:30 as well. We have no information as far as condition at this point. We believe that the child, one of two that were injured, we don't know exactly how they were injured, if they were shot, if something else happened. One of them was brought here, we believe, by helicopter, and we believe that's the one that's in surgery. But as far as concrete information from the hospital, that's not getting to us. They're not giving any information. When we talk to the fire department says that they're still trying to contact family members, and they don't want to talk about the kids at all. Take a look behind me. I'm going to direct you back over to the ER. And this is the area that's seen a lot of activity recently here with police cars. I've seen officers going back and forth. I think there are a couple standing over there. And also the crime scene investigations truck is over there. Whether this stuff is related or not, it's just not known at this point. That car with the lights, those lights have been going for a while. But as far as there are always police officers at the scene of an emergency room, because things happen. People come in for all kinds of incidents, and then they're here to investigate. But this very well may be related to what occurred earlier in the day at North Park Elementary School. And so right now, we await more information on this child and the other one, and it may come in the form of a news conference, whether that's the police news conference or the news conference that we're hearing might be held here at Loma Linda University Medical Center after 3:30. Back to you in the studio.
Either way, we're still about 90 minutes away until we get some new official information. Hal, we appreciate it, and of course, we can't say it enough. Our hearts and prayers go out to everyone involved, particularly those 2 children who were shot inadvertently.
Yeah, thanks for standing by there, Hal. We want to show you more reaction that continues to come in for the victims in this shooting. We had heard from Adam Schiff, the representative here, and now Senator Kamala Harris also tweeting this afternoon.
She says, heartbroken to hear about the shooting in San Bernardino. I'm praying for the community and the families of those killed and injured.
Still waiting for that press conference, again, getting underway 2.5 hours from now, 3:30 in the afternoon, where we are going to get an update on the latest.
We want to go back to Zoreen Adamji. She's been out there at the site of the shooting at North Park Elementary School. Zoreen.
Hi, Marla. That's right. North Park Elementary School is right to my right over here. We're on North Park and H Streets right now. Right behind me, you can see the command post that sheriff deputies and police officers have set up. And immediately behind that command post is the parking lot where we believe the suspect's vehicle is currently parked in. Now, as for the school, we haven't seen a child on the campus in at least about an hour and a half or so. They were taken to another campus to be reunited with parents. The process of them leaving the school was an incredibly slow one, and that's because it appeared that a school staff member and police officer was checking off students one by one earlier today, accounting for any student who had left. Now, we did actually speak to some parents who were out here who were eagerly awaiting to hear the news about their own kids to make sure their own kids were okay and safe. Take a listen to what they told us.
Good. I'm just nervous about my grandson and my granddaughter, but they just said they contacted her and she's okay. They're both okay.
It's great news. What grades are they in?
One's in 5th grade and the other one is in 1st grade.
And where are they right now? Do you know where they've been taken to?
I know that they're going to be bringing them over here to the high school right here, Cajon High.
How relieved are you right now?
I am very relieved, but I just can't believe the things that are going on in this world. There's so many crazy people. I'm just thankful to God.
What grade is your son or daughter in?
Is in 5th grade.
In 5th grade. And what was going through your head when you heard about all this morning?
Just he's okay, and I can't believe it's so close to our house. And just, my kid, my neighbors, everybody's kids that we know that go there, that they're okay.
What's the first thing you're going to tell your kid when you see him?
That I love him.
Say it every morning before he
I love him, yes, I do. Every morning, yes. And just to be vigilant and always...
Classrooms, how frustrating is that you weren't able to make contact?
It is very frustrating. I mean, my kid, he doesn't have a cell phone already as it is, but I think after this, maybe I'll look into it just for cases like this so I know he's okay and at least I know what's going on and he could tell me, where he's at and where I can get him at.
Now, we met dozens and dozens of parents just like that this morning. We're just so incredibly emotional, also relieved when they finally made contact with their kids. We saw one guy who actually climbed up onto an electrical box and was just craning his neck the entire time just to see if he could make eye contact with his kid who was an entire street away. And so many parents, of course, just relieved to finally just make contact with their kids. Now, we're learning that this school will be closed both tomorrow and day after. We'll give you updates as we learn them. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Zoreen, thank you.
As we've been saying throughout the morning, throughout the afternoon now, there's a lot of reaction here for what's going on in San Bernardino. We now know there are 4 people who were shot, a gunman who walked into a school, shot a teacher, believed to be a domestic dispute here, in a classroom, turned the gun on himself, and then 2 students also in extremely critical condition, one in surgery at this hour.
And police do not believe that those students were targeted. They just happened to be really in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Very close.
Close proximity to the female teacher, to their teacher, and they were shot as well. And as Bob mentioned, both are said to be in critical condition, one undergoing surgery, as far as we understand, at Loma Linda University Medical Center, where Hal Eisner has been standing by. We do have more reaction from politicians that we want to bring to you on Twitter. Longtime Senator Dianne Feinstein, she took to Twitter to say this.
She says, "I'm heartbroken by the shooting in San Bernardino. My thoughts and prayers are with the victims, their families, and the entire community." More on that. The hashtag San Bernardino has now been trending. There's a behavioral crisis hotline that's been set up, 888-743-1478. Crisis counselors on hand at Cajon High School, where kids there are now being brought to be reunited with their parents, and lots of them no doubt has seen a lot of trauma today.
And we saw the first bus make its way from the evacuation center at Cal State University San Bernardino to Cajon High School. That's where Stephanie Stanton joins us. More reunions, let's hope, Stephanie?
Yeah, we haven't seen any reunions yet, but let me have you spin the camera around, because just in the last few minutes, you can see parents. They were literally in a single file line, and they are now making their way back into the gym. And the two gentlemen, the young men, the young boys, the teens that we were just talking to, Michael Parsons and his brother, they just ran away when they saw this crowd of people going into the gym, because they are so excited to see their little brother. So you have a lot of anticipation going on right now, a lot of nerves. I'm sure a lot of very relieved people who will soon be reunited with their children, their siblings from North Elementary School. And we're just kind of on standby here right now, guys. We are waiting. We're hoping that Michael Parsons will bring his little brother back over here. We understand that their little brother is quite the character, was actually high-fiving some police officers over at CSUSB. So it's going to be emotional, and there's going to be a lot of tears. There's going to be a lot of hugs. There's going to be a lot of relieved parents tonight. But again, this is really only the beginning, because this has been such a traumatic situation that we really don't know the long-term effect of what this situation is going to have on these children who've had to endure such a horrific event at their elementary school. And guys, if you think about it, I mean, think back to when you guys were in elementary school. That is supposed to be a safe haven. I mean, these children are just little children. Their innocence has just been stolen by this, and I think that just really makes the whole thing even more tragic.
No question about that. Stephanie, I'm curious, earlier we saw finally that one bus pull up to Cajon High School. Have you seen more than that one bus thus far? Oh, there's one right there.
Yep. In fact, as we speak, you can see what we are counting as bus number 2 under police escort coming in here. And let's see if we can kind of get a shot through the window here and see if we can see some kids. Yep, we can see the kids pretty clearly on the bus. I'm going to wave to them and see if we can get them to wave. Maybe the kids, well, yeah, it's really so tragically sweet. You know, these little kids, their heads barely above the window, and here they are coming to be reunited with their parents after such a horrific and tragic event at their elementary school. I mean, it's really just so hard to wrap your head around.
All right, Stephanie Stanton, as we still continue to wait for some of these parents to be reunited with their kids. Again, the school district saying it could be up to 3 hours or more, and now they're asking parents to be patient as they continue to bring the students there from what was the evacuation center at Cal State San Bernardino to now Cajon High School, where they will finally be reunited with their parents after this shooting that happened at 10:30 this morning.
More reaction now, this time coming from former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, who, of course, herself was a shooting victim. Right, shot in an assassination attempt back in 2011 in Arizona. And Gabby Giffords, who has been, you know, a fierce advocate after that for gun control, saying this: elementary school classrooms should be safe places, full of kindness, never horror. My heart is breaking for San Bernardino. Again, the hashtag San Bernardino, which has been trending now since this shooting took place. All right, well, it is nice to see the progress there. So it's only a matter of time until parents will be reunited with their students, with their child. It's 10 minutes past 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the call first came in at 10:27, so we're approaching the 4-hour mark since the shooting took place at North Park Elementary School. A parent murder-suicide this morning there. 2 students were shot basically in the crossfire because they were close to the teacher who was shot and killed before the gunman turned the gun on himself and killed himself. those students are said to be in critical condition, and their ages and names have yet to be released.
Yeah, we do know that the gunman did check in at some point. Officially check in to the school, and then walked into a classroom. And still no word on how many other students may have been inside the classroom at the time. But as you were saying, those two other victims, these young children, were close enough where they were hit by gunfire. And our Gigi Graciette telling us that one of the kids, at least one of them, is in extremely critical condition. That child so severely hurt that they had airlifted this child and sent the helicopter, made sure that it had space on the campus to pick up that child and take that child to Loma Linda University Hospital. Another child taken by ambulance to the hospital as well. But certainly our hearts are pour out for these young victims.
And investigators with San Bernardino Police Department, we understand they are already at the suspect's home, trying to gather as much information about that suspect and the relationship that he had with the female teacher who he shot and killed. Of course, this is going to bring up a whole slew of thoughts, including the security measures, the screening methods that are underway at elementary schools, right? I mean, if he checked himself in as an official guest to see this teacher whom he knew in some way, shape, or form, are you not patted down, right?
Yeah. I mean, lots of questions there. I mean, they still aren't saying at this point what the relationship was between the victim and the shooter who shot and killed himself. And, you know, who knows at any point during this investigation if they figure out whether or not there had been threats in the past and whether or not it was some sort of a danger that they should have been a little bit more mindful of. We still have Skyfox over the scene there. You did see one of the buses, a school bus, making that slow move to Cajon High School. Again, what ended up happening was, you know, you have multiple agencies responding, and they decided at one point that the evacuation center they were going to make Cal State San Bernardino, and all the parents were either going to the school, to Cajon High School, or to San Bernardino. They finally established that Cajon High School is the place where parents are going to be reunited with their kids, and I think parents have figured that out. They've all figured it out at this point. Now it's just a matter of really getting those kids back to their parents.
In fact, let's go back to Stephanie Stanton at Cajon High School, where we've seen the buses make their way there. Hi, Stephanie.
Hi, Marla. Indeed, we saw bus number 2 come by just moments ago, and you know, we looked inside the bus and you know, just to see the children, their adorable little faces. I mean, these are just young children, and this must be just so confusing and just so heartbreaking for them to have to go through this. We saw the bus just moments ago pulling around. It came up here eastbound on North Park. It made a right on Mountain, and we did not see it come all the way back around the school to where, I don't know if, Kevin, if you can get that lot, but there's a parking lot there that has a gate where you see cars coming in and out. We have not seen the buses come through there, so obviously the buses are stopping on some other point on the other side of the school, which we don't have a visual on at this point. But as soon as we saw the buses come in, there were, I would say, probably about 50 to 100 parents who were outside milling around. They promptly all made their way back into the gym where where we are told that the students will be brought to be reunited with their parents and their family members. Now, we understand from a grandmother that we spoke to a while back, and she says that she was told to leave, that only immediate family is being allowed in the gym at this point because there are so many people and the gym is not that big, that they wanted to really limit it to immediate family. So as we understand it, what's happening is the children are being brought back by the busload one by one. They will then be reunited with their parents, their immediate family members inside that gym. And we understand that that's going down in alphabetical order, also by grade. So the little kids, the kindergartners, and then the first graders, and so on and so forth. Once the family members are reunited, of course, depending on where they parked, they'll be headed to their cars, their vehicles, and headed home. The school will be closed for a couple of days. Inside the gym, we understand they were handing out water. They also had crisis counselors and pastors on scene to pray with people, to speak to parents, to help people cope with what has really happened here. It's such a tragic situation at North Park Elementary. So that's kind of how this whole thing is going down. We are here outside. We're with several other members of the media, and we're just waiting at this point. We're waiting for some parents to come by with their children and be reunited. And as we've been reporting, we understand that those two families that were related to the two young children who were shot in this incident, they have been notified. So all of these parents here at the school that we're waiting for, they all know that their children are safe, but it doesn't make it any easier for them, because now that they have the relief of having their child safe, they have to deal with the fact that you have two class members, two fellow students who are, seriously injured, critical condition, possibly fighting for their lives. So it's such a terrible situation to be in, to be happy on one hand and relieved that your child is safe, but to know that there are other families out there who are struggling and possibly devastated. So that's what we're looking at right now, and we're waiting for a shred of happiness to see some parents relieved and hugging their children. I'm sure there'll be a lot of tears, a lot of emotion as these reunions take place here at Cajon High School. So we'll send it back to you guys.
What an ordeal, and just the mental anguish that they're all feeling right now. We want to remind you the behavioral health crisis line set up. Phone number there, that line is set up for you to call. It's 888-743-1478, and a lot of this, the parents are feeling the same sentiment as to, kind of along the lines of what former Congressman Gabby Gifford said, is that, elementary schools is supposed to be the safe place.
Right.
And now, although the school will be shut down for at least the next couple of days, how terrifying to have to send your kids to school after experiencing something like this.
Right. Well, the school will be shut down for at least 2 days as the investigation still is underway. Again, they do know that the gunman who shot and killed himself, according to police, did check in, was known to other people inside that school. But in terms of the process of honoring the victims, no doubt this is going to be a situation where you have crisis counselors on hand. The community, no doubt, will come together and expect there's going to be some sort of a mourning process and a coming together over the next several days into the week here, and lots of prayers for those two children, the innocent bystanders who were simply just off to school in the morning, happened to be near. We can glean their own teacher in close proximity when that gunman walked in, shot the teacher, shot himself, and they were shot in the crossfire or by some sort of the wayward bullet.
And we do want to reiterate what we are hearing, that apparent murder-suicide, and it is being described as a domestic incident.
Yeah. We're looking at pictures there. Stephanie Stanton was showing us just outside Cajon High School, which also, by the way, was obviously packed with students themselves and has turned into the area where they'll be reunited with their kids. There's a school bus there that has been that has gone from North Park Elementary School, then to Cal State San Bernardino, and now to Cajon High School. After parents are reunited with their kids, they will be taken into the gymnasium there. And from what we've been told from some of the witnesses there at the scene, some of the parents saying that is quite a chaotic situation, because you have literally hundreds of people gathering into one area waiting for word about how these kids will eventually be reunited with their parents.
We're still just over an hour away until the next official news conference, in which we will learn all the latest information, potentially as the PIO for San Bernardino Police Department. What he said earlier at the 12:30 news conference was that he was hoping to have the identity of the shooter at that point, and that is scheduled for 3:30 this afternoon.
Right. They've been saying that it could take as long as 3 hours, perhaps longer, before parents are reunited with their kids. But this certainly has taken a lot longer than that, now that only the second bus has arrived there And as Stephanie was saying, there is a process in place here. They are doing it by age, by grade first, and also by alphabetical order. So they're doing it really one by one, and parents have to show their ID in order to get these kids.
Let's go back to the scene of the shooting. That's North Park Elementary. Zorine Adam G. She is there, where really the school is now a crime scene.
Hi, Marla. Yeah, North Park Elementary School is to my right over here. And right immediately behind me, you can see the command post that sheriff deputies and police officers have set up. And right behind that area, that's where we believe the suspect's vehicle has been parked. Now, as for the school, we haven't seen a kid on the campus in a few hours now. They were taken to another campus to be reunited with their parents. They're now in the process of reuniting with those parents. And now the process of them leaving the school was a very slow one today, and that is because it appeared a school staff member and police officer were checking off students one by one, accounting for any student who had left campus. And at that point, they were getting them onto buses and they were shuttling them to the other campus. Now, back at Live, we are told that the school will be closed both tomorrow and day after. We'll give you any more updates as we receive them. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Zorine, thank you. We're seeing live pictures there of the gymnasium area at Cajon High School. Again, we've been telling you that buses are on the way, but can imagine just quite a, not just a chaotic, but frustrating situation there as you have all of these parents. Looks like we do have some...
Yeah, that looks like, you know, potentially a mother's hugging their child who they were just reunited with. You know, I mean, my goodness. Looks like a little girl there just holding on for dear life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We've been showing you this number here on the screen, the behavioral crisis line that has been set up. This is for anyone that might need the help, that's been traumatized by the situation, 888-743-1478. But again, we're hearing that there are also some crisis counselors there at that gymnasium as well. They've literally set out, they were watching movies, there were toys, things to try to calm their nerves a bit after such a horrific situation.
And of course food. They had to feed them, of course, because it's been 4 hours since this all happened. Let's go back to Cajon High School. We're above in Skyfox. Let's go on the ground. Stephanie Stanton. It is nice to see parents holding their child and holding them tightly.
Yes, and in fact, just about a minute ago, or actually 10 seconds ago, we saw bus number 3 come down North Park, again, heading down, making a right turn on Mountain, and then moving into, or the children will be getting off that bus and moving inside the gym. In fact, joining us now is Michael Parsons again. We talked to Michael earlier. Michael, I know you're waiting for your little brother. Is he coming right now? Do you see him walking?
No, how they're doing it by class grade, and right now these are all kindergartners, preschoolers, and then they're moving up in grades, and my brother's in 3rd grade, so maybe give or take 15-20 minutes is when he'll be out. Okay, you did shoot some video inside the gym. Oh, here we go. Here we have a parent with their little one. Hold on one second. You can cue up that video. We'll take a look at that. But as he does that, you can see some parents. These children, they're just itty-bitty. I mean, you've got preschoolers, you've got kindergartners here, 5-year-olds with their parents. Hopefully they don't really know what's going on, and hopefully they won't remember this or be too affected by this. But it's just so sweet. I mean, it melts your heart because you think about these poor children and these families, what they've gone through. I mean, this is absolutely incredible. Let's see if we can talk. Excuse me, we're live here. Let's see if we can talk to one of these parents. Hi, may we speak with you?
We're just happy our baby's home. Yeah. And our prayers go out to everyone who was affected. Right? You're okay? Yeah, we're okay.
Was she on the first bus?
Yes.
What did you say to her when you first reached
I just hugged her. Glad my baby wasn't home. Yeah.
How are you feeling, honey?
Good.
Yeah.
What grade are you in?
I'm not in the grade.
She's in TK.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. And there you go. I mean, you can see the emotion of that mother and her little baby girl. I mean, she's not even in kindergarten. She's in TK. And, you know, here are these little TK kids, 4 years old, coming out, such a traumatic experience. And, you know, this is the scene here outside Cajon High School as we wait for others to come by and others to come out and be reunited. Let's check in with Michael again. Michael, were you able to cue up that video? I don't know if we can see it because of the glare here, but Michael's got some video of the exact moment that the first busload of children went into the gym and they were reunited with their parents. And I don't know if you can see it. Can you see them walking into the gym? Let's see if we can get Kevin over here and see if we can even see this. But describe what we're looking at. The parents were people were clapping.
Yeah, people were clapping. The kids were coming out, and then it's just a wonderful sight to see with all the kids coming out. And I was excited, and I was hoping my brother would come. But when they told me it's just kindergartners, I can just only wait and get happy.
Oh wow. Yeah, and I mean, just this is so incredibly emotional for you guys and your family, right?
Of course. Yeah. We're just waiting for them to come through, and we're all excited at the moment. So.
Excellent. Yeah. So there you see it, and this is the moment where the first busload of children were taken off of the bus and reunited with their parents. They're very concerned, emotional, waiting parents. And again, let's bring you back out here because we also have more parents walking. Hold on one second. Let's finish up this video here. And you can see there's a fire truck there. So explain the process as you saw it, Michael.
So when the kids are coming through, they have them go through the fire truck because there is a lot of like parents waiting to see their kids, and they didn't want to get, feel overwhelmed, so they have them go behind the fire truck and inside the actual gym so all the other parents can see. And later on in the video, if you guys want me to show you, I can show you when I went in the gym and when the kids were walking in.
Oh, is that where they were clapping?
Yeah, they were clapping actually as soon as the kids got out of the bus. That's further back. We weren't allowed back there because it'd be too much chaos. But,
okay. So again, we're going to bring you back out. Oh, okay. We also have hold on one second. I want to bring you guys back out here live because we have more parents coming out, and I want to see if we can get this mom to talk and see. Oh, she doesn't want to talk. Okay, understandable. They've been through so much, and really, I mean, some of them, the last thing they want to do is sort of relive it. It's just been a nightmare, as you can imagine, for these parents and these children. But I do want to show you some video taken a little bit earlier, I would say about 20 minutes ago, by our friend Michael Parsons, who, by the way, has been so great to us and so helpful. But the video that he shot was on his cell phone, and this was earlier in the gym before the kids were brought in, as parents were nervously awaiting their arrival. And you can see, of course, the gym is very crowded. That is why they had to send home extended family members, only allowing the parents and immediate family members to be there as they basically just awaited the arrival of their children after this horrific ordeal that happened at their elementary school. Luckily, they had water, some snacks. They also had crisis counselors and pastors on hand to help people cope with what was happening. So that's the scene here at Cajon High School, and of course we'll continue to see busloads of kids coming by here. They're taking them grade by grade, starting with the little ones, the TK and the kindergartners, moving up to first, second, third, and so on and so forth until they get all of the students safely reunited with their parents after such a horrific ordeal at their elementary school, North Park Elementary School. Certainly a day that they will never forget, a very traumatic day, something that will sadly stay with them for the rest of their lives. We'll send it back to you guys.
It is the moment they have been waiting for. Stephanie, thank you very much.
Kids so cute there. Some of them unaware.
So innocent.
Seemingly unaware of what made it happen, but obviously the parents there, you saw how emotional they are. Let's go back out to Hal Eisner. He's at Loma Linda University Hospital, standing by at the emergency room. We're keeping an eye on the conditions of these two young victims. Hal?
Yeah, when we talk about traumatic situations, we can only imagine what the family of the child that was brought here to this hospital is going through right now. Now, we understand there were two children that were hurt in some way. We don't know exactly how. We understand that one of them came here to Loma Linda University Medical Center. We don't know if the other one was brought here because that has not been confirmed, or if the other one was taken to another hospital. We also don't know exactly what the injuries were or what the injuries may have been caused by, but we know that the kids have been said to be in critical condition. We don't know what genders they are or what ages they are. The hospital not giving any of that information. Neither is the fire department here in San Bernardino, and we've talked to them several times, and nobody is really being very forthcoming with any of that information. However, As you can see over here, as we widen out a little bit, there are plans here for a news conference outside of the hospital about 3:30 or so. Now, when that'll be isn't clear also because the police department is planning a news conference about the same time. I would be surprised if these news conferences go against each other, like dueling news conferences. I would imagine that they would time those out a little bit better, one and then the other, and we'll see if that happens out here. Right now, though, this is the first indication of any information being given to us from hospital officials, and we're told that'll be about 3:30 or so this afternoon. Other than that, they've been very limited on the amount of information they've put out, only to say there is a child here that is related to the North Park Elementary School incident. Back to you in the studio.
That is an interesting point there, Hal. You would think that they wouldn't have dueling press conferences if you say, in fact, that the hospital is going to give new information at 3:30, and so is San Bernardino Police Department. Well, we'll see what happens.
Let's go to Stephanie Stanton back out there live. She's getting more pictures of these children reunited with their families. Stephanie?
Hi, can we speak with you? Yeah. Wow, okay. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling so blessed, thank God. Thank God everything is okay.
Yeah, tell me, is this your daughter?
Yeah. Say hi.
Hi.
What's your name?
Taylor.
Yeah, are you happy to be back home? Yeah. What has this been like? What has this day been like?
Emotional roller coaster. Just crying all day long, not knowing. Really scary.
How long were you at a point where you didn't know what was going on?
Hours. It was so frustrating. We just, like maybe an hour ago, they didn't want to tell us where the kids were. They said the news was reporting false information about where the kids were. So we really had no idea what was going on.
What is it like for you now to have your daughter?
Oh my God, I'm so happy. There's no words to even explain it.
What was the first thing you said to her?
I just gave her a huge hug and told her I love her. And I asked her how was her day at school.
How are you, Dad?
Yeah, I'm still traumatized. I don't know how I'm gonna deal with sending my daughter back to school. That's the main point. And then my heart go out to the other families that did lose, because somebody still lost their kids. Like, you know, stuff still went on today. Whether my daughter is safe or not, there's still other parents that I know, you know. So it's just, I don't know, it's traumatizing, man. Like, you don't know nothing. And then not to get a call and to have other relatives tell you that this is going on, and the school don't call you. And it was a lot of teachers that was calling the parents and letting them know. But we didn't know nothing. We didn't get no type of news, nothing about her. Like, right now, till I see my daughter come out of the classroom. Like, that's it.
What was it like for you to see your daughter?
I almost passed out. I couldn't believe it. I mean, I heard my mom and them said that they seen her walking off the school bus, but on the news. But I would need to see for myself. I didn't believe it. Like, honestly, I did, because I didn't see my daughter when she woke up this morning. My wife took her to work, so like, honestly, I mean, she took her to school, so I didn't see her this morning at all. So I don't know.
What do you make of the fact that this even happened? I mean, this is supposed to be
a good area. It's so crazy. Like, I mean, it could happen anywhere. I don't know. It is scary because it's supposed to be a better area of the city, but, you know.
What do you guys do from this point forward? How do you deal with this?
I don't even know. We got to talk about it and figure out what we're going to do, because like I said, it could happen anywhere. Like, even if
they gave us this for the counseling, we don't have to do this. I guess whoever else that needed.
How are you feeling to be with Mom right now?
Good.
Yeah? What did you think when you saw your mom?
Happy.
Happy? What did you do? Did you run up and hug her? What'd you do? Tell me what you did.
I hugged her.
You what?
I hugged her.
What grade is she in?
she's kindergarten.
She's in kindergarten.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's 5?
Mm-hmm.
5, okay.
And what's your name?
What's your name?
Summer. Yeah.
What was your name?
Summer Terrell.
Terrell?
Yeah.
Your last name?
Mm-hmm.
What's your
And there you have it.
Okay, and what do you spell your last name?
Summer Terrell and her daughter Jayla. Jayla is only 5 years old. And just to have to go through such an ordeal at 5 years of age is just extremely traumatic.
It's crazy.
I was just so happy. It's not even worth it. It was such a big relief. And
my brother on.
But sweet Stephanie, sweet Jayla still has that beautiful, bright smile that was nice to see, you know, and what a sight for sore eyes for her parents.
Just one of many stories that we're now seeing now of these parents being reunited with their loved ones, and continuing to see more pictures of children coming out. All of this a big process, as we know, because we're talking about hundreds of kids that had been evacuated from that school when it happened. And what a long day it's been. 10:30 this morning is when that shooting took place. Police immediately on the scene there, and it was a complete lockdown. The shooter, of course, shooting and killing someone, a woman, and then himself. But no doubt the ramifications are going to be vast for this and for that school.
And while we watch these reunions take place, which of course is really nice to see, on the other side of the coin is the work underway currently by investigators with San Bernardino Police and the Sheriff's Department about what actually happened, who the suspect is, who the victim is, and then of course our hearts and prayers are with the victim's family, including the two innocent students who were basically just got caught in the gunfire this morning. Their ages and names have not been released. They were shot and are said to be in critical condition. We have Hal Eisner at Loma Linda University Medical Center. He's been manning the location there, trying to find out more information about one of those young victims. But again, our hearts and prayers go out to everyone involved.
Yeah, in fact, we're still waiting this press conference to take place about an hour from now, 3:30 this afternoon. This perhaps is a good time just to update you on the latest information that we know as we continue to look at all these wonderful pictures here of parents hugging their children tightly and reuniting after what was a very traumatic event that occurred just before 10:30 this morning, when a gunman, a man, walked into North Park Elementary School. He checked in. He was known to many people inside the school, went into a classroom, shot and killed a woman. Police believe that it was some sort of a domestic situation, that he did know this woman. They're not saying what the relationship was, but then he turned the gun on himself. Some of the gunfire, unfortunately, also injured two children, two students, who just so happened to be in close proximity to that teacher when she was gunned down. And those two kids were rushed to the hospital, one airlifted with extremely critical injuries, and another taken to the hospital by ambulance. But investigators and police, they're immediately on the scene within 7 minutes, and the school was put in a lockdown. And after they figured out what they had on their hands here, then you had what has been an extremely complicated and frustrating process to try and unite these parents with their kids.
Let's listen into one of these. It looks like a mom reunited with her child.
What have the last few hours been like for you?
Oh my God, it was so stressful. I just wanted to make sure that my baby was okay, because they didn't really tell us anything, just that we were in the right spot and to wait.
And how old is your daughter?
She's 6.
She's 6. What is her name?
What's her name?
Ariana.
Hi, Ariana. How are you doing?
Good.
Yeah? How did it feel to be reunited with your mom here?
Good.
Yeah? Did you give your mom a big hug?
What about other students? Did you have a chance to talk to your other students?
Yes.
How are they? Other kids?
Good.
Does she really know kind of what happened?
No, they told her that they were on a field trip.
Well,
and so she thinks...
They just told me that I had to go outside with the rest of the class, and it was kind of scary for me, so I was almost about to cry.
Oh, it was scary for you?
Yeah.
Are you feeling better now?
What are you going to share with her? How do you explain this to her?
I just always tell my daughter the truth. I believe that you need to educate your children on what to do and how to deal with it. So we're going to have a talk later on, and I'll explain it to her, and I'll let her know what happened.
How are you feeling as a mom right now?
Like I need a homeschool. Really, to be honest, I'm really scared for my baby.
And what is your name?
Adonis.
Can you please spell your first and last name?
Ananis. And my last name is Cherry. Cherry.
And your little girl's name again?
Arianna. And her last name is Mejia. Mejia.
And there you go. You heard from a very relieved mom, but also a very disturbed mom, very upset, obviously, about what happened here, and really contemplating the future of education for her child.
Right.
And she's... Oh, yeah, Marla, she says that she's going to have a talk with her daughter, because even though her daughter, you see her, she's so sweet and innocent, she's 6 years old, she was told that they were on a field trip, so she really has no idea the gravity of what happened, but the mom says that she wants to tell her daughter the truth, and she'll have a conversation with her daughter later. You know, so it's a very tough situation for parents. What do you tell the little ones? Do you share? If so, how much do you share? So it's really a tough situation for parents trying to explain what happened.
No question. And of course, we've mentioned that North Park Elementary will be closed for at least the next 2 days. When it does reopen, no doubt there will be grief counselors on hand so that, you know, kids who might have a after effect in terms of how they feel about this, about the trauma that they're undergoing, that they can talk to somebody who knows how to best handle this.
And certainly these parents are going to be dealing with it their own way, right? Some the school district or some of those parents chose to tell them that this was a field trip. They didn't want to really tell them exactly what had happened, but there was one parent that says, you know, she needs to know.
And also now contemplating whether she should homeschool her child. All right, we want to go to Gigi Graciette. Gigi, where are you?
I just want you to watch this for a moment. These are the children of North Park Elementary being released now, or about to be released to their parents, and you are watching San Bernardino Strong in action. The school district has brought out teachers, counselors, students, anyone they could get to cheer these children on, to change the mood for them, to lessen their worry. They will later talk to their parents, but they have been just clapping, giving the kids high fives as they walk by, just trying to distract them, if only momentarily, from the horror that they have lived through. Maybe a lot of them don't even know exactly what's happened. They were just evacuated from their school day at about 10:30 this morning, and they've been on buses. They've been in a safe area, not knowing exactly what happens, as of course rumors spread through the campus, through the school campus, about a teacher being dead, about someone killing her, about 2 schoolmates being shot. You can only imagine some of the horror. So what you were watching was San Bernardino Strong in action. Again, this is a very resilient community, and unfortunately they have seen more than their share of tragedies, and they have united and come together in that tragedy. And you are seeing the kids, and they're being taken over there to El Cajon High School, which is the official release point, and this is where they will be released to their parents. And I'm sure their parents are going to be so happy to see these kids, especially in light of the fact that 2 students were shot, innocent victims, in their class, standing apparently too close to their teacher. Now, sources tell me that when this suspect arrived in the classroom, the teacher, the female teacher, obviously recognized him. She may have tried to get away. That is what my sources are telling me. Of course, this is all still under investigation. They have to ask these kids, but we'll learn more at a press briefing at 3:30. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Gigi, thank you for that. Let's go back to Stephanie Stanton at Cajon High School speaking to a parent.
And they let me know that he was okay, so that was like in the last 30 minutes. So.
And sir, what does it feel like? We're live on Fox 11. Describe the feeling when you were finally reunited.
It's the happiest man in the world. I just gave him a big hug and a kiss, you know, and just happy to see him.
And this is your little guy. Let's get a shot of him. Hi, what's your name? Oh, what's your name?
Daddy. What grade is Julian in? He's in kindergarten.
Oh, so he's just a little guy.
Yeah.
Does he know? We understand that the kids were told they went on a field trip?
Yeah, because I asked him, do he know what happened today? And, you know, he just said they was having fun. So he's not really aware of what went on, so which is good.
Something like this to someone so young?
Well, hopefully I don't, like I say, he don't really know what went on, so hopefully I won't have to, you know. So.
Yeah, so you're thinking you may never have to tell him. You don't want to tell him.
I don't know. Yeah. You know, I don't want him to have that on his head, you know, so I'm just like I said, I'm just relieved that he's okay. You know, but take him home now so his grandmother could give him the hugs and kisses I just gave him, so.
Thank you so much.
Tyrone. Yes.
What's your last name?
Irvin.
Thank you, Tyrone. And thank you, Julian. And you have Tyrone Irving and his grandson Julian, little Julian, only 5 years old. And this grandparent has a different philosophy. He says that he's not going to tell Julian what happened here. He's hoping that he'll never have to tell him. And that's the thing. This is the struggle as a parent. What do you do? Do you tell your child? If so, how much do you reveal? So there's really just a lot to talk about here, and it's really just overwhelming, I'm sure, for these parents and these grandparents. We are waiting, though, for some of the upper grade elementary children to come out, because clearly they will have a better understanding of what happened here. Of course, wanting to talk to some of the students who were in that classroom. I imagine that's just got to be such a horrible story that they're not only have to tell, but that they're going to have to deal with, and they're going to have to cope with forever. And that's just a sad reality of their lost innocence for what happened here at North Park Elementary School today. But again, we are seeing relieved parents coming out one by one out of the gym, and we expect this process to go on for at least maybe another couple of hours, maybe another hour, because we only saw 3 buses come by so far.
All right, Stephanie. Yeah, that apparent murder-suicide taking place in one single classroom this morning, so you have to wonder how many students actually were inside that particular classroom.
Right, or even in adjoining classrooms that perhaps heard the shots, heard screams, or, even this process itself, seeing armed police officers go through the school, evacuate the school, terrified teachers. All of those things could also affect children, and as Stephanie was showing there, lots of parents have sort of different opinions on how they want to deal with this. Some want to tell their kids and be open with them. Others think, they're, obviously someone who's a kid who's 5 years old, maybe too young to really know what happened. If he doesn't know, no worse for the wear.
That is a good point, though, that you bring up in terms of even if you didn't actually witness the shooting, which is horrifying in itself. I mean, just to see the daunting, traumatic visuals of SWAT outside your school.
Yeah.
I mean, these are such young children there. And let's talk quickly about what we just witnessed here with, these students being hailed and cheered on when they were, being taken off the bus and reunited with their parents, and getting high fives from San Bernardino fire department, fire officials. That was just it gave me the chills.
Sure.
To see that.
Even as we said, at a young age, when you're talking about 5 or 6 years old, 6-year-old children, to be praised for their courage and their ability to be calm in a situation like that, and do what it needs to take to get out safely. And it's also just symbolic of, this is a community that loves their own, loves their children, and that loves one another and wants to come together in a situation like this.
Well, it's 2:45 now. We have been on the air since this happened, just about 10:30 this morning. We are about 45 minutes away until the next official news conference. We are hearing, in fact, that there are 2. We are waiting, in fact, on 2 news conferences. One to take place at Loma Linda University Medical Center, where it's been reported that one of those young victims was taken there for surgery. Then also near North Park Elementary, the site of the shooting, where police will update the media as well.
Yeah, and so we've been looking at these live pictures of the reunions taking place with parents and their kids. It's been a very frustrating and a long process. Worried parents, obviously, rushing to the school, and then there was really some confusion as to where the eventual place was going to be, where they were going to be reunited. We now know that this is a process that is underway, that the buses are coming from the evacuation center, which was Cal State San Bernardino, to the high school, Cajon High School there, and as they're being reunited, this is a process that could take some time here, because they're doing it one by one, student by student, and they're starting with the younger grades. So all of the pictures that we've been seeing are young children, let's say kindergarten, first graders,
pre-K as well,
pre-K that are coming out. So very young kids, and they're doing it by alphabetical order. So shortly after that, we'll see some of the older kids, as Stephanie was saying, start to come out here. But the good news is that we are now finally seeing these parents being reunited with their kids. Lots of tears there, lots of hugs, lots of smiles, and you know, you have to win. Every kid has their own story.
No question. Now, earlier in the news conference that I referenced that took place at 12:30 with police officials, fire officials, school officials, we also heard from the San Bernardino mayor, so we want to reflect on what he said just a bit ago.
Far too often in our country and throughout the world, we gather to report this news of tragic events that take place. I want the parents and teachers of North Park Elementary to know of my concern for their health and their welfare and their safety. As was reported, our police department, together with the school police department, responded immediately, was on site to bring to arrest the event, which resulted in the death of 2 victims at this time. The suspect and the victim that also succumbed to the injuries that that person sustained. I want to thank our school district for how well they try to maintain the safety of our community and our children. We are very fortunate to have Dr. Dale Marsden as our superintendent. I appreciate his quick response and his concern for taking leadership over the situation. Also our police department and the school police department that has worked very closely together. We are united with our superintendent, with the school board. I also want to thank and recognize our Congressman Aguilar, who has joined us, our Assembly Member Eloise Reyes, who have expressed their concern and shown their support for this tragic event. Our hearts, as Dr. Marsden expressed, are broken each time any of us have to be engaged in this type of process. I also want to report that I received a telephone call from Deputy Assistant Kirkland from the White House, the President expressing his concern for our community and his concern for the students and teachers of North Park. He has offered his aid in any way possible to help in this situation. Again, I want to thank our president, our school board for all of their concern, and our superintendent, our police department, and the school police department. Thank you.
All right, that was the mayor of San Bernardino. That was not live, by the way. It says live, but that was from about a couple hours ago at the last news conference when we learned more details on what happened at North Park Elementary. Of course, he's there. He was there to speak about the unity and standing together and thanking
Hello everyone, looks like we're having some technical difficulties. I want to go ahead and just reset that stream for you. Just stand by while I go ahead and fix that for you. In the meantime, I want to give you guys a quick look at the Capitol. Let's go ahead and show you that there. We're going to work to get that shooting feed back for you in just a second. All right, it looks like that feed has now ended, so I just want to give you guys a quick recap in case you're just joining us. Basically, there was a shooting at a school inside a classroom. We believe it's a domestic disturbance in which a boyfriend shot and killed his girlfriend, then shot himself. Again, a murder-suicide. 2 students were also shot there in critical condition. The other students at the school were taken to a nearby high school. They have since been reunited with their parents. It's obviously a very scary situation for those students out there in San Bernardino, California. A very shocking scene for many of those parents arriving to pick up their young children. Again, this took place at an elementary school, North Park Elementary School there in San Bernardino, and we'll have more updates. We believe that a press conference should be coming in at 3:30 our time, so in about 38 minutes or so, and we'll carry that for you live here on News Now. In the meantime, we are going to take you to Alabama. That's where the governor is about to speak momentarily. We're hearing reports that the governor will be stepping down. I'm going to go ahead and pull up that feed from Alabama. We're going to show that to you here on News Now.
Developments in the last couple of hours. I can tell you that on Friday when the governor spoke, obviously at that point, he said that he was not willing to resign and he planned to keep governed. So this is a huge change of events today. But even on Friday when he maintained that he was innocent and did nothing wrong, that was a written statement. He spoke from something that he wrote, and he took no questions at that point. I think we're doing a different microphone here. I hope that sounds a little bit better. But that was on Friday. He spoke to us from a statement, and no one asked questions. Well, it might be a different story here today. After all of these developments, the people of Alabama want to hear from the governor. They want to... The media here will likely ask some questions after. We're told there will be no questions, but certainly we will be asking some. For example, State Auditor Jim Ziegler, he wants the governor to pay for the investigation, and that is one question that we have for him here today. In addition to media here, we also have a lot of people from Montgomery and surrounding areas who just filled into the open seating here to see this announcement, because this is a very big day in Alabama history. We haven't seen the attempt of impeachment since 1915, and now we have a resignation of a governor, potentially to, or probably to avoid that impeachment that was getting started today. So it has been a very hectic hour trying to get all of our microphones lined up so we're ready to go and ready for this announcement, as all of us rushed up here so quickly when we got that announcement. Back to you guys.
Are you telling him to switch? Yeah, he's on the second. Yeah, he can promote it.
Okay. What do you need up there?
I just need the line, that's all.
Go down those stairs. There you go.
Thank you. Sorry that was awkward, but it sounded 10 times better. All right, that's how we'll do it then.
Yeah.
Again?
He needs a mic on the podium.
A mic on the podium.
He's saying we need to make sure we've got.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
It's fine if I leave them attached. It's fine if you leave them attached.
No, sir. I got it over here. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, of course. Need to see if. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Talking, is that okay?
Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Somebody say mic check.
Hey, Josh, this is a mic check. Does it sound okay? 1, 2. Okay, test, test, test. Is that good? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
Check 1, 2. Check, check. Check 1, 2. Check. Check. Mic check 1, 2, 3. Mic. Mic check. Check. Marley, can you put it over? Marley. Marley, right?
Marley.
Yeah, Marley. Yeah, I'm going to try to make some room here. I'm going to try to make some room here to put it over here. Okay, he's got to have room for his book. Between all these cubes. There we go.
Welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kate, taking you into the next few hours of the show here. What you're seeing live is this press conference set to begin any moment, where the Alabama governor is about to speak over allegations that he covered up an affair. So he's reportedly planning to resign today over those allegations that he abused the powers of his office to facilitate and then cover up an affair with his advisor. A source who apparently has spoken to the governor says that he plans to resign and is preparing to announce his decision today at this press conference. These developments came as impeachment proceedings started early Monday in the state capitol. In the afternoon, the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office website posted that Bentley had been booked on 2 misdemeanor charges. One is failure to disclose information on statement of economic interest, and the second is failure to file campaign finance reports. The Sheriff's Office also posted a mugshot of Bentley, but later removed the information. Now, the clock started ticking on Bentley's term after the 74-year-old grandfather of 6 accidentally texted his now ex-wife, Diane, a message meant for his mistress, former advisor Rebecca Mason. Here's what he typed his ex-wife. He said, quote, "I love you, Rebecca." But he accidentally typed that to Diane, his wife of 50 years. They are now divorced. Now, Bentley is a conservative Republican and Baptist, and he repeatedly denied having an affair, though he routinely called Mason, quote, "baby," during government meetings. There's also a pile of documented correspondence between Mason and Alabama's sexting that seemed to indicate an improper relationship. Now, he's been dubbed the Love Gov by the press, and Bentley is also accused of creating a climate of fear and intimidation in the governor's office. On Friday, the state's House Judiciary Committee released a 130-page report that alleges Bentley abused his power. Again, you guys, you're watching live with us here on the Fox News Now stream, set to begin in any moment this press conference where we will be hearing from the Alabama governor his side of the story. Again, reports that he will be resigning over allegations that he covered up an affair, everybody. Now, Jack Sharman, who's a special counsel to the state's House Judiciary Committee and author of the report, said that Bentley, quote, directed law enforcement to advance his personal interests, and in a process characterized by increasing obsession and paranoia, subjected career law enforcement officers to tasks intended to protect his reputation, end quote. He also said Bentley and his office did not meaningfully cooperate with the investigation. Now, Bentley's lawyer, Ross Garber, has argued that impeachment should be reserved for only the most grave misconduct, noting that only 2 U.S. governors have been impeached since 1929, and both were indicted for serious felonies. Let us know what you guys think in the chat, or tweet at us at our show handle, Fox 10 News Now, about this. Do you guys think this is worth being impeached over, yes or no? Again, he's going to be resigning over allegations that he covered up an affair. Now, his lawyer sent out a statement saying, quote, "It's not unusual for elected officials to have ethics and campaign finance issues. In fact, many governors face these things. It is very rare, though, for legislators to try to leverage those issues to impeach a governor. In fact, it's simply not done." End quote. Looks like they're going to be getting started soon, setting up the mics and getting ready for the Alabama governor to speak in just a few moments.
Ladies and gentlemen, 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Well, good afternoon. You know, I've lived in this great state of Alabama now for my entire life. I grew up here. I went to college here. I raised a family here. I practiced medicine in Tuscaloosa for 35 years. And in 2010, I received the greatest honor of my life when the people of our great state elected me and chose me and humbly asked me to serve as their governor. I've always believed the honor of serving as your governor was a calling that God placed on my life. I've not always made the right choices. I've not always said the right things. Though I've sometimes failed, I've always tried to live up to the high expectations the people place on the person who holds this esteemed office. Though I have committed myself to working to improve the lives of the people of our state, there have been times that I have let you and our people down, and I'm sorry for that. The consequences of my mistakes have been grievously unfair to you, my loyal and dedicated staff, and my cabinet, and all of our agencies who have continued your exemplary service to our people in your respective agencies in the face of difficult circumstances. I can no longer allow my family, my dear friends, my dedicated staff and cabinet to be subjected to the consequences that my past actions have brought upon them. I have spent the last year in deep and earnest prayer over our state and our people. I pray every morning for wisdom and guidance and forgiveness for the sins that I commit. And this Easter week, I'm even more grateful for a loving and merciful Savior who will always love me and you unconditionally. The governor is the face of the state in Alabama in virtually all areas, even on a national stage. And I want you to know I love our people with all of my heart, and I want nothing more than to serve them, whether in natural disasters, whether in helping 4-year-olds qualify for a great pre-K program that we have here, or to just help create jobs and help them feed their families. But the time has come for me to look at new ways to serve the good people of our great state. I have decided it is time for me to step down as Alabama's governor. I'm leaving this office that I have held, that I have respected, that I've loved for 7 years, to focus on other and possibly more effective areas of service. I love our people in this state. I love this office. However, I realize there are things more important than a political office. I have spoken with Lieutenant Governor Ivey, and we have agreed that the people of our state need and deserve a positive and peaceful transition of power. I will be leaving the office today, April the 10th. But my administration will work with Lieutenant Governor Ivey's administration to provide any assistance needed to make a smooth transition and have minimal disruption on our state. I am forever filled with the gratitude of the honor that has been placed on me by the people of this state to serve as your governor. Especially, I give thanks to God for such a wonderful gift that He gave me when He allowed me to be the governor of Alabama. A special gift to the wonderful, loyal, and very talented staff in cabinet and agencies who truly are the backbone of our state government. And I am forever grateful for the service each and every one of you has given to me and the sacrifices that you have made, and most of all, the dedication that you have shown to making Alabama a great state. Together we've accomplished some amazing things, and I know great things are still ahead for our state. So again, let me thank you for your service, and I want to thank you for being your governor. And I also want to thank particularly all of the people across this state who every day send me texts, send me emails, tell me how much they love me, tell me how much they still care for me, and tell me that they are praying for me. So please continue to do that, and I will continue to pray for you. So thank you, and goodbye. And I love this state from the bottom of my heart and the people who live here. God bless you.
All right, everybody, that was Alabama Governor. He has decided to resign today after those campaign finance charges, everybody. And he also had a sex scandal. His ex-wife received a text from him that he meant to send to his mistress, and he was caught having an affair. All right, you guys, we'll keep you updated there. Moving on to the next top story for you here in the show. Let me update that lower third so you guys know we are, in fact, streaming live here on Fox News Now. Thanks for joining us today. Taking you guys to the live look still in San Bernardino right now. We are expecting to hear a press conference any moment, a new update coming from the police officers there. But here's a live look still at that school where that shooting happened today.
Man, I don't know. It's all good.
Let's hear from the reporters in Fox Los Angeles right now, everybody.
Is because the law enforcement was there so quickly, they immediately shut down the area. It was in a complete lockdown. No one was able to get their kids. You heard Zorine talking about parents who were able to simply wave to their kids, see that they were safe, but they boarded buses. And then all of the different agencies around that were trying to help in the process, there really was seemingly a lot of confusion in terms of the coordination, where the kids were going to go to a safe place and then to be reunited with their family members. What eventually was decided is that they were going to go to Cal State San Bernardino, all of them taken one by one onto school buses. They all got taken to one place and then eventually taken to Cajon High School, where in the gymnasium that we're looking at right here, they're letting the kids out. All this being done alphabetically, first by grades, the youngest students first, and so we've seen the kindergartners come out, some of the first graders. Stephanie's saying we're still waiting to see the second graders come out. So the young kids first, and then also done alphabetically. Lots of kids to really process through this, so it could take much longer for them to complete this process.
Well, we know after the attack, the terrorist attack, some families waited 24 hours to find out if their loved ones were dead or alive.
Wow.
And it's part of that process of trying to ID, make sure that the information you have is solid, but if you're the person waiting on the other side, it's an excruciating way.
Yeah.
Excruciating.
No doubt that's going to be reviewed
yes.
in the days to come.
Hal Eisner, as we said earlier, is at the hospital. He's going to try to bring us up to date with any new information he has there on the two young children. At least one, I believe, is being operated on there. Hal?
Right. We know the one is here because the hospital's confirmed that. We don't know about the other one. We also don't know about their conditions at this point, except that during the press conference earlier that Gigi was at, they said that the kids were in critical condition. So that we understand, but exactly the extent of those injuries, we hope to find out shortly when they have a news conference here. We're told it'll be after 3:30, and I think what we're expecting here is that the police will hold their news conference at 3:30 or so, whenever that begins, and then we would get a news conference here from hospital officials at Loma Linda, hopefully to answer some of the questions we've all been trying to find out, and what the status is of this child, and really the other child. We think we know a hospital where that child might be, but that hospital has refused to confirm. So at this point, we wait for these news conferences, the police, and then the one here at Loma Linda University Medical Center, hopefully to answer some of these questions that we've all been wondering about, and certainly all are hoping will come out with some kind of a positive outcome in such a dark day. Laura, Bobby, back to you.
Are you hearing by chance, Hal, any indication of the number of shots, anything like that, that would give us some sense as to what exactly happened to these children? We know that they were struck. We don't know to which degree.
It's really anything that I would possibly say would be speculative, because not getting information from sources that can confirm something, well, just simply would be speculation on this part. We went to the other side of the building. We talked to you a couple of times from outside the emergency room. We saw police cars. We saw sheriff's cars, police going in and out. We weren't allowed to go in ourselves, so we didn't really get any information with regard to what family might be inside. And so it's really a guessing game here, and I hate to speculate on something just so important as the information here. So let me just throw it back to you.
All right, Hal, hi, it's Christine Devine here to pick up the afternoon coverage with Laura Diaz. So we do know that this morning the two injured students were flown by medevac helicopter. We do understand their families have been notified. Do you know indeed for sure if the families are with them now, perhaps in their rooms?
Well, I'm sorry, I missed the very last part of that. Could you just repeat the very last part of that?
Yeah, the question is about their families. Are you hearing their families are there with them now?
Well, I can't confirm that. One would think that would be the case, and we had heard earlier that families had been notified, so one would have to believe that was the case, but I can't tell you. And from the area we were allowed to be in over near the emergency room, I wasn't able to really talk to anybody who could confirm that information either. Again, sometime after 3:30, we expect to have a news conference here at this podium that's been kind of set up by all the stations, and we hope that we can get some of those questions answered and hopefully get some good news, because this afternoon it's been very hard to find out about these kids.
All right, Hal Eisner.
Certainly, praying for those kids,
yes,
for sure.
Such a sad day here. Thank you, Hal, for that live report out of the hospital there at Loma Linda. We are now going to go to Stephanie Stanton, who's at Cajon High School, where earlier today we saw some of those very emotional reunions. Stephanie.
We did indeed, Laura, and I have a third grader and a second grader with me right now. Elias, of course, Elias's parents, your dad gave you permission to talk. Elias, you are in third grade, so we are talking to some of the older kids now. Tell me what you heard and saw.
So what I heard, I didn't see anything, but all I heard was 4 bangs. It was crazy loud.
And did you know what those were at the time?
No, I just thought it was gunshots. That's it.
And then what happened?
We just went under the tables, then we rushed out.
What did your teacher, what was she doing or he doing at this time?
She said, go under the tables, and then she got out from under the table, and we had to go out from under the table, then we went straight out to the back.
Oh my gosh, were you scared?
Yeah.
What did you think when all this was going on?
I didn't know. I just wanted to get out of school at that moment.
Oh my gosh, how has this whole day been for you?
It was, when this happened, I wish this never happened. I wish right when I came into school, I thought it was going to be a regular day, playing with my friends basketball, but it turned out not to be a normal day.
And Elias, did anyone, other teachers, explain to you what had actually happened?
Only one teacher. He plays basketball with us at lunch recess. He's a really nice teacher.
We're going to interrupt right now. Sorry, Stephanie. We'll try to get back to you later. But Hal Eisner, standing by at Loma Linda Medical Center, can now update us. Hal?
Yeah, you know, we talked a little while ago about the possibility of dueling news conferences, one at the police station and one here at Loma Linda University Medical Center. And while we were talking to you just a few minutes ago, the hospital sent out an email, which I wasn't able to get while I was on the air, which said that they are not now going to have a news conference here. They will have a physician at the police station to talk about the condition of the child that they have here. So now we know that there won't be dueling news conferences. We know there'll be one, and that one will be at the San Bernardino Police Department. The one that we previously had told you and we had been told would be here has now been canceled, and there will just be one, and there will be a doctor or some officials from this hospital at San Bernardino Police Department. Back to you.
All right.
So we're watching at this hour. This is a normal time when a lot of kids will be getting out of school here in San Bernardino, where students we've been seeing are being reunited with their family members. And it's been an emotional moment watching some of the hugs and the high fives from staff to the children. Certainly a grueling day here in San Bernardino, an emotional day, a life-changing day, because it's something that you never forget. That feeling of being safe in your school setting has been shattered for so many people that we're watching right now on TV.
Yes, and we do know that the school will have counseling available to the young students. You can see on our screen right there the behavioral health crisis line set up, 888-743-1478, but one cannot even begin to imagine what these young people have been through, as well as the faculty there at the school, because they're all victims of crime today. Even as we try to piece the story together, even as prayers go out across Southern California, across the country, that these 2 young children will survive what happened today. We do know that we expect an update in the not-too-distant future. We know that at least one child is fighting for his or her life. They were struck. They were not the intended target, which is important to point out. They were not the intended target. This was an assailant, we believe a domestic abuse case that happened to take place in a school, and these children apparently were merely standing too close to their teacher.
As we're watching here, it's just, again, as I said earlier, emotional watching these adults be there for these children and give them a little bit of love and support as they perhaps exit the property there to possibly head home for the day. But in situations like this, you see the community come together, and right there, a tremendous showing of love and support, adults saying, we are here for you. a day these children, even if they weren't in the classroom or near the classroom where the shooting happened, their day has been altered tremendously. It's a day they won't forget. Television helicopters overhead, television crews, police. That's something children shouldn't experience while they're merely going to school.
And over the course of our careers, Christine, I know both you and I have covered so many large stories here in Southern California that victims of crime, they can have nightmares 10, 15 years later. Sometimes the actual experience takes weeks to even start to feel. And when you're this young and you think you're in a safe place and suddenly you're not, it's something that will come in waves for these young people.
Absolutely. Even with news coverage and news stories that we as adults can process as adults, you think of parents, how they educate children on things happening in the news, current events. This is something these young people experienced in their own lives. They'll go home today and talk with their families about what happened. And as you said, Laura, there are crisis counselors that are going to be on hand for these young people. I'm trying to guess what age these students might be. Anywhere perhaps looking to me like 4th, 5th graders perhaps. Again,
hard to know. They're so tall these days.
Right,
yeah.
Right. But look at all the adults there
yes.
saying, we're here for you. We're in this together.
That's right. Trying to establish some normalcy, which is hard to even comprehend that you'd be able to do it on a day like today. But those young children are looking to the adults in their lives to try to create a little bit of comfort for them on a day like today. And that's what you're seeing. We know that, of course, law enforcement got there within 7 minutes of the initial call. Still not clear to me who made that call, because obviously it would be children in the room as well as the assailant and then his intended victim. Both of them ended up dead, but 2 of those children struck. One of them severely struck, we know that, and is currently in surgery at Loma Linda Medical Center, which, by the way, is a fine, fine institution.
Absolutely.
Some of the finest medical care there you can get in Southern California, so our hearts are with them.
So it's a little bit after 3:30. It's Christine Devine here with Laura Diaz, and we are standing by for a news conference from San Bernardino, hoping to get a little bit of more information as to what happened at this school today, this morning, where an adult was shot, apparent murder-suicide, and 2 students, not intended targets, also hit by gunfire. It's been a very long day for those folks there in San Bernardino, and the information still being put together by law enforcement. You can see there the mics there at the podium. They're getting ready to bring us this information, to bring us this update.
And we're hoping to be able to provide you with some new information because we've had very little to tell you about the 2 young victims. We do not know their names, their ages. We do not know the victim of the teacher who was struck today. And we don't know much about the assailant, except that right now authorities, we saw that shot earlier, SWAT team there in Riverside doing an intense investigation, trying to figure out if they can gain some evidence as to what would have propelled this person to do such a horrific act today. Person took his own life, took the life of another, and in the crossfire were these 2 young children who were simply at school trying to get an education.
So as we watch this scene unfolding here, we saw the high-fiving of the line of students coming out. Perhaps they're being reunited with their families at this hour. You think at this hour, 3:30, being a typical time where students have been getting out of school throughout the afternoon. North Park Elementary will be closed for 2 days due to this shooting. Keep in mind it was limited to 1 classroom, but as the school comes together, the faculty come together to review what happened, and to talk about perhaps even school security or the process of notifying parents. How did that go? The process of protecting students, the mental health counselors that will be there for the students. A lot to think about, and students here at North Park Elementary will be home for 2 days as they come together.
There you see the hotline again, Christine. Behavioral health crisis line set up, 888-743-1478. If you need it, call it. This is a time when people need to talk, they need to reach out and connect with others, especially for the young children who maybe witnessed something today or maybe didn't even witness it, but they feel a part of this collective community that is wounded today. I saw something today online and it said, the violence is an opened wound on a city trying to recover from the 2015 terror attack. So true. We also know that there had been a major increase in violence in San Bernardino. 2016, 62 slain, 41% increase from the year before. So a lot of folks who live in this area are very concerned about their personal
rundown
safety.
as to our order. I will not be speaking on camera during this conference. The status of the investigation will be given to you from Chief Bourgoin himself, followed by Superintendent Marsden from the school district will be telling you about what's transpired or what's changed since we last spoke. District Attorney Ramos will then be following, and Mayor Davis would like to offer a few words, and then we'll open it back up for questioning.
First and last name.
The Chief of San Bernardino Police Department, Jared, J-A-R-R-O-D, last of Bourgoin, B-U-R-G-U-A-N. Superintendent of San Bernardino City Unified School District is Dr. Dale Marsden, M-A-R-S-D-E-N. School Board member Margaret Hill may be speaking as well, as will District Attorney Mike Ramos, R-A-M-O-S, followed by Mayor Carey, C-A-R-E-Y Davis, Common Spelling.
Any word about the physicians?
My apologies. That yes, we will be having the attending physician from Loma Linda University Medical Center on scene, and I do not have that doctor's name at this time.
Fine, you can identify himself, no problem.
Outstanding.
3 minutes.
I think we are just about ready to go, everybody. Thank you for your patience. Barring any unforeseen nuances that come about, this will be our final press briefing for today.
You hear that? They're hearing the mic. You guys should hold that. Right, or that's going to let settle. You guys are going to have to switch it back there. Which channel is it? That's one. You're rolling. What do you mean get close? Why?
Here. No, outside. Oh, he's running ISP out of his van. Oh, okay.
Parents, some of those hugs that seem to go on for days, and oftentimes the parents more shaken than the child because they, of course, know what happened.
And the parents, too, think they're taking their children to school for a day of education, a day that should be safe for them, where the parents can go on and go to work or do what they need to do and allow their students to get their education. And something like this happens. And then when you go to the school, you're probably kept away as police are dealing with they have to deal with at this point in time. So the students being reunited with their parents after a very scary day, because it's not only what happened in that one classroom, it's the reality of what can happen in life. It could be any school, any classroom, and that's the tragedy of all, that this could happen really anywhere.
It truly is. I mean, it's one of those moments that is in such intense focus as we watch what's going on here in San Bernardino, because we think it could happen in any community really in Southern California, across the country, across the world. There were some complaints early on from some folks because the parents were sent to Cajon High School, the kids were taken to Cal State San Bernardino, and law enforcement said that this was a necessary step to take because they wanted to isolate on the names. They didn't want to give out bad information. But for the parents who collected there, it was very difficult, as you can imagine, excruciating, if you will, to wonder about the safety of their child. We do know that the two parents who've suffered just immeasurable pain.
Looks like the press conference is about to start, you guys. I'm switching back.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jared Bourgoin, Chief of Police, San Bernardino Police Department, J-A-R-R-O-D-B-U-R-G-U-A-N. Speaking at the press conference today will be myself, Dr. Dale Marsden from the San Bernardino City Unified School District, Mayor Carey Davis will say just a few words, and then Dr. Tamara Thomas from Loma Linda University Medical Center will say just a few words. And then after those statements, we'll take a few questions. So very quickly, what we dealt with today is that at 10:27 this morning, we received a report of a shooting at North Park Elementary, which is across the street from where we are here. First units arrived on scene at 10:34, so the response was about 7 minutes. Within minutes of that, we had about the first 8 police officers on scene. They immediately went in. The classroom, this happened in one classroom. It is a special needs classroom combined of 1st through 4th graders. At the time of the shooting, there was a teacher, there were 2 adult aides, there were 15 students in the classroom. What had happened is a suspect by the name of Cedric Anderson, Cedricanderson. He is 53 years old. He's a resident of Riverside. Cedric Anderson is the husband of the teacher of the classroom, who's identified as Karen, Karen, Elaine, Elaine, Smith, Smith. She too is 53 years old. As I said, she is the teacher. Cedric entered the classroom, and from what we understand, without saying anything, armed with a large caliber revolver, opened fire on his wife. She was killed in that exchange. There are 2 students in the classroom that were behind the teacher that were struck by gunfire. One of those children is identified as Jonathan Martinez, common spelling. He's 8 years old. He was taken to Loma Linda University Medical Center via helicopter, airlifted out almost immediately as soon as we can get resources there. Tragically, he has passed away. Dr. Thomas will make a statement on that here in a few minutes. There, the second student that was in the classroom that was struck by gunfire is a 9-year-old student. I'm not going to release his name at this time. I'm told that he is in stable condition at the hospital. So again, in the classroom was the teacher, who is the victim in this, 2 students that were deceased, there were 2 aides, there were a total of 15 students inside the classroom. After that exchange, the suspect turned the gun on himself and he killed himself. He is deceased. He is the 4th person that we've made reference to in this investigation. Those are the nuts and bolts of the investigation. The scene is safe. There was a massive police response, as you can imagine. The students were all moved out of the school. They were all taken to California State University, San Bernardino. We're in the process of reuniting all of those kids with their parents at Cajon High School. With that, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Dr. Marsden to make a statement on behalf of the school district.
Thank you, Chief Bergwan, and thank you to our families, our parents, our community, and our nation for the floods of support already. I want to compliment our site personnel, our school police, our local police department, and all the multiple agencies that responded so promptly for their swift actions. We want to also offer condolences on behalf of the entire Board of Trustees of the San Bernardino City Unified School District. We offer our condolences to our school family, students, parents, staff. We want to thank our parents for their patience as we safely have been reuniting them with their children. And I want to thank our community and our community partners, our faith-based partners who came out and showed a tremendous outpouring of support today as they were meeting with students on and off campuses, counselors who were immediately deployed, being brought out of a training today, deployed to students and staff. I want to thank all of them. North Park, as I mentioned earlier in comments, will remain closed for at least 2 days until we have further information on the site's release from police. We do advise our parents to visit our school website, sbcusd.com, where there'll be a message updated by 5 p.m. tonight with clear information about next steps for students, for staff, and resources that will be available to them. I want to also mention that all of San Bernardino City schools will remain open tomorrow, other than North Park, of course. Parents, I have a message for you. I would like you to please work with your young child to keep things as normal as possible. Be willing to listen to their story, and be willing to listen to their story multiple times. Reassure them that the danger that they've faced is past, and also continue to model for them healthy ways to cope with what they're feeling. Children, we know, often model the behaviors of the adults around them, and so we ask for everybody's continued support. And again, I want to thank all of our partners that have come together in our community to make San Bernardino strong again. Thank you.
On behalf of the City of San Bernardino, the Mayor's Office, and the City Council, we want to express our condolences. Our prayers will be going out on behalf of the parents and the victims of this tragedy. I also, as I indicated earlier, received a call from the President's office expressing his condolences and aid to our city I also subsequently received a telephone call from the governor. He expressed his condolences and expressed his wish to provide any aid that he can in this instance. Once again, I'd like to commend our police officers and the great leadership of Superintendent Dale Marsden, who has been an exemplary leader and administrator in our community. I thank all the electeds that have reached out to our city and expressed their condolences, their support, and their offer of prayers on behalf of our community at this time.
I'm Tamara Thomas. I'm the chair of the emergency medicine at Loma Linda. We received the 2 victims this morning. Certainly, as a level 1 trauma center, we're prepared to take care of mass casualty incidents. That being said, we certainly hate to have to take care of something like this, where we understand that families' lives have been impacted irretrievably today. And our thoughts and prayers go out to the family members. We're unable to give specifics of the medical cases, but we do have one patient admitted to the pediatric surgery service who has been stabilized. Thank you. I also wanted to thank the pre-hospital providers who did a remarkable job getting these patients to us so quickly. They really trained, and as our community has pulled together, I just wanted to particularly thank each one of them.
So just a couple more details on this before we take questions. North Park Elementary School has about 500 students total that attend there. And as I said, measures have been taken to have secured all those students, reunite them with their parents. On the police response side, there are 4 primary agencies that responded to this: Samuel Police Department, Samuel City Unified School District, Samuel County Sheriff's Department, who also did the medical transport with the helicopter, as well as the California Highway Patrol. We estimate, we don't have an exact count, but we believe it was about 150 officers total from all those agencies from throughout the area, the region, that responded, as well as a couple of our neighboring agencies, Rialto PD and the Sheriff's Department, that assisted our city in continuing to provide police services to the city of San Bernardino during this incident. With that said, we will take some questions.
Chief, were there any warnings? I mean, had friends, family told you, hey, they were having problems, anything that was going on?
Nothing that had come to our attention, nothing that we've been made aware of in the investigation up to this point. I am told that they were estranged. They had this is preliminary information, so this could potentially change. I'm told that their marriage was relatively short. They've only been married for a few months, and they've been separated for about the last month and a half, roughly, when this incident took place. But there's nobody that in the investigation has come forward to say that they saw this coming or knew this was potentially going to happen.
Chief, can you discuss how he was allowed into the school?
So it is my understanding, keep in mind this is part of the investigation. The school is a secure site. It is my understanding that he entered the office and he had simply said that he was there to drop something off with his wife. That is not uncommon for a spouse or something to be able to gain access to the school campus to meet with their other spouse. Those are the circumstances by which we understand things took place today.
We hear reports of police activity near Mount Wasatch. Is that connected to this investigation? Is that the suspect's home?
So the suspect had a home in Riverside. We have secured that home pending a search warrant. There are no victims there. And I'm not sure where Mount Wasatch is, but I'm told that there is another residence either in the LA or Bakersfield area or somewhere out that direction that they are securing as well. No reason to believe there's additional victims there. It's all part of the investigation, securing those locations for search warrants.
Did he leave a note or anything? Was there a note or any sort of material left with the home that you've secured?
I am not aware of any note yet. Keep in mind that we've only checked that house in Riverside to make sure there were no additional victims there. We have not actually served the search warrant, gone in and started that investigation yet.
Is there anything more you can tell us about the 8-year-old boy that was killed? Put a face on him, let people know what he was like.
He is a student in the classroom, 8 years old. I have his name, but for obvious reasons, we're not going to release that at this point. He is a minor. He is stable at this point. He was in critical condition, transported to the hospital, received world-class medical care from Loma Linda University Medical Center, and he has been stabilized.
And the student that was killed?
The student that was killed was also a student in the classroom. I am told that both the students were behind the teacher when the suspect shot his wife. And as a result of being behind there, the students were hit. We have no reason to believe that students were specifically targeted in attack. Not that that makes it any better.
Chief, did Mr. Anderson have any kind of criminal or court records that would have maybe led you to? And then my second question would be, Does Ms. Smith leave behind any children or family, and how long was she a teacher at the school?
I don't know her tenure as a teacher. I don't know if Dr. Marsden can answer that. She did have other children. Those children are safe. One of them is an adult child. In terms of his criminal history, I don't have all the specifics, but I am told he does have a criminal history that has to do with weapons charges, domestic violence past, as well as possible drug charges in there as well. I just don't have the specifics yet.
Chief, for the doctor, if I could, when the patients came in, could you please step to the mic for a minute? Can you describe what your trauma team did when the 2 children came into your hospital? How many people came in? We're trying to work with them and try to help save their lives.
We had one patient come by helicopter, one patient come by ground ambulance. We had 2 teams assembled prior to their arrival there. We have pediatric trauma specialists as well as a neurosurgery specialist, as well as orthopedic specialists. All of those people are on immediate backup call.
You threw everything you could into trying to save these kids.
Absolutely.
How long was the little boy in surgery before we lost him?
No patient actually went to the operating room, and at this point, and so I can't actually speak to the time frame at this point.
Was he pronounced dead? Pronounced shortly after he got to the hospital?
It wasn't long after he got brought to the hospital.
Was he actually hit by a gunshot, or was it shrapnel?
I can't really speak to the specifics of the injuries.
Can you describe where he was shot, where the children were shot in the body?
Not at this point. Not until the families are properly notified.
Chief, technical question. Large caliber revolver. What?
I'm told it was a .357. I do not know what the ammunition was in there, but I'm told it was a .357 revolver, and it is next to the suspect at the crime scene.
We're talking almost point-blank range between him and the victim.
I don't know the exact distance, but she was specifically targeted, and he was not. He came in and very, very quickly upon entering the classroom, started shooting.
Do we know how many shots were fired?
I'm told that he reloaded, but I don't have a total count, so we know that a revolver typically carries about 6 rounds, and there was at least 1 reload in that process.
Did he fire after reloading?
Well, he killed himself. So.
Was the gun registered to him? And
Don't know. Don't have any details on the registration or anything of the gun yet.
I spoke with one of the parents for one of the children that was in the classroom. Is the county going to do anything about helping these parents with psychological help?
So we have our district attorney, Mike Ramos, who's with us over here. Mike, and I'll let Mike speak very briefly to this, but they have a victim witness advocate team that is paired with the school district to provide wraparound services to those kids. Mike?
Thank you for asking the question, and my condolences as well. We have a team of 12 victim advocates that are out assisting the parents and the children, and one went to Loma Linda University with the parents as well. Please, if you could post the number, area code 909-382-3846. That is the District Attorney's Victim Services Department. Any parent that needs some help, therapy, whatever we need to do to get through this tragedy in San Bernardino County, the District Attorney's office is there with my partners and the mayor and our board members and our assembly and congressmen here to help get us through this tragic event. Thank you.
I can ask the superintendent. We've seen a lot of the emotional scenes of the children coming out, cheered on. Those who were actually in the classroom where this happened, are they now being released to parents? Are they being interviewed?
All of those students who were in the classroom have been released to their parents, and we worked as quickly as we could to notify the parents whose children were shot what had occurred, and so we're grateful for our partners to make that happen as quick as physically possible.
And what's your advice to those parents that their kids were in there in terms of how to talk about this, what to do going forward?
I don't know if any of us really know how to talk about all these things, but I think the advice I gave earlier of parents having the conversation, reassuring them, continuing to talk to their child about that.
Has a date been set for a vigil or a memorial?
Not that I'm aware of yet, but I would anticipate that would occur.
Have all kids been taken home now, or are they all? I mean, I know you said kids in the classroom.
There are a few more that are being processed still, and the staff's working diligently to make sure that was our number one concern, is to ensure that every single child is accurately returned to their parents.
Are you going to take a look at the policy of spouses or significant others being just allowed arbitrarily into classrooms One parent was very concerned about that.
Yeah, and I can appreciate that concern. And, you know, we have policy, board policy on entry procedures, proper identification. All of those procedures were followed by staff. So the person was confirmed to be who they said to be. They were a known person by staff. And so for that reason, they were admitted to the campus, as would visitors that are confirmed in their identification.
Will this change anything in your policy?
Life is lived forward and understood backwards. And so, you know, as with any policy, you want to take all things that we learn, what did we learn from those things, and revise, you know, any work that we do.
Chief, you mentioned that you have some criminal history of domestic violence. Was there specific domestic violence in this marriage?
Not that we have discovered up to this point. So we do know that they were estranged. We do not know the reason that they were estranged yet. That'll be part of the investigation. It is my understanding that the domestic violence that I'm talking about is part of a criminal history that, for the most part, preceded this relationship. Okay, we do not know if we're going to have additional information for an additional press conference later on today. If something critical comes up, or if we have something that we believe is newsworthy, follow us on social media. We will reconvene if, in fact, we know that. But for now, we will handle things through social media, and I'm sure, you know, through phone calls and things such as that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the information, Chief. Thank you.
You are.
Well, we just heard an update from police on that San Bernardino school shooting that happened today. Again, now we know that the gunman did have a criminal history of domestic violence charges and weapons charges and possibly drug abuse charges as well. He's been identified as Cedric Anderson, a Riverside resident there in San Bernardino, California. He shot and killed his wife today at that school, as well as one other. And then we just got the update on those two students. One 8-year-old has sadly died. The other is in stable condition right now. We're told those two students were standing behind the teacher during the shooting, and police say that they have no belief that it was done on purpose, but the children just happened to be standing behind the teacher during that shooting. We appreciate you choosing Fox 10 as your leading breaking news source here. We'll bring you guys the latest updates as we get them. This is tape playback that they're playing in and out of this press conference, you guys. So if that's what you're seeing with the video being rewound, they're just going through some of the footage that they filmed earlier today at this shooting, everybody. All right, you guys, giving you a live look of the White House right now. Give me a few moments while we pull up the next top story for you here in the show. All right, everybody, you guys are getting a live look of the White House right now. Again, we'll keep you guys updated on all of the new information that we'll be getting into the newsroom about that San Bernardino shooting. You're watching live with us here on the Fox News Now stream, taking you to the next event here in the show. Give me one moment. Okay, everybody, now taking you to a press conference out of Houston, Texas, an update from Baytown Police related to an Assistant Chief Deputy Clint Greenwood deadly shooting case. Let's hear what they have to say, everybody. Here we go.
Good morning, everybody. Appreciate y'all coming out this morning. My name is Lieutenant Steve Doris with the Baytown Police Department. Last name spelling D-O-R-R-I-S. With me today at the podium to my right, I have the Chief of the Special Crimes Bureau of the Harris County District Attorney's Office, Ruben Perez. And to my left, I have Assistant Chief Mike Holden with the Baytown Police Department. Exactly 1 week ago, Assistant Chief Deputy Clint Greenwood was senselessly gunned down as he arrived at work at the court annex located at 701 West Baker here in Baytown. Since the day of this homicide, we've had numerous agencies assisting us with this investigation, including investigators from not only the Baytown Police Department, but also from the FBI, the U.S. Marshal Service, the Gulf Coast Violent Offenders Task Force, DPS, Texas Rangers, Harris County Sheriff's Office, as well as members from the Harris County District Attorney's Office. Late last night, investigators developed information identifying Assistant Chief Deputy Greenwood's killer as 64-year-old William Francis Kinney of Houston. Information was also developed that indicated Mr. Kinney may be in the downtown Houston area. This prompted us to send personnel to that area this morning to attempt to locate Mr. Kinney. At the same time, our investigators continued to work the investigative process of this investigation, and during that time, investigators learned that Mr. Kinney appears to have taken his own life on Tuesday morning, the day after the homicide of Chief Greenwood, approximately 24 hours after that murder. Investigators also learned that the weapon Mr. Kinney used to take his own life is consistent with the weapon that was used in the murder of Assistant Chief Deputy Greenwood. This outpouring of help and support in this investigation is not only a testament to the level of commitment and dedication of the men and women who worked on this case, but also to the impact that Assistant Chief Deputy Greenwood, his life had on many of us in this profession and the community. We want to express our gratitude for the tremendous help we received from the public and local business owners who assisted in locating video surveillance of Mr. Kinney as we went through this process. As most of you are aware, this was an instrumental part of our investigation. That is my prepared statement that I have today regarding the investigation. We will open, at this time, Mr. Perez would like to say just a few words.
Good morning. On behalf of Harris County District Attorney Kim Ahn, I want to thank all the law enforcement personnel, all the state and local federal agencies, agents who assisted in this investigation. I also want to thank the public for their help in helping us identify the killer of our police officer. And again, just thank everybody, the media, the law enforcement personnel, the public, for helping us bring this killer to be identified. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I will answer a few questions, keeping in mind that our investigative process is still ongoing. even though the outcome is what it is at this point, we still have a lot of work to do. So please be patient with me if there's certain questions or certain aspects of the case that I can't discuss.
What's the assumed motive in this case?
I really don't want to get to motive at this point, Phil. To be honest with you, like I said, we're still working the investigative process, so to make a claim as to exactly what the motive would be a little bit premature on our part.
Can you talk a little bit more about who Kenny is? Was he a former cop? I mean, what was the relationship?
We don't have any indication that Mr. Kenny was ever in law enforcement at all. There was some. We do have some reports where he made some reports to the sheriff's department. But other than that, any connections to law enforcement, we just don't have.
Lieutenant, it's our understanding that Kenny filed a number of complaints against deputies and other law enforcement. At this point, why did it escalate, or what's your understanding as to why it escalated as of recent, because those complaints were filed weeks ago?
Again, that's one of those questions that the only person that can answer it is Mr. Kenny. I really can't answer why it escalated the way it did. Unfortunately, we won't have an opportunity to find out the answer to that question.
Can you explain how you were able to connect the dots? Other names?
Excuse me, ma'am?
Did the suspect have a hit list that included other names?
I'm not aware of any hit list that the suspect had. So I don't know.
No other targets?
We don't have any information that indicates that anybody else is being specifically targeted, no, ma'am.
And Lieutenant, can you explain how y'all were able to connect the dots to Mr. Kenny, and did y'all find this out last night?
As I mentioned in my prepared statement, and I think like I've talked about throughout the week as we've done some press conferences, a big part of this investigation revolved around video surveillance. I've had investigators working nonstop since this case started last Monday, gathering video surveillance from around the city. From that video surveillance, with the help of all the local businesses in the area, we were able to track our suspect vehicle to a convenience store. And from that convenience store, we were able to get a good photo of Mr. Kenny from their video surveillance. We also were able to do some investigative work on the vehicle aspect of the case, which led us to identifying a rental car, which led us to Mr. Kenny, excuse me.
Can you tell us when were his last complaints against law enforcement, and what were the nature of the complaints?
No, ma'am, I really can't. I don't have that information right now.
Does he live by himself, or is that why nobody called or found him?
As far as we know, he was living by himself. We don't have any indication that he was living with anyone else. Again, he took his own life last Tuesday in the early morning hours in the city of Houston. So where he was staying at on a regular basis, we don't have any information that says he was living with anybody else.
Lieutenant, what was the information that caused the delay of this press conference?
Well, again, this case has been going on around the clock, since it started. Late last night we received the information, or we identified Mr. Kenny. So again, we started working that end of it to try to track him down. Early this morning, as our investigators were continuing that investigative process I mentioned earlier, was when we learned that Mr. Kenny had actually taken his own life last Tuesday.
Where did he kill himself?
It was in
Where in Houston?
Downtown Houston, somewhere's in the area of Bentov Hospital.
Is it possible that he has any accomplices?
We don't know right now. Obviously, that's one of those things that we're going to continue to look into. I don't want to lead you to think that there are. At this point, we don't have anything to indicate that he was working with anybody else. But again, like I say all the time, just because we've come to this conclusion in our case, or just because we get somebody in custody, does not mean the investigative work stops. Our detectives still have a lot of work to do, and we will continue to work this investigation as if he is still alive, and planning to go forth with a prosecution on it.
Did you say he was 64 years old?
Yes, sir. I believe that was his age.
Did he take his life outside, or was he inside a building?
It was outside.
There's complaints that he filed against other officers, others in law enforcement as well. Are you concerned, or do you think that he's targeting somebody else in the future?
Well, again, we don't have any indication that he was targeting anybody else in the future. My understanding is that he did, yes, file some complaints along the way with the sheriff's department or any other agencies. But to characterize it as he has had a hit list or he was out to target any other people, I think that would be inappropriate at this time for me to say that.
The convenience store surveillance that helped that surveillance video come out after your plea for more information earlier or last week? Or was that something you gathered on your own?
A little bit of both, actually. Okay, we received information about different video, surveillance video in the area that might be worth us looking into. But at the same time, we also had investigators basically going from business to business to business, just doing legwork, as we call it, trying to track down video. And as you could imagine, tracking down video for something as simple as a passing glimpse of a specific car is a very daunting task for our investigators. So that's one of the reasons why it was so time-consuming and took us so long to get to where we are.
Where is that convenience store?
It's on the north end of Garth. I'd really rather not identify the particular convenience store because I don't want to cause them any problems, but it was here in Baytown.
Was he a Baytown resident?
No, ma'am, he was not. Like I said, the last known address that we have for him was in the Houston area.
Sir, have you talked to Greenwood's family? Have they said any comments this morning in regards to what the investigation has concluded so far?
Yes, ma'am. They have been spoken to about where we are and about what the outcome is with Mr. Kinney. I really don't want to speak to what their perspective of it is. That's a matter for them to be dealing with in private, and I would ask that you all appreciate that and respect that fact. They are grieving. They are still grieving. They lost a pillar in their family, and they're going to be dealing with this for a very long time. So to speak on what they may or may not have thought about it, I'd say it'd be inappropriate for me to do so at this time.
Do you have any idea if Deputy Greenwood and Kenny had any sort of a history or a past, or if Kenny was just aiming for a law enforcement officer?
I don't know at this point exactly what their relationship was as far as any past histories, any past dealings between the two of them independently. Like I say, everybody kind of knows that he did file some complaints with the Sheriff's Department and possibly some other agencies. But why Assistant Chief Deputy Greenwood was the person that he went after, we just don't know right now. And unfortunately, that's one of those questions that may prove to be difficult for us to answer because the person that can answer it is no longer here. So, two more questions, folks.
Was Mr. Kinney identified at the time of the suicide by authorities, or was there a lag in him being identified after that suicide?
My understanding, when the suicide occurred, when the officers responded to that, they were able to positively identify him as William Kinney. We just didn't know that he was our suspect until late last night. So one more question?
What was his background like, his personal life? Who is this guy? Has your investigation revealed much of that so far?
Well, we're still working on that. Like I said, last night we just came in to know that he was our suspect late last night. So obviously our investigators are going to still be working on that end of it to try to figure out what was, has been happening with his life in the recent past to hopefully answer some questions for us. What brought him to this point? So.
Does he have a criminal history or history of mental illness?
No, ma'am, not that I'm aware of. William Kinney, Kenney. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, that's going to be all the questions I'm going to take today. I want to say this. I really appreciate y'all's patience in this as we went through this investigative process. I really appreciate y'all's help. The fact that y'all were able to get the video out for us and keep this story out in the front was very important, not only to us as an investigative group, but also important to the family to make sure that Assistant Chief Deputy Clint Greenwood was remembered the way he should be remembered. So thank y'all very much for that. Thank you.
All right, everybody. Well, that was the update from Houston Police there on the shooting with Assistant Chief Deputy Clint Greenwood. They've just released new information that the gunman that killed him also killed himself. We'll keep you guys updated on that situation. Again, coming out of Houston in the Baytown area. That was the Baytown Police Department giving us all the updates about that news event. Taking you guys into another breaking news event here. This coming out of here locally in Scottsdale. Pulling up for you guys the map of exactly where this is happening right now. Let me get this up for you guys here. This is a rescue situation. We've got Chopper in the air right now. Let me pull up for you guys a live look of Arizona right now as well, just to give you guys a look of how traffic is going. Again, though, this rescue situation is set to happen in Scottsdale. So here's a look at where exactly it is. Let me pull up the map for you guys. And actually, let me pull up the new lower third as well, so you guys know what we're going to be covering here in just a few moments as soon as Chopper is in the air. But here is a look at where exactly it's happening right now. This is in the 1500 block of North Greenway Hayden Loop here, as you can see, and it's a rescue call. We have very limited information at this time, but we do know it's a rescue call, and this is a live look of where it is right now from the map here, so we know that's where Chopper is heading right now. Sounds like it could be a construction situation. A lot of times here on the show we stream live construction rescue situations where, a construction worker is stuck somewhere. They do very dangerous work, and oftentimes they need to be helped out of these dangerous situations. We had one sadly who was, had passed away after he was under a cinder block wall for too long, and it fell on top of them. So sometimes, these guys, they work in dangerous situations and they have to be rescued. So we're hearing it could possibly be a construction situation. We can't confirm that yet at this time, but we do know this location that you're seeing here on your screen, the 1500 block of North Greenway Hayden Loop, that is where our news chopper is heading right now. So we'll be sure to keep you guys updated with any new information that we get into the newsroom about this rescue call. And I'll take you guys to a live look of the chopper as soon as we get it as well. Here's a look at traffic right now here in Arizona. Again, though, this situation is happening in Scottsdale, and we've got Chopper up in the air. As soon as they get to the scene, we will take that footage for you live here on Fox News Now. In the meantime, everybody, while we are waiting for Chopper to get to the scene, I'm going to take you to another news event here before we cover that. This one out of Chicago, where police there are discussing the fatal shooting of a Cook County judge that happened early this morning in the West Chesterfield neighborhood on the south side of Chicago. So here is that press conference. We'll take you there right now, and then as soon as we see Chopper in the air, we'll continue that breaking news coverage, everybody. Here we go.
Good morning. I'm First Deputy Superintendent Kevin Navarro, and along with me today we have Chief of Detectives Melissa Staples, Deputy Chief of Patrol George Devereaux, and supporting us is Alderman Beal. Thank you, Alderman, for being here. Earlier today, in yet another senseless act of violence, 2 adults, a male and a female, were shot outside of the residence in the 9400 block of South Forest Avenue. The female in the incident sustained a non-life-threatening injury and is expected to survive. The male, Raymond Miles, who is a Cook County Criminal Court judge, was fatally shot on the scene. Superintendent Johnson has been fully briefed on the incident and has ordered the department to use every resource to track down the offender and bring them to justice. Every day, civil servants like Judge Miles and those of us in law enforcement work tirelessly to hold criminals accountable and make our streets safer. That's why when incidents like this occur, it's not only a reminder of the ever-present challenge we have with illegal guns and the offenders willing to use them, but it's also a direct attack on the criminal justice system that keeps our society safe. You have our word that we will not let Judge Miles' life be lost in vain, and we will hold his killer accountable. Now I'll let Chief of Detectives Melissa Staples provide you additional details on the incident. Thank you.
Good morning. As First Deputy Navarro stated, based on the very preliminary information at this time, shortly before 5 a.m., the female victim in this incident walked out of a residence on the 9400 block of South Forest Avenue, where she encountered an individual with a gun. Words were exchanged, and the
Okay, you guys, we will take you back to that press conference. I understood that it just began. I'll take you back to it. We've got that breaking news that I told you guys we'd be covering here locally in Scottsdale, Arizona, a rescue call. We're working to get you guys the latest information. Stick with us. Take a look at this, everybody. This is clearly a construction accident here. This looks like a very serious accident that you're seeing at North Greenway Hayden Loop in Scottsdale, Arizona, in the 1500 block there of North Greenway. We're calling this a rescue call. We're working to get you guys all of the details as you're watching live from the news chopper here. Viewer discretion is advised. We're unaware of the condition of this victim right now. You can see Scottsdale Fire Department is on the scene right now of this construction accident, trying to get this guy out of here. Again, this is in the North Greenway Hayden Loop in Scottsdale, Arizona, and I want to pull up a map for you guys just to give you a look of where exactly this is. Fox 10 news anchor Mark Martinez is going to be up here with me as well in just a few moments to give us some more information about this as well. Stick with us on the Fox News Now stream. In the upper right-hand corner of your screen is a map of exactly where this is happening right now. If you're familiar with the area, this is the North Greenway Loop here, and it's in the 1500 block of North Greenway Hayden Loop in Scottsdale, Arizona, where this accident has happened. And they're calling this a rescue call. We are unaware of his condition right now. We are working to get you guys all of the details as you watch live from the news chopper here on Fox News Now, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. Very few details so far, but we do know that a man is inside the cab of the construction vehicle and is suffering from a leg injury. As you can see, they have the stretcher up and ready. They're trying to get this guy on the stretcher and hopefully to the hospital as fast as possible. Scottsdale Fire Department working diligently here to get this guy out safely. This is a construction accident that you guys are seeing here live from the news chopper on the North Greenway Hayden Loop right now in Scottsdale, Arizona. Okay, you can see that they are bringing him out of there right now. They do have that construction worker on the stretcher. Again, his leg is injured after this accident that happened in Scottsdale, Arizona. You guys are watching live from the news chopper. It looks like they've gotten him safely on that stretcher there. Fire department working very hard right now to get him safely into an emergency vehicle and to the hospital as quickly as possible. And you guys, this isn't even the first time that we've covered something like this. We cover construction accidents here in Arizona frequently. I think we covered just 2 last week. So, you know, these guys, they work in very dangerous situations. You got to give it up to the fire department as well as these construction workers. Fox 10 anchor Mark Martinez up here with me now. This construction accident, Mark, looks really bad. This isn't the first time we've had something like this.
Yeah, we've been keeping an eye on this since we got that original call about this rescue operation that was going on in Scottsdale, and we've been keeping an eye on this as those crews use the jaws of life to get that construction worker out of the cab of that tractor or construction equipment there, and it looks like he had a pretty bad leg injury, that's for sure.
Yeah,
but he seems, you know, as calm as you could probably be in that situation as they're getting ready to take him to the hospital.
Yeah, Carrie made a good observation a moment ago. She said, what did she say? It looked like his leg had gotten caught somewhere between...
Well, you can see how the cab is crushed where he was sitting operating that machinery. And so it looks like part of that wall came down on top of that Caterpillar backhoe. So, or front end, I'm not exactly sure what kind of tractor that is or what they were using it for, but nonetheless you can see where it was crushed, and it looks like that concrete and the rebar came down on top of him and probably is what crushed his leg. I mean, that's a lot of weight there if it's going to crush the cab of that tractor.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, you're right. It's a Caterpillar 330, I guess, is what it's an equipment that they're using there on the construction site. Obviously, we're not experts on the equipment that they're using, but we know it's clearly dangerous.
I think they call that an excavator in the industry. It's a large piece of equipment, and here's the guy being taken now to the ambulance from Scottsdale Fire Department and paramedics that are on the scene. I haven't been able to get a very good wide shot from Skyfox to see what exactly they're doing here, but you can see more demolition there as they're passing. So maybe it looks like they must have been tearing down a building there.
Yeah, are you familiar with the North Greenway?
I've been there several times, and I know there's a lot of businesses in that area, kind of some strip malls, but a lot of also just small business offices there in that area.
Okay. Luckily, they were able to get him on the stretcher safely and get him into this emergency vehicle here. I can't imagine, how he must be feeling right now when your leg is crushed like that. It looks like he's taking it okay.
Yeah, I don't know if they were able to give him sometimes what they'll do in a situation like this, the paramedics will give you something like morphine or something like that for the pain
right
while
moment?
you're still in the trapped situation that he was in, just to ease the pain. I don't know if they did that or not. I couldn't really tell, but luckily he doesn't have too far of a ride to get to the hospital, and he was moving around, so it looks like he's conscious. So that's good news. And here we go, a wider shot. So it looks like obviously they were just demolishing this old business park here. A lot of work there. Look at that. When the it looks like part of the wall then came down on top of that Caterpillar.
Yeah, it looks like it's right near Food 2000 and Imagine Backyard Living.
Well, that might be the building that they're actually tearing down. It looks to me like this could be
right.
that old business complex that is now being demolished for something else, which wouldn't be too uncommon in this area. It's a very popular area. So that looks like what they were doing there is just getting ready to build something else new, but they're bringing down the old building first.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, this must have been the one that they tore down right here.
That's what
this
it's looking like
this
to
is
me.
the location. So
wow, that was a good rescue operation, though. They were able, they get to these things and don't know what they're going to encounter, and then they find this, which is obviously it's a pretty unusual sight for us to see as well. You see this guy with this cab crushed around him, but they did a pretty good job, a really good job actually getting him out of there really quickly.
Yeah, that was very quick, and I think it's
okay.
hard.
So there we're getting a better view of what happened. You can see the roof there, part of that roof.
So that building
looks like it came down.
Mm-hmm.
As they were probably trying to, I'm not sure if they were trying to bring the building down, and then that part just collapsed on top. It looks like were just starting the job of taking the building down, if that is indeed what they were working on there.
It has to be so hard to use equipment
now,
like that.
The other option is this. I don't know for sure. This could be potentially be a newer building that they were working on. I don't know. I'm not familiar with the building. I can't see what it says on there.
The building, doesn't that look kind of like, if I pull up again, I had the map here, let me pull that up. It looked like that building, the Food 2000 that we thought, not this one, let me pull this one up here.
The Skyfox is zooming in a little bit more here, so we might be able to...
So this in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. So it looks like that's the building, right?
I believe that is the building.
So it looks like they were just doing a little bit of construction around that. Or maybe they're redoing the parking lot? It's hard to tell.
It really is. I don't know for sure. I mean, it clearly looks like a demolition site, but I don't know if they were just taking down part of the building. I don't know. It's really hard to tell, but you see all of that rubble around there, and then that's what happened. That prefabbed portion of that wall came right down on top of the equipment there, and I don't know if didn't realize how close it was going to be. Thought he had more room. If he was back just a few more feet, he would have been fine. You see what
right? Yeah.
Just that where it came down, right on the corner, just came crashing down, and it looks like you've got rebar and concrete and insulation in there. So that's the part that came down and then just slammed into the cab, which trapped that guy. He's pretty lucky that it was not, I mean, obviously he's injured, but at least it was not a little bit closer in. It could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, look at that piece of machinery that he has to use, and there's just so many things that can go wrong when you're doing that.
Yeah, it's a tough business that they're in, and you have to be extremely, meticulous when you're doing stuff like this. We can obviously, because things can go wrong, just a few feet difference, and he would have been okay. But that obviously was a lot of weight that came down on top of that tractor.
And there's so many different types. There's a 330D, a 330C, a 330B, of all these different types of equipment.
Yeah, these excavators, they come in all kinds of sizes. Some of them are very small. You can put them in a backyard to help dig a swimming pool, and then you have these large ones for huge jobs like this.
Right. Yeah, so that looks like a lot of machinery to use. Even if you're an expert, and you've been in construction for years.
Right.
Sadly, we had one out of California where a wall collapsed on, a guy that had been in construction for over 10 years, and he sadly passed away. So that's,
Yeah, it's one of those things where you really can't ever be too careful when you're out on one of those jobs. But hopefully we'll get an update on that guy's condition and see how he's doing. It looked like, they were in the process of getting him over to the hospital, getting treated, probably heading right into the ER and taking a look at that leg and seeing what they need to do.
Yeah, we'll keep you guys updated here on the Fox News Now stream. Mark, thank you so much for joining me up here.
If you need any more information, I'll jump back up here. Sure.
Thank you. For those of you watching, that was Fox 10 anchor Mark Martinez. You can follow him on Twitter at MarkFox10. He anchors the newscast here with John Hook and Carrie Lake, and they're bringing you guys all the information on any breaking news here in the Valley. And again, we still are over this construction accident, the scene where it happened. You guys just saw moments ago that the construction worker has been taken to the hospital. He was just put in that emergency vehicle there. Luckily, they were able to get him on a stretcher safely there. His leg, very injured right now. We'll keep you guys updated on anything else we know about this situation, covering all breaking news stories for you here on Fox News Now, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. You can see emergency crews are still on the scene right now, talking to one of the construction workers, probably trying to figure out what exactly happened to this employee today who was just working using one of those Caterpillar 330 machines when the wall collapsed on him, injured his leg. Luckily, Scottsdale Fire Department was able to get there in time and get him on that stretcher quickly and safely and get him in that emergency vehicle. We'll keep you guys updated on his condition as we watch live here on Fox News Now. So I believe that this is the part where this accident happened here, right at the part of this building here. The International Cruise Incorporation here that you can see in Scottsdale, Arizona, at the North Greenway Hayden Loop in Scottsdale, Arizona. International Cruise and Excursions Incorporation, I should say, everybody. Again, that construction worker has been taken to the hospital. You can see the fire department still on the scene there, speaking to some other construction workers, trying to figure out exactly what happened. And look at that piece of machinery there that employee was using today. That's a Caterpillar 330, something these guys use every day. But, what they do is dangerous work sometimes. They put their lives at risk, so we got to give it up to these guys for going out and doing this kind of work every day for the community, and hopefully he'll be okay. We'll keep you guys updated on his injuries. All right, you guys, it looks like Chopper has left the scene. We appreciate you guys watching with us live here on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, as well as Fox News Now YouTube stream. We'll be sure to give you guys any new information that we find out on that construction worker's condition. We do know that he injured his leg. Hopefully he'll be okay. But stick with us here on the Fox News Now stream for any new information and any other breaking news stories throughout the day here. Giving you guys a live look of the White House while I pull up the next top story. Thanks for watching. Okay, you guys, taking you back to that press conference out of Chicago now that we were playing for you a little bit earlier. The conference just began on this shooting of a judge there in Chicago. This happened to a Cook County judge early this morning in the West Chesterfield neighborhood on the south side of Chicago. Let's take you back to that press conference where we left off, everybody. Here we go.
Civil servants like Judge Miles and those of us in law enforcement work tirelessly to hold criminals accountable and make our streets safer. That's why when incidents like this occur, it's not only a reminder of the ever-present challenge we have with illegal guns and the offenders willing to use them, but it's also a direct attack on the criminal justice system that keeps our society safe. You have our word that we will not let Judge Miles' life be lost in vain, and we will hold his killer accountable. Now I'll let Chief of Detectives Melissa Staples provide you additional details on the incident. Thank you.
Good morning. As First Deputy Navarro stated, based on the very preliminary information at this time, shortly before 5 a.m., the female victim in this incident walked out of a residence on the 9400 block of South Forest Avenue, where she encountered an individual with a gun. Words were exchanged, and the offender shot the female victim, who was struck one time in the lower extremities. Upon hearing the commotion and the gunshot, Judge Miles exited his residence to investigate. And again, based off of this very preliminary information, they exchanged words with the offender before he was fatally shot multiple times. At this time, it does not appear that property was stolen from the victim's residence, from their person or their residence. CPD detectives are investigating potential motives and are actively pursuing multiple and promising leads and are reviewing footage from nearby pod and private video cameras. Keep in mind that this is a very active investigation, and all of this information is based off of what we've gathered so far. Our detectives will be working around the clock to apprehend and charge the offender in this tragic incident. We ask anyone who may have information to contact the Chicago Police Department, specifically the Area South Detective Division, at 312-747-8272. Additionally, the FBI has offered a $25,000 reward for information that leads to the apprehension of this offender. Now I'll take any questions that you may have.
Say that since the woman had the altercation first,
we don't know that at this time. It's a very, very, very fresh investigation.
do you have any indication?
Not at this time. We're investigating a multitude of possible leads. We do not believe that she knows the suspect that shot her outside. I don't want to get into the specifics of the exchange between them.
Do you believe that this was?
Well, we do not know that at this time. Again, this is very preliminary at this stages, preliminary, and it's my understanding that this the woman there is a close associate of the judge, I'll say. We believe that this could possibly be a potential robbery. We don't know that anything was taken at this time. It's my understanding that the female victim called 911 initially, and likely followed by numerous neighbors in the area. It's very common. The neighbors also know, and I think that most people in the meeting know this, that it's already out there that they would tend to go work out every morning together. Yes. Yes, ma'am. There have been incidents in the past. I believe that there was a case in the past, but we don't know that that's related at this time, and I'm not going to comment further on that. Sorry. We don't know that at this time. There's a cement parking pad between the house, you have the house, and then there's a garage behind it with a driveway leading to the back, and this happened on a cement parking pad between the garage and the house.
So were they getting ready to get in the car? Were they getting ready?
They were going to the garage to leave.
Do you know if the suspect?
We do know that, based on the surviving victim's account, that he did flee on foot, and we are currently reviewing multiple video cameras, pods, and private video to ascertain if and what vehicle they used to flee.
Was the judge armed?
We do not know that. We do believe that there may have been a car nearby based on our review of multiple video cameras, private and pod videos in the area.
Was someone waiting in that car?
I don't want to. I appreciate your question and your concern, but I do not want to compromise this investigation at this time.
Do you have other indications of robbery?
I think that there are some patterns of robberies in the area. Whether this is related to that, we don't know at this time. Not at this time. I'm not going to give out a description. I believe that he is a male black. I do not have an age range at this time. Thank you. Staples. S-T-A-P-L. Melissa Staples, it's M-E-L-I-S-S-A, Staples, S-T-A-P-L-E-S, and I am the Chief of Detectives. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, everybody, that was the update on that shooting that happened in Chicago, where a Cook County judge was fatally shot this morning on the south side. We'll bring you any new updates as we get them into the newsroom here. Taking you to the next top story here in the show. Everybody, give me one moment. Let me pull this up for you guys. Also, a live look of the White House right now. Let's take a look. Well, here's the Capitol building. And as well, here is the White House, everybody. Give me one moment while I pull up the next top story for you here in the show. An update now from the United Nations on the situation in the Middle East.
Okay, good afternoon, my dear friends. I'm going to take a couple of questions, if you are fine with that. Yes? Please.
Thank you. Joseph Klein, Canada Free Press. On February 28th, Bolivia voted against the resolution proposed at that time, which was based on the conclusive findings of the Joint Investigative Mechanism that found that the Syrian regime had used chemical weapons at least 3 times. So I guess I don't understand when you now talk about relying on the UN's multilateralism and impartial investigations, why you rejected the conclusions at that time.
We were very clear. I would like you to check on the records. We voted against that resolution not because we didn't want an investigation, not because we don't want the ones who use chemical weapons to be not just persecuted but punished for those horrendous crimes. But the resolution that was submitted at that time was designed to be vetoed. Why? Because they added in the index a list of names of the ones who were allegedly responsible for those attacks. That list didn't come out from the gym nor any UN body. It came from intelligence agencies of the ones that submitted the resolution. So there wasn't any reliable information regarding those names, and I think there's something called rule of law, and that's why we voted against that resolution. But we want to make clear that, of course, we condemn any use of chemical weapons, and we want those responsible to be held accountable. And what happened yesterday goes against that very principle, because this is a strike against the Organization of Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, and also of the possibility of finding the truth about what happened. So that's why we wanted this meeting to be held. We are, of course, happy that it was in the open chamber and for everyone to see.
Sure. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. I wanted to ask about the draft of the elected 10 members. It seemed it dropped this operative paragraph 5, which had been, to have them turn over the flight logs, a lot of other stuff. So the permanent 3 seemed to say that this was a weakening. Were all elected 10 members equally behind the draft? I mean, can we really call it an E10 draft, or how would you describe it?
Let me just describe what happened. There were consultations among the P5. The E10 were never asked to participate in any meetings regarding those resolutions. That usually happens here. That's why I said that there are first-class members of the Council and second-class members of the Council. So we had a meeting yesterday with the E10, and we presented a proposal. It wasn't a draft. It just was an attempt to get parties together and to talk about language and to come up with a text. But we were surprised that while we were doing that, the United States was preparing an airstrike. And I think that, as we told in the chamber, that's a violation of the UN Charter.
I'm going to ask you the question, if you can answer in Spanish.
Sí.
Sabemos que los Estados Unidos, hoy durante su intervención, la embajadora dijo que las acciones de ayer fueron acciones que fueron de alguna manera no tan fuertes como lo pudieran haber hecho, pero que en el futuro, si Bashar al-Assad está buscando hacer otro tipo de ataque, ya que ellos lo han responsabilizado de este ataque, ellos actuarían de nuevo y no les pesaría la mano para hacerlo. ¿Qué piensa usted de esa posibilidad? Y la segunda cosa, usted mencionó que Estados Unidos había sido el investigador, el juez, el fiscal y el jurado durante este ataque, y estas acciones lo demuestran. ¿Cómo esperan ustedes actuar de ahora en adelante?
Bueno, en primer lugar, nosotros condenamos cualquier acción unilateral. Creemos que viola los principios fundamentales de esta organización. Esta organización fue creada con sus defectos, con sus limitaciones, para evitar acciones unilaterales. Y lo que ha sucedido ayer ha sido una violación flagrante de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas y de los principios por los que estamos aquí reunidos. Segundo, nosotros creemos que es imprescindible que la organización no guarde un silencio cómplice ante este tipo de hechos. ¿Sí? Que los miembros del Consejo de Seguridad, y no solo del Consejo de Seguridad, sino el resto de la membresía, se manifieste sobre lo que ha sucedido. Por eso, en mi intervención he recordado lo que hizo el secretario general Ban Ki-moon, que ante una situación similar recordó lo que decía la Carta de las Naciones Unidas y manifestó que cualquier acción unilateral, sin autorización, por supuesto, del Consejo de Seguridad, era ilegal en el marco del derecho internacional. Sobre las declaraciones sobre lo que se va a hacer hacia adelante, nosotros vamos a continuar. Miren, Bolivia es un país pequeño, nosotros no tenemos un ejército, pero sí tenemos principios, y vamos a defender los principios de la Carta de Naciones Unidas hasta el último aliento. Y vamos a utilizar nuestra membresía en el Consejo de Seguridad porque hemos sido electos por los miembros de la Asamblea General para defender esos principios. Hacia adelante esperemos que después de este ataque se pueda sostener el proceso de Astana y el proceso de Ginebra, primero. Y segundo, que lo que se dice en la Cámara de que no hay solución militar para la situación en Siria, sino que tiene que ser una solución política, se manifiesta en hechos concretos. ¿Okay?
Has the U.S. or Russian diplomats expressed any willingness to further investigate, to further negotiate the 3-draft resolution about the use of chemical weapons in Syria? Or because of this airstrike, the time of negotiation is over?
Well, we don't know, but I think the mandates and the institutions are already set in order to investigate these crimes. So we want to know who is responsible. We don't want this to end up in impunity. We remember that in the past this chamber was used to portray lies in order to accomplish political military ends. I think that the world, the victims, deserve the truth. Thank you very much.
Okay, everybody, that was an update from the United Nations. That was the representative of Bolivia giving us an update on the situation in the Middle East. Giving you guys a live look of the White House right now. Coming up next, my co-host Mike Page will be taking you into the next few hours of the show, and then I'll be back on from 7 to 9. Thanks for joining us.
All right, folks, coming up on the Foxton and News Now stream, we're going to start it off with the Expedition 50 crew. They came home this morning. We'll show you the splashdown in just a little bit. But first, the Expedition 50 crew handing over the space station to Expedition 51. Let's take a look at that.
Between Expeditions 50 and 51. Crews are behind me here. We're ready to do this thing and get Expedition 50 off of here so 51 can enjoy their experience even more. But we've had a great time up here. It's been an amazing experience for almost 6 months now for Andre and Sergey and I. And we've gotten to enjoy Peggy and Tomas and Oleg for about 4.5 months of that. So that's pretty unusual, but we've really enjoyed having them around. It's really neat to be part of something this big, something bigger than ourselves for one, but even bigger than a nation. We get the ability up here to interact with things that actually benefit all of humanity. So it's really humbling for one, but very neat and special to be part of something like that. None of us could do any of this without the support of a lot of people, so I'll just try to thank a few. And I know I won't hit everybody, but first and foremost, I want to thank my family and friends who've really been incredibly strong with their support throughout this whole process, the training as well as the mission itself. We've had incredible support from the ground teams all across the globe, the mission control centers in Houston, Huntsville, Munich, Tsukuba, Japan, and Moscow, Russia, all led by our lead flight director, Amit. So Amit, special thanks to you and all the people who have worked many hours supporting our mission over the past 6 months. And there's many other people in those teams from the hardware side that actually make the equipment or that trained us on the equipment. So thanks to all of you as well. It's really neat and special to be part of such a huge team. And you guys really are the heroes of this mission. We're just up here executing your plans. So thank you for working so hard for us. We really appreciate it. Sergey and Andre and I certainly want to thank Peggy and Oleg and Tomas. We've learned so much from you and just really enjoyed our time together. It's made this experience so much better having you on board. So with that, I'm going to turn command of the International Space Station over to Dr. Peggy Whitson. She will set another record at this moment. She's been doing this many times throughout the last few weeks, but she now becomes the first two-time female commander of the International Space Station. The space station is in great hands with Peggy.
Well, up here we don't wear shoes, but Shane's leaving some really big socks for me to fill. But Expedition 50 has been incredibly successful, conducted 4 spacewalks, grappled 2 visiting vehicles. We packed and unpacked 3 cargo vehicles in relatively short order, and got an amazing amount of science done, all thanks to Expedition 50 crew and leadership of Shane Kimbrough.
We have very nice crew, we have excellent commander, and we have beautiful ground support, and we have unforgettable memories about our beautiful, nice spending time on board ISS. Thank you, everybody, and good luck, our moving friends.
Okay, thanks, Houston. Expedition 51 is in charge.
All right, there you go, folks. So that was the switch out. Now let's just show you how Expedition 50 came home. Take a look at that.
And there is a final farewell between Peggy Whitson and Shane Kimbrough, Tomas Pesquet, Oleg Novitsky. The final farewells before the hatch will be closed, and Expedition 50 will begin its final preparations to return to Earth. This is Mission Control Korolyov. Once again, you're looking at the hatchway between the Poisk module and the Soyuz MSO-2 spacecraft. Soyuz commander Sergei Ryzhikov there in the field of view, running through the procedures, wiping down the hatch to make sure there's no foreign object debris that would create any issues with a solid leak check. Once we get to that here a short time from now, we're standing by for the actual closure of the hatch. The crew inside the Soyuz having said farewell to the 3 remaining crew members on board the station. And the hatch on the Soyuz MSO-2 is now closed. The Soyuz was placed on autonomous power about an hour or so ago. All of its systems are reported in excellent shape, and now Oleg Novitsky is in the process of closing the Poisk hatch. Again, 7:45 a.m. Moscow time, 11:45 p.m. Central Time. The Soyuz hatch closed, and now the Poisk module hatch has been closed 1.5 minutes later. So both hatches are now closed, setting the stage for the undocking of the Soyuz from the International Space Station, with the undocking scheduled at 2:57 a.m. Central Time, just a few hours from now. The International Space Station currently flying over southwest China, moving from southwest to northeast in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator.
We are ready to reset the status.
Mechanical contact is not illuminated. We have
physical separation confirmed right on time at 2:57 and 30 seconds Central Time. 2:57 and 30 seconds Central Time, 3:57 and 30 seconds Eastern Time. The Soyuz MSO-2 backing away from the International Space Station. Expedition 51 now officially underway on board the complex.
Yes. I'm ready to send the command. Copy.
We have selected the command.
About a minute and a half from now at 3 a.m. Central Time, that will initiate a small opening rate. It's going to be an 8-second burn, about a half a meter per second opening rate. You can see the Soyuz as it slowly backs away from the Poisk module, the space-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station.
We see the whole docking interface right now on the monitor. 8 seconds burn.
A good view of the engine firing on the Soyuz vehicle. An 8-second burn. This is the first of 2 separation burns to increase the opening rate by about a half a meter per second.
Good image.
So the Soyuz is on its way. It will take about an orbit and 3/4 for it to reach its separation distance from the International Space Station for the Soyuz deorbit burn, which is a much more substantial firing of the engines. That will be a 4-minute, 38-second retrograde firing, a braking maneuver to slow the Soyuz down by 128 meters per second.
E1 command.
Once again, the Soyuz MSO-2 undocked on time at 2:57 and 30 seconds a.m. Central Time this morning, has begun to back away at a consistent rate to a safe distance away from the International Space Station. Next major milestone will be the deorbit burn. That will be a 4-minute, 38-second braking maneuver. This spectacular video of the descent of the Soyuz MSO-2 under its main parachute. Flight controllers have relayed up to Oleg Novitsky aboard the International Space Station that everything is going perfectly and that the crew is in excellent condition. The spectacular video you're watching indicative of the proximity of the search and recovery forces to the landing site itself, meaning we're expecting almost a precise bullseye touchdown for the Soyuz MSO-2, landing scheduled about 3.5 minutes from now.
Remember to locate your elbows as per instructions. We have 800.
As you can see, a pair of Russian Mi-8 helicopters flying in front of the long-range camera that is tracking the final moments of the flight of the Soyuz MSO-2, which was launched atop a Soyuz booster from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan last October 19th. The crew now bracing for touchdown that is coming up within the minute.
We're going to stop talking.
And touchdown is now confirmed. Touchdown confirmed at 6:20 and 35 seconds a.m. Central Time, 7:20 and 35 seconds a.m. Eastern Time. The Soyuz spacecraft has touched down. You saw it all the way down, almost from the start of the parachute deployment. It appears as if the Soyuz was dragged onto its side. We'll confirm that in a moment or two. But again, the Soyuz safely back on Earth. Touchdown confirmed at 6:20 and 35 seconds a.m. Central Time, 5:20 and 35 seconds p.m. at the landing site in Kazakhstan. This is Mission Control Korolyov, television now being received from the landing site in Kazakhstan. Sergei Ryzhikov, the Soyuz commander, first out of the Soyuz descent module. Shane Kimbrough now has also been extracted from the spacecraft, being attended to by NASA personnel. Andrei Borisenko will be out of the spacecraft just a moment or two from now. The extraction occurring about 14 minutes after touchdown. It was a bullseye touchdown. You see Chris Cassidy, who's the chief of NASA's astronaut office at the Johnson Space Center, kneeling right in front of Kimbrough, talking to him. Sean Fuller right behind Kimbrough. Fuller is the director of human spaceflight programs in Russia. Touchdown occurring at 6:20 a.m. Central Time, 5:20 p.m. at the landing site in Kazakhstan. Kimbrough, Ryzhikov, and Borisenko completing a journey of 73.2 million miles. And Andrei Borisenko now being carried to his chair to join his crewmates. All of the crew members are now out of the Soyuz spacecraft following a textbook touchdown on the steppe of Kazakhstan just about 17 minutes ago. Both helicopters, one for each crew member, for about a 2-hour flight back to the staging city of Karaganda, where they will bid farewell to one another. Kimbrough boarding a NASA jet bound for Houston, while the two cosmonauts fly back to their training base at Star City, Russia.
All right, folks, you are part of the Fox 10 and News Now stream. Part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We appreciate you guys being here with us today. It's been a very, very busy day with that breaking news that we had in California in San Bernardino with the school shooting there. 4 people were shot. 2 adults died, and so far 1 child, 8-year-old, has died as well. The other in critical condition. All right, folks, coming up next, just in case you didn't get to see it yet, Sean Spicer, White House press briefing from earlier today.
This morning in the Rose Garden, the President was honored to host the swearing-in of Associate Justice Neil Gorsuch. His confirmation was the culmination of a thoughtful and deliberative process that the President started almost a year ago when he released his initial list of potential nominees for the Supreme Court. In September, he released a final definitive list promising to select only from those individuals who would continue the legacy of the great Justice Scalia on the bench. And today, the President celebrated our new Associate Justice, who will protect our Constitution for generations. It was definitely a great day to kick off the week, and another productive week that we will see here at the White House. Before I get into the upcoming week, just a couple updates from over the weekend. First, the President spoke with Prime Minister Löfven of Sweden to express our condolences for the loved ones who were killed in Friday's terrorist attack in central Stockholm, Sweden, and to wish a speedy recovery for those who were wounded. The President also called President Sisi yesterday to convey his deepest condolences to Egypt and the families who lost loved ones in the heinous attack that occurred there. Dozens of innocent people were killed and many more were injured on this Holy Palm Sunday. The United States condemns in the strongest terms these barbaric attacks on Christians' places of worship in Tanta and in Alexandria. The President also spoke with the King of Saudi Arabia, the Prime Minister of Japan, the acting President of South Korea, all about the United States' military strike on the airfield in Syria. All of the leaders expressed support for the United States' necessary action in response to the horrible chemical and bomb attack on innocent civilians. And yesterday he spoke with Commander Andrea Slow, the commanding officer of the USS Porter, and Commander Russell Caldwell, the commanding officer of the USS Ross, to thank them and their teams for successfully carrying out that strike. During these calls, the President communicated that he could not be more proud of the crews of these two ships and their flawless execution of these operations. As you know, these ships, between the two of them, sent 59 Tomahawk missiles, and each of them hit all of their targets, showing America's power and the military's accuracy, which is just a small representation of our military's overall capability and a fraction of what this president will continue to build up the military to be throughout his administration. The sight of people being gassed and blown away by barrel bombs ensures that if we see this kind of action again, we hold open the possibility of future action. The resulting action of what happened ensured that their fueling operation is gone from this air facility. 20% of their fixed-wing aircraft were destroyed and knocked out. And I think by all measures, the world and domestic reaction was highly laudable for the President's action. Additionally, obviously, we're all aware that the President had a very successful visit with the Chinese President, and it concluded on Friday. As you've read, one of the most significant developments from these discussions was the agreement to create a 100-day initial plan, hopefully with some tangible near-term deliverables to lead to a more balanced economic relationship between our two countries. As that develops, we'll make sure that we provide you with additional details. And this morning, the President was glad to see Toyota announce that it will be spending $1.33 billion in its Kentucky plant as part of its plan to invest $10 billion in America over the next 5 years. A continued signal of the confidence that businesses have in the American economy under President Trump. Now, in terms of the week ahead, tomorrow the President will have a discussion on strategy and policy with several members of his cabinet and a group of CEOs. This is a follow-up from his meeting with 20 CEOs from the Strategic and Policy Forum just this past February with some of those same business leaders and some new ones. First, they'll meet in small interactive groups, each led by a cabinet member, to discuss the priorities for those cabinet secretaries and their agencies. The President will then oversee a report that will be presented to the group, by the group rather. The cabinet level participants will be Secretary of Commerce Ross, Secretary of Education DeVos, EPA Administrator Pruitt, OMB Director Mulvaney, and Secretary of Transportation Elaine Chao. We'll have the full list of additional participants for you later. As part of the effort to de-escalate the conflict in Syria and press for a political process that can resolve the conflict and eventually result in a transition of a new legitimate Syrian leadership, U.S. Special Envoy for Syria will be coming to Washington tomorrow for consultations with the State Department and with National Security Advisor McMaster here at the White House, among others. He has been overseeing the political talks among Syrian parties in Geneva. On Wednesday, we will welcome the Secretary General of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg, to the White House. The President and the Secretary General will have a joint press conference later in the afternoon. And then the President plans to spend the Easter holiday in Florida, and he'll return to the White House on Sunday. As the President noted today, as we hit day 81 in the President's administration, we have done so many great things, including nominate and confirm a Supreme Court justice, roll back more regulations than any president in modern times, rolled back the Obama-era war on coal, oil, and natural gas, restored confidence in the economy. We're now seeing historic levels of consumer, CEO, home builder, manufacturer confidence. There's been a 12% gain in the stock market. And we've even seen a real resurgence in the mining industry. We've reduced illegal boarding crossings by over 60% to the lowest level in nearly 2 decades and implemented historic ethics reforms, including a 5-year lobbying ban and a lifetime foreign ban. So with that, I'd be glad to take your questions.
Why is it okay to bomb Syria but not okay to assist the refugees, one? And number two, what's the reaction, this administration's reaction to Russia saying we are running a danger of a real war within the Middle East?
Well, with respect to number one, the reason that we took action was multifold. Number one, to stop the proliferation and the deterrence of chemical weapons. When you see mass weapons of destruction being used, it should be a concern to every nation, especially our own people. The proliferation of those weapons pose a grave threat to our national security. So number one, we have to stop that. Number two, we have to stop ISIS. But with respect to the people of Syria, by us taking action and de-escalating what's going on in Syria, that's the greatest thing you can do to support those people. De-escalating the conflict there, containing ISIS, is the greatest aspect of humanitarian relief that we can provide, first and foremost. Secondly, creating areas in which we can work with allies, including Russia, and committing to ensuring that there are places that are free from violence and are places free for people to gather safely is another, because I think everyone would agree that the last thing that people want to do there is leave. They want to stay there. They want to be in Syria. They want to have a safe place to remain with their families and not be separated. So our number one priority is to defeat ISIS, but we're also, I think from a humanitarian standpoint and a refugee standpoint, ensuring that we create an environment that provides a safe place for them to ultimately remain. And then on Russia in particular, look, I think that if you look at the countries that are with us, it speaks pretty loudly the number of countries that have stood shoulder to shoulder with this president. Russia, on the other hand, stands with Syria, North Korea, and Iran. I think when you contrast the two groups of countries sets, it's pretty clear that we're on the right side of this issue.
But does that mean we're going to commit troops? I mean, they're
no. What it means? No. What it means is that I think the action that we took last week has been widely praised domestically and internationally as a great step to ensure the deterrence and proliferation of chemical weapons and of action against innocent people. When you watch babies and children being gassed and suffer under barrel bombs, you are instantaneously moved to action. I think this president's made it very clear that if those actions were to continue, further action will definitely be considered by the United States. We continue to urge further the world community to join us in this, in both stopping the deterrence and proliferation of those use of those weapons, but then further trying to create a political environment that will result in new leadership. Those are very important. They go hand in hand.
Are we building a coalition, or?
I think we have a coalition. I mean, again, I think if you look at who's not with us, it's a pretty small group, and not a group that too many people are looking to bring on board. I mean, you've got Iran, Syria, North Korea, and Russia on one side of this. That's a pretty small group.
President Trump has spoken out extensively about the crimes of Bashar al-Assad in Syria. Does the president consider Assad a war criminal? And does he believe Assad should eventually appear before the ICC?
I think right now the focus is twofold. One is defeating ISIS, and the second is creating the political environment necessary for the Syrian people to have a new leadership there. I don't think that there's I can't imagine a stable and peaceful Syria where Bashar al-Assad is in power. I think we all recognize that happens, and there can be a multi-pronged approach where you're ensuring that ISIS is contained and there's a de-escalation of the proliferation of chemical weapons, at the same time creating the environment for a change in leadership.
But does the president believe Assad has committed war crimes?
I think that there's a court that decides those things, and obviously there's a reason clearly the actions, when you take an action against the people that he has, and I think we feel unbelievably confident in the intelligence that we have. But again, that would be something for a court to decide. Charlie.
A lot of people are talking about what the Trump doctrine is on foreign policy, what it may or may not include, and the president's even stated that he was very flexible. Do you know what the Trump doctrine is on foreign policy, and can you explain it to us?
Yeah, I think the Trump doctrine is something that he articulated throughout the campaign, which is that America's first. We're going to make sure that our national interests are protected, that we do what we can to make sure that our interests, both economically and national security, are at the forefront. We're not just going to become the world's policeman running around the country, running around the world, but that we have to have a clear and defined national interest wherever we act, and that it's our national security first and foremost that has to deal with how we act.
situation in Syria fits in that doctrine?
Absolutely. I think if you recognize the threat that our country and our people face, if there is a growth of use or spread of chemical weapons of mass destruction, the proliferation of those, the spread to other groups, is a clear danger to our country and to our people. Kristen.
John, thank you. Just want to follow up on what you were saying about Bashar al-Assad. Are you saying that defeating ISIS and getting Bashar al-Assad out of power through a political process should happen at the same time?
I think, I'm not trying to how you sequence them, but I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I don't think that you have to do one other than others, but I think they kind of go hand in hand. As you reduce ISIS's strength, as you de-escalate the conflict in Syria, the political environment to remove him becomes stronger and stronger.
And just to be clear, Secretary Tillerson over the weekend said we can navigate a political outcome in which the Syrian people will determine Bashar al-Assad's fate and his legitimacy. Nikki Haley seemed to align more with what you were saying. She said in no way do we see peace in that area with Assad as the head of the Syrian government. So who better reflects the
I don't think those are mutually exclusive statements, because I think that you can. One of them saying we don't see peace with him in charge, and the other one is saying we need to have him gone. I think that's the point of both. The goal for both of them, the goal for the United States, is twofold. As I've stated, it's one, to make sure that we destabilize Syria, destabilize the conflict there, reduce the threat of ISIS, but then secondly is create the political environment, not just within the Syrian people, but I think you can work with Russia in particular to make sure that they understand that Syria, backed up by Russia's own accounting, should be held accountable for the agreements that it's made with respect to its international agreements on chemical weapons alone.
And can you defeat ISIS with Assad still in power?
Yes, sure, but I think that I think you can defeat ISIS with him in power. I think that obviously, to your point, it's not like there's a single track that says you have to do. I mean, if we can get both at the same time or one happens after another, that's fine as well. But I think that obviously the number one threat that America faces is ISIS in that region, and we've got to make sure that we do everything we can to do that.
And just finally, when Secretary Tillerson meets with his Russian counterpart, what is his specific message going to be? Is he going to threaten potentially more sanctions if Russia doesn't get involved?
Well, I think he's on his way there tomorrow, and I'll let Secretary Tillerson talk about his meeting with Foreign Minister Lavrov. I think there's a lot of things to obviously discuss. The overall fight on ISIS, but I think with respect to Syria in particular, I think we need to remind them of the commitments that they've made and the commitments that Syria's made. And I think that I think that first and foremost, we need to make sure that we all understand what the situation is on the ground. There's no question who acted in this case and what Syria did. And I think that we need to make sure that Russia fully understands the actions that Assad took, the commitments that Syria has made, and Russia has equally agreed to those same understanding. So that getting them back on the same page, first and foremost, would seem the logical step. But secondly, and I guess equally as important, is to make sure that the areas where we can find a commitment to defeat ISIS is something that we share. Major.
So would the President want the Secretary of State to put the threat of sanctions on the table to get Russia's attention in this matter? Because the Secretary of State said Russia is either complicit or incompetent. What does the President believe Russia actually is in this matter?
Well, look, we'll have plenty of time to discuss how those talks go. I don't want to. The one thing the President's been very clear on from the get-go is he doesn't like to telegraph all the cards that he has. I think he wants to see how that conversation goes with Secretary Tillerson. If we can get them to agree to commit to action on defeating ISIS, well, I think that's what they're going to have a discussion about. I think that we need to see what goes beyond rhetoric and where that talk starts and what they're willing to commit to in action. I think that's important. To get ahead of this right now before they meet is not something I want to do. I'd like to let Secretary Tillerson meet with Lavrov, have that conversation, and then report back. Jen?
Ask you more quickly about the White House itself. What is the President's perspective on the current ability of his senior advisors to resolve their ideological differences, resolve their personality differences, and work as a team?
He's very confident in that. Because this is the same group with the same ideologies, the same strengths. that came together for a common purpose to win a campaign. There is an unbelievably talented team at the senior level and at the mid-level, and frankly all the way down to the bottom level of this administration that is committed to the president's agenda. I said this multiple times throughout the transition, that everybody that came into this administration, while they might have a personal view or an action on an issue, they understand and understood and understand the president's vision and agenda. And their goal of coming into this was to understand, first and foremost, that it is the president who made pledges and promises to the American people about the direction he'd take this country and the actions he's taken. And he is doing that, and I just read off a series of them in terms of the judges that he's appointing, the Congressional Review Act pieces of legislation that he signed, the executive orders. When you look at the actions that he's taken and the results that he's getting, 60% down on the border, nobody would dispute the fact that immigration was a hot topic during this campaign. And the president's actions are seeing results. And I think you're seeing it both on the market and on our national security front. So he understands that we have some pretty smart, talented individuals who are opinionated on a lot of subjects, but that our battles and our policy differences need to be behind closed doors. We need to focus and ultimately all come out committed to advancing the president's agenda. But he is completely aware of the talent that he has, and that's part of the reason that he's brought this team together, is because of the talent and successes and accomplishments they've had on a variety of backgrounds, and he's fully believes that they're going to continue to push forward to advance his agenda.
Philosophy that led him to have or order this meeting on Friday, where the two principals, Bannon and Jared Kushner, were essentially told by the president, cool this and get along and get on the same page.
Well, look, I think there's a lot of stuff that was overblown about this that makes it out into the media sometimes and gets a little bit more sensational than it truly is. But I think the president's obviously very pleased with the last week that he's had and the accomplishments, especially on the foreign policy front. I think we had an unbelievably helpful and productive meeting with the Chinese. His meeting with King Abdullah was unbelievable, and he's continued to have very strong foreign policy wins in terms of the relationships that we're making with other heads of state. The attack on Syria won not just bipartisan praise here at home, but world praise. And I think that he recognizes that sometimes some of this spills over, these policy differences and discussions, and he's made sure that the focus stays on advancing the agenda. So,
Sean, thanks.
Yeah.
If you're saying one of the priorities is to see a regime change in Syria, how far is the president willing to go to see Bashar al-Assad out of power there?
So, just to be clear, I don't think you can't imagine a stable and peaceful Syria with Assad as in charge. I don't think that's a scenario that's possible. But I think that the first step in that has to be to make sure that the region and Syria in particular are stable. You can't have ISIS marching through Syria and then worry mostly about who's in charge right now. We've got to make sure that first and foremost, in terms of our national security, I think it was Brian's question at the beginning, our national security is the first and foremost reason that we have to act. And as ISIS is proliferating and chemicals of mass destruction are on the rise there, we've got to contain that. Then once that's done, I think we can apply political, economic, and diplomatic pressure for regime change. Now they can work in tandem. I'm not trying to, but the bottom line is the first priority is still the containment of ISIS and the conflicts that are occurring.
And is the red line, just to clarify, the red line for this White House chemical warfare, is conventional warfare enough to get the president to go further there than this White House has gone before?
Look, I think the president has been very clear that there are a number of lines that were crossed last week. He's not going to sit down. We saw that in the last administration. They drew these red lines, and then the red lines were run over. I don't think you're going to see the same play. I think what not just Syria, but the world saw last week is a president that is going to act decisively and proportionally and with justification when it comes to actions like that. I mean, and I will tell you, the answer is that if you gas a baby, if you put a barrel bomb in to innocent people, I think you will see a response from this president. That is unacceptable. And I think the rest of the world. I think, look, one of the things that I don't want to start doing, Cecilia, is say, if you do this, this is the reaction that you're going to get. The president's made very clear throughout his time in the campaign, through the transition and now as president, that he's not going to telegraph a response to every corresponding action, because that just tells the opposition or the enemy what you're going to do and whether or not that response is worth taking. The president's going to be very clear that he's going to keep his cards close to the vest, but make no mistake, he will act. John.
Thanks a lot, Sean. I wanted to ask you about the reaction that the president took in terms of military involvement last week. You said in your statement that all 59 of those cruise missiles hit their intended target, and yet we're seeing reports that that military airbase in Syria continues to be used by the Syrian military.
Yeah.
Given that, how can you consider that particular mission a success?
Well, because I think from what you're hearing, you've taken 2 pre-fueled planes and taken them off. It's a PR stunt. The bottom line is their fueling capability has been taken out, their radar capability was taken out, and over 20% of their fixed-wing aircraft from their entire Air Force was taken out. Their ability to operate successfully out of that airbase is gone. Like I said, they as a PR stunt, they took some pre-fueled planes, pushed them over to make it look like nothing is. But make no mistake about it, their radar capability is gone, their fueling capability is gone, and a good chunk of their aircraft is gone. That's a huge success. John Gizzi.
I'll ask you one other question.
Okay.
Following up on what Major Garrett asked, sort of about these reports of a shakeup at the White House. There have been various reports that the Deputy National Security Advisor, K.T. McFarland, is stepping down from that post. She'll take on the post of U.S. Ambassador to Singapore. Can you confirm that? And what's behind that particular move, if indeed that's the case?
I appreciate it. Look, I've said many times before that we're not going to get into personnel announcements until they're ready to announce. I would say that two points on that. One, when General McMaster was announced, it was pretty clear. We said it at the time. You all asked the question whether or not he would have the ability to shape the National Security Council in his liking with the president's concurrence. I think you've pretty much seen that was an accurate statement at the time, and it continues to be now. And General McMaster has the president's confidence to ensure that our National Security Council is shaped in a manner that best serves the President of the United States in every way, shape, or form. Secondly, to your point, I think the staff said it over the weekend, I'll reiterate it, the only thing that's being shaken up in Washington right now is Washington. I think this president continues to show that he's going to be a disruptor and do things differently and bring real change to Washington. John Gizzi.
Thank you, Sean. 2 questions. First, the previous administration was in touch with the Assad opposition and gathered conclaves of different groups, including the Free Syrian Army. Is this administration in touch with the same anti-Assad forces, political and military?
Yeah, I'm not going to go into details on what we're doing and who we're talking to. I think that's obviously didn't prove too successful last cycle, last administration in terms of regime change. So I'm going to not get into telegraphing what we're doing and how we're doing it.
On the domestic front, Congressman Ron DeSantis wrote the president just last week to call in very strong language for him by executive order to end what he calls the OPM rule of 2013. That was an executive order, of course, that undercut the Affordable Care Act's amendment saying that members of Congress and their staff could not get health care and special subsidies unlike any other American. And he said as soon as that is eliminated, Congress will move faster because they and their staff will not have special treatment. Is the president going to use his pen and get rid of the OPM order?
I'll have to look at that. I know Secretary Price has been dealing with I know that's an OPM order. Secretary Price has been reviewing all of the necessary implementation documents and orders with respect to Obamacare. I know that he's working with Director Mulvaney. Director Mulvaney, I anticipate, will be here with you guys at some point, probably tomorrow, to talk about some reorganizing of government. That might be an appropriate time to talk to him specifically about that. Dave.
Thanks, Sean. The list of judges that the president put out last year saying these are the people I would consider nominated, you referred to earlier. In the end, Democrats still tried to filibuster Judge Gorsuch.
Right.
So what difference from that perspective did putting out that list make in the end?
That's a great question. I think what it showed first and foremost is the president kept his word. The president put out a list of people and campaigned on it and said, if you elect me, these are the type of justices that I will choose from. And they are originalists. They are going to read and interpret the Constitution as it was written and meant to be. And I think the American people, in a lot of cases, if you look at exit polling, voted for him in a lot of cases because of that. I think it shows that, again, whether or not you disagree or agree with the president, sometimes philosophically, he gets high marks for keeping his word. I think that means a lot, that he went out on a number of topics, including the type of justice that he would appoint, put it before the American people, allowed them to vote up or down at the ballot box, and it's an affirmation of the kind of justice that he wants. But it's also a continuation to know that the president's going to be someone who makes a pledge to the American people and keeps it.
He's going to obviously have other federal judges to nominate, maybe
hope
Supreme
so.
Court judges. What else has he? What else did this process teach him? Anything?
Well, I think from a political side, it was pretty obvious that you can disagree with Judge Gorsuch's judicial philosophy, but I think by every standard, he was a very highly qualified justice. The American Bar Association rated him their highest. The people who have worked for him in the past, his judicial record in terms of the number of cases where he was in the mainstream and Democratic appointees sided with him. And I think it basically showed the president that trying to work with Senate Democrats wasn't really was somewhat of a futile task. That these were people that made up their mind by and large, regardless of who the person was, and we're going to vote it down. That would probably be the biggest lesson. But it also shows that when you've got the right individual, you've got someone who's eminently qualified. We're gonna succeed in getting them done. Blake.
Let me turn your attention to tax reform real quick, and I've got a few. There's a report out there that says the president has basically gone back to the drawing board as it relates to taxes.
Yeah.
Is that accurate, or
No.
does he still, what he put out there on the campaign trail, is that still the backbone of what he wants to see get done?
Yeah, I mean, that's the backbone, but I think that what you're seeing is us going through this process of his economic team, everyone from Secretary Mnuchin to Secretary Ross to Gary Cohen and others sitting down internally and beginning that process of meeting with groups that have been advocating for tax reform since 1986, kind of the ink on that one dried, and starting to meet with outside groups, industry groups, individuals, members of Congress to get their input. This is going to be a major undertaking, and
Hey
I think
everybody,
we want to make sure that
news
we
anchor Tom Haynes here
listen,
along with George Cheedy,
have their ideas and their
social
input
media
as we move
center
forward.
we call.
But this is the beginning phases of that process.
He said on Friday that there's been this August deadline that Steve Mnuchin and others have talked about, and Friday Gary Cohen suggested this might not be the deadline. Is this timeline getting pushed at this point?
Well, it's not getting pushed. I think it's just getting, obviously that still would be a great opportunity before they leave for August recess, but we're going to make sure that we do this right, and we do it with the input of all of the individuals, groups, and members of Congress that have had a long time interest in doing this. And it is a big deal, right? You've got the ability for our businesses and industries to be more competitive in the global market, and then you want to make sure that you're providing middle-income tax relief that creates economic growth throughout the country. So
Americans are filling out their tax reforms right now for 2016. This time next year, they're going to fill it out for 2017. Will they have a 2017 tax cut this time next year?
I think middle-income Americans, I hope, have a tax cut by then. Jeff.
Sean, during the campaign,
Sorry, it's
that.
I know.
You can go next.
Careful with that.
Then candidate Trump was pretty critical, or excuse me, was pretty complimentary of President Putin. Now, after seeing how Russia has reacted in Syria, what's his view of President Putin now?
I think it's always been the same, respectfully, which is that if we can get a deal, we have a shared interest in, particularly in the area of ISIS. And if we can defeat them, and if we can work with them on a plan to defeat them, then we're going to do it. But he's also said, and I think sometimes people cut off part of the quote, he says, and if we can't work with them, then okay. But the president came into office to really focus on two fronts, keeping our country safe and growing our economy and putting people back to work. And I think if Russia or any other country can help us achieve those two goals, either through market access and additional products and services from the United States into a major marketplace, but more importantly, it helps keep our country safe through a combined effort to defeat something like ISIS, especially in a place like Syria where they're playing so prominently, then I think we want to work with them. But if we can't get a deal with them, then the president's not going to be disappointed. But he would like to do what he can to work with these individuals to make it happen. Jim.
Would you still describe him in the same way that he did several months ago as a leader who you view as stronger than President Obama?
I think we'll wait and see. We're 81 days in. I think Secretary Tillerson will have a lot of information after he meets with Foreign Secretary Lavrov.
Question on trade. Did you mention the 100 days agreement that the president and president of China agreed on? Did China offer to give the U.S. some concessions on beef exports and financial investments as part of that?
Yeah. Look, this is an initial working plan that they're going to try to hammer out what that 100 days looks like, and then they call them like way stations. Like, what are those stops between 100 days and now that would be things that both sides would be looking at? And I think obviously beef exports and additional market access in China, intellectual property, the ability to have foreign ownership, especially in the services industry, is something that has been a big prize of U.S. exporters and industry for a long time. But it is something that is being hammered out as we go forward. So that's the plan, was to put together a plan, and there's a lot of pieces that both sides would like to see in there, and these benchmarks between now and those 100 days. But that plan is something that they talked about putting together during the over a day that they met together. And it is something that the counterparts are now going to continue to flesh out. So there's a lot of topics that got put on the table. We're going to see how that works. Jim.
What is the status of, and a multi-part question, what is the status of the renegotiation of NAFTA, and what is the White House doing to tweak NAFTA in U.S. interests? And is there concern about getting it done before the Mexican elections heat up at the end of the year?
Well, the first thing with respect to trade is, we need the Senate to approve Robert Lighthizer as the next U.S. trade representative. That's obviously, USTR drives that. And so our focus is getting that done, and it'll be ready to go. We still have an official 90-day notification that we have to give Congress. And so once we get Ambassador Lighthizer confirmed, we'll be ready to probably announce a better work plan on that. But as of right now, that's not there. Jeff Zeleny.
Mr. Trump, as a private citizen, had a lot to say about Syria. One of the things he said that the president, then President Obama, needs to seek congressional approval. Some members of Congress believe he should as well. What is his plan to explain his strategy in a broader sense, and why does he not need congressional approval in his view?
I think Article 2 of the Constitution is pretty clear that when it's in the national interest of the country, the president has the full authority to act. He did that. He and his team spoke extensively to congressional leaders on both sides of the aisle that night to describe the action that's being taken forward. So I think we have fully fulfilled every obligation, but the power vested in Article 2 is very clear with the president's ability to act.
In terms of things happening here at the White House behind the scenes with his staff members, obviously there were some ideological and policy differences on this particular military action last week. Does the president believe, or do you believe, that this has been smoothed over in the short term, or there has been a long-term solution to the fighting between Steve Bannon, Jared Kushner, and others?
Are you talking specifically with Syria, or are you talking...
Specifically with Syria, there was a disagreement, but is this a short-term fix to this problem, or do you believe, does the president believe, that there is a longer-term fix to this infighting that has really plagued his administration?
Well, again, I'd say a couple things, Jeff. One is, a lot of this is frankly overblown. But number two is, the reason the president has brought this team together is offer a diverse set of opinions. He doesn't want a monolithical kind of thought process going through the White House. He wants a diverse set of opinions. He is the decider. He has people come in and give him a variety of options and plans. He went back and forth over that 72-hour period where he wanted additional options, additional explanations and questions answered. That's how he's going to deal. And so whether it's this, healthcare, tax reform, trade, he's got a divergent set of opinions on here of experts. The idea isn't to have one set of thought and policy flowing through there. It's to give the president the best advice possible, but that once the president makes a decision that the team is on board 100% to make sure that we do what's been the best interest of the country and fulfill the agenda that he's laid out. So I think the president wants to have a series of ideas and thoughts put forward to him. That's how he's going to make the best opinion or best decision possible for this country.
But it must have crossed a line if he said to work it out.
Well, I think sometimes, again, I'm not going to get into what happens internally, but I think sometimes might spill out into public more than other things. But there's always going to be a healthy debate internally on a variety of policy issues among the cabinet, among the staff, to make sure that the president sees every option that's available, every opinion that he should weigh and counter before he makes a final decision. It's just sometimes, I think sometimes those discussions may make them out a little bit more publicly than they do. But I think, as I noted at the beginning, I thought there was a lot of overblown coverage of how it actually happened and what went down.
Sean, sticking with Steve Bannon.
He is
right
very
now.
confident in the team that he has, that they have an unbelievable amount of knowledge, and he enjoys the counsel that they all bring to this table. Thank you guys very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, everybody, that was Sean Spicer from earlier today. You're continuing to watch the Fox 10 News Now stream. All right, just in case you guys missed it, President Trump swearing in Neil Gorsuch to the Supreme Court.
To govern their own affairs. I have no doubt you will rise to the occasion and that the decisions you will make will not only protect our Constitution today, but for many generations of Americans to come. In just a moment, Justice Gorsuch will be sworn in by Justice Kennedy, a great man of outstanding accomplishment. Throughout his nearly 30 years on the Supreme Court, Justice Kennedy has been praised by all for his dedicated and dignified service. We owe him an enormous debt of gratitude, and I am honored that he is with us today. This is a very, very special moment because many years ago, a young Neil Gorsuch started his legal career as a law clerk to Justice Kennedy. You remember that, right? It is a fitting testament to Justice Kennedy's impact that upon giving the oath to Justice Gorsuch, he will become the first ever Supreme Court justice to serve with one of his former law clerks. That's sort of a big deal, isn't it? Sort of like that. That's sort of good. It has never happened before. That's pretty good. Also shows you have a lot of respect for this man. It's very good. We're thrilled to share this historic moment with Justice Kennedy, with all of you here today, and with all Americans watching us at home. Justice Gorsuch, I again congratulate you and your entire family, and I wish God's blessings on your amazing journey ahead. I have no doubt you will go down as one of the truly great justices in the history of the United States Supreme Court. I now invite Justice Kennedy to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chief Justice, Justice Gorsuch, and my fellow adherents to the idea and the reality of the rule of law. As many of you know, there are two oaths that a member of the federal judiciary must take. The first is the constitutional oath that so many of you are familiar with, that applies to all three branches of the government.
Like when you go to April,
the second oath is one that applies just to federal judges. Both of the oaths date from the founding of the Republic. The judicial oath dates from 1789.
Well, if you remember,
and both of these oaths remind us,
like in the Obama
that we as a people
they were really
are
good
bound
at like
together.
digital, right? And
We as
here
a
it's
people
like
find our self-definition, our respect, our heritage, and our destiny in the Constitution. And so, Justice Gorsuch, there is one oath remaining for you to take, the judicial oath.
It's so
before
bizarre.
you may receive and accept your commission from the President of the United States. Are you ready, Justice Gorsuch, to take the oath? Are you ready to take the oath, Justice Gorsuch? Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Neil M. Gorsuch, do solemnly swear.
I, Neil M. Gorsuch, do solemnly swear
that I will administer justice without respect to persons.
that I will administer justice without respect to persons
And do equal right to the poor and to the rich.
and do equal right to the poor and to the rich,
And that I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform
all the duties incumbent upon me
all the duties incumbent upon me
as Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States,
as Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States,
under the Constitution and laws of the United States.
under the Constitution and laws of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
I'm going back to Florida this week. Yeah. Well, he's going for Easter. Eddie. He must, poor guy, he must like hate it, like in DC. Yeah.
I see before me
so many.
It must be nice
to
when he
whom I
goes
owe
back to his
so
resort.
much.
There's people, you know what I mean?
I know
like,
I would not be here today without your friendship and support. Thank you all from the bottom of my heart. I want to thank the President for nominating me and for the great confidence and trust he's reposed in me. I want to thank the Vice President for his constant encouragement and friendship throughout this process. It's not possible to mention here everyone I should mention, but I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the President's counsel, Don McGahn, and Mark Paoletta, the Vice President's counsel, and every single person in the White House counsel's office for their tremendous and tireless support. I want to thank Kelly Ayotte and my day-to-day team for their humor, for their sage advice, for their faith, as we spent months and so many miles trooping together through the Senate complex. I want to thank every single person, and there are so many, in the White House and the Department of Justice who worked through so many late nights and long weeks on my behalf. I want to thank, too, Senator McConnell and Senator Grassley and their excellent teams for their support and leadership. And I must thank my former law clerks and my dear friends who gave so much of themselves so selflessly through these last 3 months. You are dear to me. This is truly your doing, and this is your day. I wish I could mention each of you by name, but you know who you are, and you know your names are etched in my heart forever. This process has reminded me just how outrageously blessed I am in my law clerks, in my family, and my friends. And I hope that I may continue to rely on each of you as I face this new challenge. To my former colleagues and the wonderful staff of the 10th Circuit, I thank you for your faithful service and your friendship over so many years. To my new colleagues
Atlanta.
and the staff of the Supreme Court, thank you for the very warm welcome. I look forward to many happy years together. And I cannot tell you how honored I am to have here today my mentor, Justice Kennedy, administer the judicial oath, a beautiful oath, as he did for me 11 years ago when I became a circuit judge. To the Scalia family, I won't ever forget that the seat I inherit today is that of a very, very great man. To my wife, Louise, and my daughters, Emma and Bindi, thank you for your perseverance and your patience, your courage and your love. I simply could not have attempted this without you. And to the American people, I am humbled by the trust placed in me today. I will never forget that to whom much is given, much will be expected. And I promise you that I will do all my powers permit to be a faithful servant of the Constitution and laws of this great nation. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated until the justices of the Supreme Court have departed the garden.
Thank you.
All right, folks, we're going to listen into a conversation that Fox 5 Atlanta did about the bridge collapse. Let's get into it, folks.
There's really not a lot in the middle.
Listen to Felicia. She says the GDOT, Georgia Department of Transportation, pointing fingers because they're hiding something. We're not going to lob any accusations here.
No.
There's a trial underway for the guy that's accused of lighting the crack pipe on fire, and there's stuff going on with the DOT where these flammables were stored under the interstate. But there's a point there that there are other issues here, and this is kind of the point you made in your piece, beyond just the pipe lighting on fire in the interstate and the combustibles igniting.
Right.
What were you saying about that?
Look, if stupidity can adequately explain a problem, I don't think we need to reach to conspiracy I personally believe none of that stuff should have been under there. I think it's surplus, you sell it. That's what a government agency is supposed to do with surplus material. So, and I think the DOT fundamentally understands that there may have been some mistakes made, but they don't want the light of investigation on them. And so it's really convenient for the state to have someone like Basil Ellaby floating around to take all of the attention away from them.
Let's back way up and go into the decision-making process of who decides that these cables get stored under the interstate, and who thinks that that's a good idea. Can you walk us through that administrative process?
So I went to the press conference where they were describing this, and there was a contractor that was supposed to run a bunch of fiber optics up 400. The contractor, we are told, went bankrupt and left the material for the DOT.
Yeah.
And the DOT is thinking, at some point, we'll want to run those fiber optics. We might as well keep this insulation around.
Right.
Only they keep it around for a year.
Well, Deborah's saying, don't go after GDOT, go after the guy that left the materials under the bridge. Does she have a point?
Sadly, no. Sorry. Because when the bankruptcy happened, it was GDOT's material.
Okay.
GDOT paid for it.
Yeah.
The state owned it. And it was on the state at that point to figure out what to do with it. And in the moment, if it's surplus, you either figure out how to use it or sell it. But storing it for 11 years? Like, financially, it just doesn't make any sense. It had value when they first got it. And now, well, plainly, it doesn't have any value now.
All right, and you want this investigation moved into federal jurisdiction.
Right.
The federal government should take it over, not internally by the state.
The federal government is investigating right now, and they're investigating with the state. And I expect federal charges at some point are likely to be laid on Basil Ellaby, because they've said as much. The problem here is that at some point the federal government may decide we need to sue the state for some act of negligence, if there has been an act of negligence. The state has to know that that might happen. So it is in the state's interest to move all of anything that could possibly lay a negligence charge on them onto Basil Ellaby. And that's why I think the federal government needs to be in charge of the investigation in order to preserve evidence. If there's something exculpatory, it is not in the state's interest to let anybody know what it is.
Listen to Amy. She says, even if the stuff was being stored there illegally, you still have no right to start a fire under the bridge. Regardless if he started the fire, he needs to be locked up for arson. What is the argument here?
Well, it's not regardless of whether or not he started the fire. If he started the fire, he should be locked up for arson.
Yeah.
I'm not defending Basil Ellaby. If he set a fire, he's guilty of something. And that's a judge and jury question. You know, I don't have to defend Basil Ellaby to ask larger questions about what the Department of Transportation and the state government did here that contributed to the destruction of an interstate highway.
Right. My house is made of wood. Would it be my fault if somebody set it on fire? Wood will burn. We heard that, and we just did a piece for tomorrow night's show. Somebody else mentioned that too.
Yeah, and I say the same thing. Sure, if somebody comes and burns your house down, that person is guilty of a crime. But if you're storing, you know, oil in 55-gallon drums in your basement and you're violating the fire code while you're doing it, your insurance company isn't going to pay off on that claim because there's a certain amount of diligence that you're required to do. And I'm questioning whether or not that happened here.
Well, what does it say, George? I mean, we watched the freeway come down in such spectacular fashion. People still can't believe that this happened. I spoke to my brother who lives in China, who said that they're hearing about our bridge coming down.
Yep.
I mean, frame this in a larger picture for us, because we talked about it opening a Pandora's box.
Yep.
When this match was lit, so to speak.
Here's what set me off on all of this. I had been watching a specific bill in the legislature for the last 2 months around definitions of domestic terrorism. And they were very clearly trying to show that highways are critical infrastructure. And part of the reason they were doing that was because of the protests that were occurring last year. They want to be able to criminalize impeding traffic on a major highway. So the state is saying it's super important for us to defend all of these highways, and yet they let this apparent fire hazard sit right in the middle of the worst possible place you could put it, so that if it ever caught on fire, it's somebody's job to watch this stuff, and it's not mine. It's somebody at the state government.
Stormy Groves chiming in, basically echoing that sentiment, saying that you got to protect the underbelly of these interstates and not open them up to the possibility of people, doing stuff under there.
The every interstate in Metro Atlanta, at one point or another, has homeless people who are living there or hanging out there, because our infrastructure for social services support is very weak. And it's the closest thing to shelter. A lot of people who don't want to find shelter anywhere else will go. And we're not addressing that problem in any meaningful
on
way.
that point, Jeff Morgan posting here as we're talking that the issue here is also homelessness. It wouldn't happen if people were living underneath the streets.
Yep.
How big of a problem is that in our city?
So there are roughly 4,000 homeless people who live in the city of Atlanta. Maybe 800, 900 of them are both chronically homeless, like Basil Ellaby is, and unsheltered, which is to say they have no connection to any of the standing shelters. They are living in places like Basil Ellaby, who was sleeping in the back of a car on Piedmont.
And by the way, it's not only just at Piedmont where that's happening.
Oh,
It's
no.
underneath other bridges as well.
Gwinnett.
Yeah.
I have been in underpasses in Gwinnett and found homeless encampments there, because it's something I work on. The homelessness is improving. I know that's hard to believe, but it's actually getting better. But we're at a point where the hard cases, the folks who have got drug problems and mental illness, have completely fallen through the cracks, and they're the ones that we need to focus on right now.
Okay. So going forward, after this freeway is open, and they're saying now June the 10th or June the 15th, somewhere in there, that's going to be reopened, and let's hope they're being generous with the time frame, and that it's going to happen sooner?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Are you not optimistic
I'm
about
trying very hard to keep a straight face. And yes, they're going
Why?
to open it up on June 10th.
Do you have any precedent for highway reconstruction?
I have no precedent. And if we're talking about like your friend in China, then they would have had it open. Your brother.
Yeah.
They would have opened it by now. They would have just safety issues. Darn, just and it's done.
Right.
I don't know. Look, whatever else is going on, whatever my opinions of GDOT's decision making here, they have fine engineers. We've got great construction management.
Yes.
Generally speaking, if they're saying June 10th, I'm actually inclined to believe them.
Right. And nothing should change with the structural integrity of interstates, right? This was a kind of an unusual incident, or should be prepared in the future for something like this.
I worry that it gave somebody some ideas.
Yeah.
That if people might start looking for it now because they can. I think that's unlikely. I think that's the problem here. I think we're safe. If you think you're safe, are you safe?
Is there an opportunity out of crisis? In other words, the way that the city has responded, the way that the federal government quickly responded and granted the $10 million in reconstruction money, and the way that commuters are finding other ways around, MARTA also benefiting this. So are there opportunities out of the crisis?
I think so. Boy, aren't we making an argument for public transportation right now.
Yeah.
The ride-sharing apps are doing very well because people are looking for ways to not have to drive when they can. I think we'll end up with a public that is more amenable to having MARTA driven into Cobb and Gwinnett. If it wasn't this, the Brave Stadium was likely going to be pushing them in that direction anyway. Let's revisit this in 6 months when people have been driving normally again for a few months and see whether or not attitudes adjust back to the mean.
What about the reaction of the people in the city, though? I've been really impressed by folks and the way that they're handling and
Yeah.
responding, regrouping, getting around things.
We are resilient.
Yeah, leaving earlier for school or
Yeah.
work or class or what have you.
We've been traumatized.
Yeah.
We are a traumatized city. Like, we're still sort of working our way through the psychic tragedy of Snowmageddon.
Yes.
You know, so we come prepared.
Yeah.
And it's we're not Buffalo yet, but we'll get there. I think this resilience speaks to like a big fundamental strength of the city,
Mhm.
and I actually think it helps define us.
Yeah. Yeah, and how we react to adversity.
Yeah.
Well, after all is said and done here, and the city has endured.
All right, folks, we are live now in San Bernardino, where there is, as you can see, a vigil happening right now.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. The Lord be with you. I'm Father Henry Seriso, the pastor here at Our Lady of Assumption Catholic Church. I welcome you here at our church as we gather for this prayer service. Thank you for being here at such a short notice. We gather here to pray for all the victims that we had in this San Bernardino Catholic Elementary School violence that took place. We gather to pray for them, but we gather to pray for the community. That this community that has experienced so many things that may start healing. But also we pray for true peace, not just in our lives, but also in our community. We have 4 candles here. Those 4 candles, they represent the 4 victims of the violent act that took place at St. Bernardino Elementary School. And we are going to light those candles. Those candles are going to be lit as we continue with this service. And I'm going to ask the members of the clergy from other denominations who are here joining us in prayer to light those candles.
Christ be our light, shine in our hearts, shine
are people of faith. We are people who believe in God. Even though the acts of violence that happen in our community bring sadness and sorrow in our lives, but because of the faith that we profess, that faith gives us hope when we are faced with the darkness. And we turn to that faith that it may continue to spread that hope within us. And we ourselves may be the messengers of hope wherever we go. That those who have been so much hurt with this violence that has taken place in our community, that may see us as the messengers of hope, and that we may do whatever we can to bring hope in their lives. And knowing that there is the Good Friday, but also there is the Easter Sunday. There is the resurrection. Let us pray. O God, merciful and strong, who crush wars and cast down the proud, be pleased to banish violence swiftly from our midst, and to wipe away all tears, so that we may all truly deserve to be called your children. Through our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Now, may we sit down to listen to the readings.
A reading from the book of Genesis. In the course of time, Cain brought an offering to the Lord from the fruit of the ground, while Abel, for his part, brought the fatty portion of the firstlings of his flock. The Lord looked with favor on Abel and his offering, but on Cain and his offering he did not look with favor. So Cain was very angry and dejected. Then the Lord said to Cain, "Why are you angry? Why are you dejected? If you act rightly, you will be accepted. But if not, sin lies in wait at the door. Its urge is for you, yet you can rule over it." Cain said to his brother Abel, "Let us go out in the field." When they were in the field, Cain attacked his brother Abel and killed him. Then the Lord asked Cain, "Where is your brother Abel?" He answered, "I do not know. Am I my brother's keeper?" God then said, "What have you done? Your brother's blood cries out to me from the ground." The word of the Lord.
Lectura de la carta del apóstol San Pablo a los Efesios. Hermanos, no le causen tristeza al Espíritu Santo, con el que Dios los ha marcado para el día de la liberación final. Destierren de ustedes la aspereza, la ira, la indignación, los insultos, la maledicencia y toda clase de maldad. Sean buenos y comprensivos, y perdónense los unos a los otros, como Dios los perdonó por medio de Cristo. Imiten, pues, a Dios como hijos queridos. Vivan amando como Cristo, que nos amó y se entregó por nosotros, como ofrenda y víctima de fragancia agradable a Dios. Palabra de Dios.
Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are they who mourn, for they will be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the land. Blessed are they who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they will be satisfied. Blessed are the merciful, for they will be shown the mercy. Blessed are the clean of heart, for they shall see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called the children of God. Blessed are they who are persecuted for the sake of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are you when they insult you and persecute you, and utter every kind of evil against you falsely because of me. Rejoice and be glad, for your reward will be great in heaven. The Gospel of the Lord.
Praise to you, Lord Jesus Christ.
Please be seated. I'm Deacon Dan O'Cam, and we never know what will happen to us day by day. When bad things happen for us, and those whom we love, we can say to God, how can you let this happen? For most of us, things like the death of a loved one, or the loss of a job, or the significant change of a relationship, and when we wonder if God really has any interest in us at all. But our struggle to remain faithful at these times does not mean that our faith is weak. We are drawing on faith to help us through bad times. Many of us turn to God with anger and disappointment and ask, why me? Where are you, God? Why do I deserve this? Faith is a relationship, and when we feel strong enough to turn to God, to whatever circumstances, we acknowledge the important role that that faith relationship plays in our lives. Recall the time when you said, thank God that I didn't get hit by that impaired driver. Many people find their faith renewed at times of difficult experiences. Life consists in the greatest joy that human heart can endure, and the most painful experience that we can endure. When things happen, we begin to find vulnerability and have the opportunity to let God be God.
Good evening. Buenas tardes. Father Henry, first of all, we thank you for inviting us to have this celebration this evening of hope, loss here in our parish. We're just a few blocks away from where the tragedy occurred. And so we carry this dear to us and to you and the people that you shepherd in this local community. Sometimes all we can do is cry. And today is the day for that. We'll get up again. We'll move on. We'll become stronger. But today is the day to cry that we have come to such a state. No sabemos por qué las cosas pasan como pasan, pero sabemos que podemos hacer mucho más mejor. El Señor no nos hizo para que nosotros tratáramos como enemigos, sino como hermanos. This week, many Christians began the celebration of Holy Week. We began yesterday with Palm Sunday, and tomorrow in our diocese, all the priests of our diocese will renew their priestly commitment, the holy oils that are used throughout the year for the sacraments of initiation, for the catechumenate, for the ordination of priests, for the blessing of new churches, will all be blessed tomorrow. It's a big day for us. And we renew our commitment in times that need commitments to be renewed. Then we enter the days of the Lord's Supper, of the Lord's betrayal, his passion, and his death. We have already experienced that today, when we see how discord, how a failure to forgive and to dialogue failure to see the innocence of children and what we mean to one another, how we let all that get clouded up in our emotions and disrespect. That's what we will walk through this Holy Week, and that is what we are living through today. But we have hope. Our Lord has been raised from the dead, and we are the bearers of the good news. We must find a way to dialogue better with each other and to teach one another how to communicate. It begins in the homes. It is also part of our communities, our neighborhoods, our workplaces, our churches, our society. We need to find ways of trying to understand one another, and even though we may disagree, that we disagree respectfully. And that's something we need to be committed to. There's so much we can learn from what happened today. But there's much more that we have to do. And let this evening be a commitment of doing. Our gratitude to God for the leaders that we have in our community, with our mayor, with the superintendent of our schools, with our first responders, our police force, with our firefighters, with all those that helped in bring back some kind of peace to our hearts today. To see the images and to see the eyes of the parents filled with terror and anxiety, waiting to see how their child was. To see the children running up to their parents. To see those hugs, one can only imagine what that was like. There's a goodness there. There's a beauty there. And to see the community gather together like we are this evening, we praise God for that. But we do cry, because innocent life was lost. A member of our own faith tradition congregation of the Cathedral Parish, a little boy, 8 years old. We pray for his family, and we pray for all the families that have experienced, in whichever way, even those far away from this particular incident, that experience that kind of fear and worry. We pray for them, for their peace of mind, and that the community will be with them. And we pray for all couples that they may find a way to be at peace, to respect each other, to see the impact that each of us has when we commit wrong on innocent lives. Mis hermanos, es un día de agradecer a Dios que estamos aquí, que las familias se han reunido con sus hijos, pero al mismo tiempo es tiempo de llorar porque hemos llegado a este momento cuando una falta de respeto causa la muerte de un pobre inocente. Tenemos que cambiar. Ojalá que las lágrimas se conviertan en un compromiso de actuar con respeto. Que sea algo bueno que salga de esta tragedia para el bien de nuestras familias y el bien de esta comunidad de San Bernardino. Let us pray that the sorrow that we carry and that the tears that we shed, that from them good will come. Good will come because we commit ourselves to strengthen this community of San Bernardino, to respect and dialogue, through coming together in unity, and to always be a bearer, a sign of hope for one another. May God's blessing be with us all. and that especially be with the children and their families that were affected by today's tragedy, and be with little Jonathan Martinez. Amen.
Amen.
My dear brothers and sisters, let us now stand up and present our intercession to God our Father, filled with hope. And our response is going to be, Christ graciously hear us.
For community and political leaders to model and uphold justice, Christ hear us. Christ graciously hear us. For all civil and religious leaders to work toward the end of violence and promoting peace, Christ hear us.
Christ graciously hear us.
For families to nourish and foster their children, Christ hear us.
Christ graciously hear us.
For teachers to respect and call forth the goodness and wholeness in children, Christ hear us.
Christ graciously hear us.
For all adults to enrich and protect the lives of children, Christ hear us.
Christ graciously hear us.
For all the first responders who willingly help and support those in need, Christ hear us.
Christ graciously hear us.
For all the needs of our community and the world, Christ hear us.
Christ graciously hear us.
Lord God, your own Son was delivered into the hands of the wicked, yet he prayed for his persecutors and overcame hatred with his blood on the cross. Relieve the suffering of those who have been affected by this act of violence. Grant them peace of mind and renewed faith in your protection and care. Protect us all from the violence of others. Keep us safe from the weapons of hate and restore us tranquility and peace. We make this prayer through Christ our Lord.
Amen.
May we please sit down. We have the superintendent of San Bernardino County Unified School District, and Mr. Dr. Dale Madsen. May you please come.
Thank you, Father Henry. My name is Dale Marson, Superintendent, San Luis City Unified School District, and I just want to thank Father Henry for opening this home to us tonight. As he described, this is where healing begins. This is where our hearts, our families, our home, our city begins healing. And Bishop Barnes, thank you for your consummate and continued leadership in our community and having us renew our commitment to each other. This is a time when we do stand strong and we do stand with each other. And we overcome the hatred with grace and with peace. You know, I'm reminded that none of this, as has been described, escapes God's attention. I'm reminded that not even a sparrow falls to the ground without his notice. And tonight we remember not just teacher Smith, Karen Smith and her family, Jonathan Martinez and his family, and also now our 9-year-old student who's in stable condition. Continue to pray for his complete recovery and strengthen the family and give courage to their hearts, give courage to each of our hearts. And those are the things that we need tonight. Our board is here, our board president, Dr. Hill, and several of our school board members, and they all want to extend to you tonight their deep support. They want to support our parents, our staff, our students. They offer their condolences to those that have been lost and their families. And we want you to know that our hearts are broken, as yours are, and we are also looking to you and to each other as we begin today as the first step toward our healing together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Superintendent. And now in our midst we also have our Mayor, Mayor Corey Davis, and I call upon him to come and address this community.
Good evening. Thank you for gathering in support of our North Park Elementary family. On behalf of the City of San Bernardino, our City Council, I wish to express my sincere condolences to the families of the victims today. This tragic event has impacted our community's most vulnerable residents, our children. And I'm sorry our students, parents, and teachers have suffered these events. But I find comfort joining with you in prayer and in hope for the families impacted. I extend my thanks to the Office of the President, our Governor, and the other elected officials for their calls and expressions of concerns. I thank the teams that responded swiftly and ensured the safety of our North Park Elementary staff and students. As the families who experienced loss today mourn, may we as a community rally around them in love, support, and prayer. There is little to say that will comfort, so we just stand with you. We lift you up in prayer. We extend our thoughts to you and your loved ones. May we continue to pray for North Park Elementary and for the city of San Bernardino. I too would like to thank Bishop Barnes and Father Henry for arranging tonight's prayer service. I would also like to thank Supervisor Dr. Dale Marsden for his steady hand and leadership during this tragic event that has shaken our community. We are all God's children, and He sent His Son that we might learn to love one another. I thank Bishop Barnes for his imploring us to renew our commitment to one another, to strive to make this a better world. I'm grateful for each of you and your support for those who have lost loved ones today. It's my prayer that we as a community might continue to learn the lessons the Savior has taught us through His death. Thank you.
When the acts of violence happen in our communities, of course they bring a wound in our lives. And that wound needs to heal. And we need to help one another to heal that wound. And so now, we are going to have a procession going outside this church. We are going to conclude our prayer outside. And this procession is a sign of our unity, that together we are going to help one another to bring about that healing. This procession shows that we are not journeying alone, that we journey together with God in our midst, leading us to that true healing in our lives, but also in our community. And so when we go outside, we are going to say the litany of healing, asking the Lord to heal us, but asking the Lord to heal the people of this community. That's why we want to do it outside, sending that prayer, asking the Lord to send that prayer all over our community here in San Bernardino and bring that healing to the people. And so when you go outside, as we processing, you prayerfully going outside, when you reach outside, you will find tables there, and on the table there are candles. Please pick one candle and carefully have that candle in your hands as we pray the litany of healing and as we pray the prayers. We shall, the celebrants will lead us, and then you follow the celebrants.
We ask that the community process out the side doors, because the clergy will be standing on the landing in the back. You will not be able to go around them. So please, community, exit the side doors.
Now we are going to have the litany of healing, and our response is going to be, save, heal, and protect them, O Lord. Save, heal, and protect them, O Lord. For the children wounded and tearful, save, heal, for children for children beaten, save. For children who sleep in fear, for children afraid to go home, for children afraid of their abusers,
For children afraid to go to school. For children assaulted and for children who assault. For children whose innocence has been stolen. For children who have lost a parent. For parents who have lost their job. For parents separated from their children. For parents grieving for hurting children. For parents to turn their lives to God. For parents to lead their children to God. For those who cannot trust.
Save, heal, protect them, O Lord.
For those who cannot love. For those whose hearts are filled with fear.
Save, heal, protect them, O Lord.
For families who have been broken.
Save, heal, protect them, O Lord.
For families who are hurting.
Save, heal them, O Lord.
For families who need help and support.
Save, heal, protect them, O Lord.
For families who need to open their lives to God. For those who have a tendency towards violence.
Save, protect them, O Lord.
For those harboring anger and hatred.
Save, heal, and protect them, O Lord.
Lord, heal our wounds and strengthen us in our weakness. Now let us pray as Jesus himself taught us. Our Father,
who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen.
And let us also invoke the intercession of Mary, Mother of Jesus. Invocamos la intercesión de María, Madre de Jesús. Dios te salve María, llena eres de gracia, el Señor es contigo. Bendita tú eres entre todas las mujeres, y bendito es el fruto de tu vientre, Jesús. Santa María, Madre de Dios, ruega, Señor, por nosotros pecadores, ahora y en la hora de nuestra muerte. Amén.
Glory be to the Father, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning.
Shall be, world without end.
The Lord be with you.
And with your spirit.
And may the Almighty God pour his blessings on you and healing in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. Let us
Thanks be to God.
thank you for being here.
We put the candles back on the table, blow them out first. Thank you so much.
Your peace,
Bear with us here, guys. It looks like we have a little technical difficulty with the feed here. You're looking at a live shot of New York City right now. Give me one moment. Let me try and fix this for you guys. Appreciate you watching with us here live on the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kate, taking you into the next few hours of the show here. Let me see if I can get that feedback for you. All right, you guys, so it looks like we have momentarily lost that feed. If we get it back, I'll be sure to take you guys there and continue the coverage of the vigil from the San Bernardino shooting, where sadly an 8-year-old died along with 2 adults today. Keeping you guys updated on that breaking news, but taking you to the next top story here in the show until we get that vigil live back in the studio here. Give me one moment, pulling up the next event for you. Okay, everybody, this event coming from the Department of Defense. It's a one-on-one interview with a commander there. The commander of U.S. Southern Command talks about priorities and countering threat networks, as well as being a, quote, partner of choice amongst allies. Let's hear what he had to say, everybody. Here we go.
Well, Admiral Tidd, thank you so much for joining us today. So can you tell us what are your top priorities?
Well, it's a pleasure to be with you today and to have the opportunity to talk about the important work that U.S. Southcom takes on board. Obviously, the most important thing that we focus on are countering threat networks. Those are threat networks that may be engaged in criminal activities, in terrorist activities, or everything in between. After that, I would probably have to say our ability to respond to a humanitarian crisis, which unfortunately in the Southcom region, which is prone to hurricanes, to fires, floods, earthquakes, all manner of natural disasters, we need to be able to respond very, very rapidly. And lastly, it's dealing with countries that are engaged in a competition for influence within our region. Most notably, Russia, China, and Iran, very actively engaged in our part of the world, and it's something that we focus on.
Okay, thank you, Admiral. And a constant theme for Southcom is trust. How does trust help the Southcom to remain the partner of choice in Central and South America and the Caribbean?
Well, you know, there's no secret about the fact that when you're working in an environment that involves many partner nations, but also involves many of our own interagency partners, the law enforcement community, intelligence community, and of course our strong partners in the State Department, if we don't have trust, we're not going to be able to operate effectively. So every day we take a look at what are the things that we can do to create trust where perhaps it doesn't exist, to be able to sustain trust, and then finally to be able to make sure that we do nothing that compromises that trust.
Thank you, Admiral. And you mentioned about the threats from the networks, and you have mentioned that Latin America and the Caribbean, the biggest security challenge confronting the U.S. comes from these networks used by criminals and terrorists. How is Southcom going after these networks, and are there signs that it's working?
Well, this is a change in focus. In the past, I think Southcom previously had been identified as focusing almost exclusively on a single commodity, notably drugs and cocaine in our case. We recognize, though, that what we need to be able to do is focus on the networks that are engaged in moving those illicit products. They may be criminal networks that are purely motivated for economic reasons. They may be ideologically motivated networks, terrorist groups. And what we're finding more and more is that there are crossing of lines between them, and there are nodes in which they both find themselves. And so by reorganizing ourselves to take a counter-threat network approach, that allows us to pull together a team that's made up of members of our our operational directorate, our intelligence directorate, as well as all of the law enforcement officers that are assigned to our headquarters into a single group. We're also working very, very closely with the Joint Terrorism Task Force in Miami, headed up by the FBI, and building a stronger partnership with the FBI, who in Miami has responsibility throughout all of Latin America. We find that that's is another group of like-minded individuals who are focused on threat networks. And then our relationship with the Department of Homeland Security. Most notably, Homeland Security is responsible for the U.S. Coast Guard, and the Coast Guard makes up the vast majority of all of the maritime forces that we have available to operate in the Southcom region. But also, there are other elements within Department of Homeland Security that we work with very, very closely that in the law enforcement world. The HSI, the folks that are engaged in an operation that is attempting to reduce the flow of individuals coming from countries where we have some concerns about their ability to vet the backgrounds. And so this is, we're directly supporting Department of Homeland Security in that effort.
Okay, thank you. And then, sir, are you concerned about China, Russia, and Iran in your region, and what threats do they pose to regional stability?
Well, as a nation, we have recognized that these are nations that have a global plan. And we have had some concerns about the activities of these countries. In the case of Russia, obviously very concerned about what they are doing in Syria and in Eastern Europe. In China, their actions in the South China Sea. Iran, obviously, as a state sponsor of terrorism, we've been very concerned about them for a number of years. So if we're concerned about them on a global scale, that means we need to make sure that we pay attention to what they are doing in the Latin America region. All three of those countries are present and very active, and so we just want to make sure that, that as they engage in activities, we are mindful of that, and that particularly where they are attempting to displace the United States as the partner of choice among our friends in the region, that we are better partners, because we think that we have a more compelling message, and our partners will want to work with us, and we just need to make sure that we make it easier for them to do that.
Okay, thank you. How does your military imperatives enhance professionalism of the militaries, and why is this important to the region?
You know, we have partners in this part of the world that are very capable. They are very well trained. They have good equipment. And so we have been working with them on a number of areas as we all collectively attempt to develop a force that is prepared to deal with the security challenges of the 21st century. We've long recognized at U.S. Southcom the importance of human rights and a profound respect for human rights. And we work with our partners to ensure that that underpins their way of doing business. Most importantly, because a respect for human rights will connect them and provide the legitimacy that they need so that they are viewed by their populations as protectors and not as predators. Secondly, the development of the Senior Non-Commissioned Officer Corps is absolutely critical to any military that purports itself to be a modern military. We all recognize that the backbone of the United States military is our Senior Non-Commissioned Officer Corps. That's the secret sauce that makes the American military the force to be reckoned with that it is. And it's because that's the force that enforces standards across the entire population of the military. So it's critically important that we work with our partner nations to help them develop a strong, well-educated, and well-developed Senior Non-Commissioned Officer Corps. The third military imperative is the ability to effectively integrate women into the militaries. And we think that's critically important, most importantly because qualified women who are parts of our military give us the ability to solve problems and to tackle difficult situations in unique and creative ways that we would not otherwise be able to. And so the classic case in point that we offer up is the terrific work that was done by our cultural support teams that were attached to our special operations forces in Iraq and Afghanistan that gave us the ability to gather critical intelligence and to connect with the populations that we were working with in unique ways that we would not have been able to do otherwise. So we think that one of the hallmarks of a modern military is the ability to effectively integrate women into the militaries of the future. And the final military imperative that we talk about is jointness and an understanding of the importance of working together. This has been a long path that the United States military has been following for a number of decades. Our partners throughout the region, in many cases, are at the start of that path to understand that no single service has the resources or will have the resources to deal with the security challenges of the future. They must be able to work together in full partnership. But more importantly now, they must be able to work together with all of their security forces, whether it's their law enforcement, their intelligence programs, to be able to work together as a unified team. We think that is the key to success of a modern force. These four military imperatives, we believe, are completely interdependent. You can't pick out one or two of them. They all
All right, everybody, bear with us here. Looks like we're having a brief issue with our feeds this evening. Give me one moment. Okay, looks like we got it back.
In Latin America to gain entry to the U.S. across the Mexican border.
Well, let me say, rather than talking about the Mexican border, because as you'll appreciate, the U.S.-Mexican border is the responsibility of my U.S. Northern Command counterpart, General Lloyd Robinson. But let me just talk instead about threat networks themselves. And one of the reasons why we have taken a counter-threat network approach, it allows us to look strategically at all of these networks. And as we have done so, we have discovered that there are, in fact, terrorists that are taking advantage of some of these networks to be able to move in the direction of the United States. One of the reasons that we've taken this approach is to be able to determine just exactly what the extent of it is, and then to be able to focus the efforts of our partner nations' law enforcement and military and our own law enforcement to be able to disrupt those efforts. But the first step is to put in place our own friendly network that is able to better detect the movement of these people. There has long been a belief that the phenomenon of ISIS was somehow isolated to the Middle East or to North Africa. The reality is ISIS is present here in our hemisphere. And just as we discovered and our partners in Europe discovered with the terrible attacks that occurred in Paris and in Brussels and in San Bernardino and in Orlando, the phenomenon of radicalization is something that can occur in any of our countries here in this region. And so we are all now taking this threat very seriously and beginning to share information more effectively so that we can get after this problem.
Okay, thank you. At the Surface Navy Association National Symposium, you made the point that we need to grow and incentivize innovation-minded junior officers that would challenge traditional naval paradigms through mentally agile approaches and emerging problems. What sort of incentives would you propose to allow junior officers to meet that challenge?
Well, you know, that's a challenge that I suspect over the last certainly the 39 years of my Navy career has been something that has been identified as something we need to do. The challenge that we have, obviously, is how do you take tradition-based organizations but be able to pull in creative ideas, new ways of looking at problems. We have some incredibly talented individuals within our enlisted and our junior officer corps, and we've got to be able to harvest them to be able to help us deal in a resource-constrained environment. So at Southcom, we're trying a number of different experiments to see if we can connect people with good ideas into our decision-making process in order for us to be able to move forward. We're not there yet by a long stretch, and I wouldn't necessarily say that we've solved this problem, but we're tackling it and working on it very hard by trying to make it easier for people with ideas to bring them up to the level of the commander, of me, so that we can listen to those ideas, figure out how they might play in new ways of doing business and take them forward.
Okay, thank you. And so the question that we added on, are there any major exercises upcoming this year or maybe in the next year or two or in the near future that follow your key priorities?
You know, the most important exercise that we run in U.S. Southern Command is an exercise that practices the defense of the Panama Canal. Countries across the region, but frankly around the world, recognize the critical importance that the Panama Canal plays in the free flow of economic trade between the Atlantic and the Pacific. And so we bring together countries from across the region to be able to work together in a cohesive manner. This last year, the Panamax exercise 2016, for the first time, All of our subordinate commanders were commanded by countries from across the region. So our most capable partners, Brazil, Chile, Peru, Colombia, played significant roles in commanding key components of the exercise. As we look forward, we look for further opportunities to continue to refine the way that we will work together, so that whether it's for a military operation or perhaps a disaster response, that we know how to work together, we plug in well, we understand each other's capabilities, and we have that critical trust that we spoke about earlier, that we would be able to function as an effective military organization.
Okay, thank you, Admiral. Is there anything else that you'd like to add that we didn't touch on?
Well, I think it's very important that we continue to remind ourselves of the critical mission that is carried out by the men and women who at Joint Task Force Guantanamo Bay. I'm exceptionally proud of the work that JTF Gitmo does. They're engaged in a very difficult and sensitive mission of guarding law of war detainees. They do that job with significant challenge. It's a tough job, but every single day they approach it with discipline and professionalism. And so I think it's critically important that we all recognize the work that they are doing, so that when they come home from those deployments, they are given exactly the same amount of credit for the tough job that they have done, because they're in this war every bit as much as the men and women who deployed to Afghanistan and to Iraq. And I want to make sure that when they come home from Guantanamo Bay, that across this country they are given the same credit for having done what the nation has asked them to do. If I could also talk about the critical role at U.S. Southcom that we play in working together with our interagency partners, as well as with our military partners in neighboring combatant commands. Of course, the relationship with U.S. Northcom is critically important. The Northcom commander is